on the throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made.
Hello everybody and welcome back to King of the Sea 12. This time with the semifinals and the finals for the European competition. And of course I'm not alone here, my name is Chrysanthus. I have with me Mr. Conway, who's pushing all of the buttons in the background, making sure that everything is running smoothly for this tournament. Welcome, Mr. Conway.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am super excited about today. We've got 4 really top quality teams lined up to fight for the crown. And yeah, let's hope everything goes smoothly today. I don't know. I'm at a loss of words. I should have written down a little speech or something. But no, I'm super.
I think it's better that you
chuffed for
didn't.
this.
I think it's better that you didn't.
We're going to do the same thing we did yesterday, right? We're going to talk you through a little bit how King of the Sea works. In case you're new, you don't know yet. We do, of course, also have a prediction campaign running again, right? That's going to be active for, I think the next whole hour from when you see this almost. And you'll be able to win King of the Sea camouflages by predicting who's going to be first, second, and third today. So we'll be spamming those links until they expire. Go ahead, make your prediction, and then sometime late next week, you'll be getting some camouflages, including the ones from predictions you may have done yesterday. Should we have a look at what we're going to see today?
Yes. Let's take a look at the schedule and what we've already seen yesterday.
Yes.
Because if you missed it yesterday, of course, was the round of best of 16 and then the quarterfinals. The teams that made it through are Yoink, Rain, Oh Boy, and Shaft. With the current King of the Sea in Europe, BanCV actually being already thrown out. So that was a very interesting match to see, and now the question is who's going to take the crown and all of the goodies that come with it. In terms of the broadcast today, you can already see here right next to us what we're going to be broadcasting. We're in a good position. We can actually give you both of the semifinals, and then we will be broadcasting both the match for the third place and also, of course, the grand finals, which is going to be a best of 5, while the other matches are going to be a best of 3 setup.
Yes, we've got a nice long broadcast lined up, and judging by the games we saw yesterday, it's going to be quite exciting. I don't know if I have a favorite yet. I mean, obviously...
Wasn't it Extreme?
Extreme did extremely well. But no, I mean, Rain really impressed as well by their showing. But, like Yoink, Oh Boy played well. Shaft did great. Like everybody, this is going to be good.
Yes, absolutely. And the good thing is that, the reason also why I think being able to show you the match for the third place, it's very important because this is not over after this broadcast. No, we will also have the NA finals, and next weekend is going to be the international final broadcast where we're going to have the best top 3 teams of each cluster duking it out who's going to be the international King of the Sea with, for the very first time in King of the Sea, a $30,000 prize cash pool, which should be very, very interesting. And I'm sure that the bragging rights are always nice to have, right? And probably the most important thing to most of the competitive players, but getting some extra money for being that good is, I think, a nice incentive.
Indeed. So, and that's the important thing to note is that all 3 teams that place 1, 2, and 3 today are going to be able to participate and win the top prize pool. But the way it's going to work is that the top 1 team from each region will not play in the first round of the international. So it'll be second and third teams duking it out, and then they'll be playing against first place teams. We can talk a bit about that later, but it's going to be, I think, reasonably straightforward. It'll be 2 days with a day 1 of qualifications and then a day 2 that's going to look exactly like our day looks here today. Cool. Today, teams will be playing for an EU prize pool, of course, the coveted King of the Sea flag, which they'll be able to hoist on their ships until they get their title taken away from them. So this is a flag that you're only allowed to keep if you are the current reigning King of the Sea.
Which means that they're literally taking it away from BanCV now.
Yes. Yes, I look. Yeah, I in the before, like I think it was two tournaments ago. I literally like 5 minutes after the game had ended, where they lost. I took it away, and it was. I felt a bit mean. We're gonna wait until we have a new King of the Sea, and I have to remove it from them. A few other things, of course. We have Twitch drops active today. So by watching 90 minutes of this broadcast, or indeed any of the other King of the Sea broadcasts that are available in many languages, including Russian, French, German. I think there is a not sure if we have Polish today. There's a Russian broadcast, Spanish broadcast. So there's a lot of streamers for you to choose from. If you would like to watch someone else, these drops are active everywhere. After watching 90 minutes, you can claim a mission, and completing that mission will give you a King of the Sea container. You want that King of the Sea container because it contains the collection items, and completing the King of the Sea collection will net you a Tier 7 premium container, which contains a random free Tier 7 premium ship.
Yes, just as a
That's pretty
reminder,
cool.
if you're new to this and you don't know how Twitch drops work, you have to make sure that your account is linked. You can do that just through the account management on your Wargaming portal, depending on what region you are from. And then all you have to do is watch, claim it, and for you to be able to receive it in-game, you have to, if you're currently logged into the game, you have to relog, because the crediting of the item or the mission that you just claimed is triggered by the login into the game.
Yes.
So that's how it works.
I'm just noticing you're not wearing the King of the Sea t-shirt.
No, because I do wash my clothes, and
It's
I
over
don't
there.
want. That's the other one. I can.
The new
I
one.
can,
Okay,
For
so
next weekend, you have to have variety.
Quick shout out, guys. If you want to have something to remember King of the Sea 12 by, you can pick up a King of the Sea 12 t-shirt in our Teespring store.
Why don't you wear it today?
Because the one I ordered was not big enough.
So
I want to be able to blame this on the way that the t-shirt's cut, that it's particularly small, which is also a case, but it's also that quarantine wasn't kind to us.
not at all.
So
It doesn't help. It was a very, very cold month. Not just month, winter in
Yes.
general, and spring in Prague. So
Yes.
I have to say
everybody
that
was stuck inside legally and also by necessity. The King of the Sea camouflage here, by the way, this is the one that you can get by correctly predicting the correct outcome for today. So please go make your predictions now.
they have
the
fantastic
link is in chat.
fantastic bony. If Evan is in chat, then he will appreciate me saying this.
Yes.
Fantastic bony, especially if you need free XP. And the
Yes.
cool thing is, so you can get 3 if you predict the correct winner, and 2 for each of the correct guesses for second and third place. We'll drop the link throughout the stream, and you will be able to enter your prediction until 3:45 CEST or 1:45 in UTC. So you can also take a bit of time, and see how the first match develops if you want to get a little bit of an advantage, maybe, and then make a guess.
Yep. But I think that's going to be the point where I say goodbye now, and we're going to introduce the first of our 2 commentators, which is the amazing Mr. Painzor. You can find him at twitch.tv/Painzor. You should absolutely follow him there for all the googly-eyed goodness that you could possibly want. I'm going to be in the background running the technical side of things, but you'll find me active in Twitch chat. So if you want to chat to me, that's where I'm going to be for most of the broadcast. So goodbye, and I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Chrysanthos and Painzor. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Conway. And welcome, Painzor. Hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Good. I'm hyped about the games. I think we have a really cool set of matches coming up. And for those who don't know you yet, maybe give a little bit of an introduction of who you are, why you like competitive, and why the googly eyes. Are you being watched?
I don't know, they just seem to follow me around everywhere. I am Penzo. I'm an EU community contributor. I speak English, allegedly, and I've been a community contributor since January of this year. I somehow ended up with a propensity of putting googly eyes on ships and little animations, and it seems to have spread and taken off, and I'm not quite sure why, but here we are. It's 9 months later, and here I am casting the King of the Sea finals. It's like, what? How did this happen?
Googly eyes. Apparently, the googly eyes, they watch over you.
Yeah, it turns out.
Perfect. Then, for those who don't know what King of the Sea is about, let's talk a little bit about the format. In general, King of the Sea is kind of like the pinnacle of competitive that we have. It's a tier 10 setup where you're going to be playing in 9 versus 9, but we have certain restrictions, Painzor. Let's maybe go through that first.
Yeah, there's a maximum of 2 battleships per team. There is no maximum on the number of destroyers and cruisers you have, but there are no aircraft carriers allowed, and so far no submarines allowed either.
Exactly. This, if you for example watched yesterday and you had some questions around like, oh, what are the limitations? What's happening? Can teams, for example, bring several of the same ships? That is absolutely possible. Yesterday we saw, for example, teams bring like 4 Klebers, and this is within the rules. The teams, it's up to the team to decide what kind of lineup they want to bring, as long as it's within the ships that we just mentioned. You might also see that certain ships are going to be banned, as we are displaying right here next to us. There is a global ban for the tournament, which is actually the Petropavlovsk. How was this ship banned? The King of the Sea server, the Discord server, actually voted on this to have like a global. No, Mr. Conway, am I wrong?
Voice from the off. It was part of registration. So when a team
Oh,
registers, they could nominate a ship to ban.
Okay, perfect. So, and that was the officially banned ship for this season. It might get unlocked for the next one, depending on what the teams are going to choose. But also each team for the entire series of, for example, the semifinals, they get to pick one ship they can ban. So they could, for example, say, "Hey, I don't want to see the Des Moines," or "I don't want to see, for example, the Yamato." Each team gets that, but they cannot change it throughout one series. They can only then pick another ship when they get to the next stage of the tournament. On top of that, one thing to highlight, there are also certain ship restrictions in terms of what ships players can pick, depending on the availability. So we have certain ships that just have been recently added to the Research Bureau, for example, which is the Vampire 2 that just was added like 2 weeks ago. And usually we have a banning period of 6 months for ships through the Research Bureau. And then if there's a new tech tree line, for example, the Italian battleships, they have to be available for at least 1 month to be allowed to be picked in the tournament. And if a ship like the Thunder or Somers or Smoland that is currently not available to players through any means is in the game, then we don't allow it for King of the Sea as well. This is just to make sure that everybody has kind of like the same chances and the same ships available to fight against each other, so that a team wouldn't have an advantage just because they have access to ships the other team doesn't have. Yeah. Looking at the maps, we have here a lineup of 7 maps. We've seen a lot of Crash Zone Alpha, Northern Waters yesterday, a little bit of Trap, Loop, and Land of Fire. Throughout the tournament, you will be seeing that teams can actually ban maps. And Painzer, how does that work?
Yeah, each team decides which of the maps they would want to ban, and then the enemy team, so it goes, I think it goes map ban, ship ban, ship ban. No, it's the ship. How does it work again? You remind me.
So it's quite straightforward. So team A bans a map, then team B bans a map. Then they both choose a map that was not banned, obviously.
Right.
And then the spawns are going to be picked by the other team. So let's say, for example, there's Team Painzor. Team Painzor picks Crash Zone Alpha, then Team Crescentus would be able to pick the spawn. So it's not like everything is in the favor of one team, but it's kind of like you get to decide the map, but you cannot pick your favorite spawn. And then the same thing would be happening for the other team. And the third map is going to be a randomly selected map with a randomly selected spawn, just to make sure there's no, advantage for one of the teams. It's just random. Great.
Are our map bans blind? I know our ship bans are blind.
I think so. Perfect. Cool. And with this, we can, I think, already start talking about the next match that we'll be seeing, which is going to be the first quarterfinal match. It's going to be the Yoink versus Old Boy match. And of course, you're curious who's going to be casting this. For this King of the Sea, we actually have 2 new casters. We have Statsblock and Maltese Knight. And I think it's a good time to actually bring them in and let them say hello and introduce themselves to the audience. Hello, Statsblock and Maltese. How are you doing today?
Good. Excellent.
I'm all right.
So for those who don't know, you give a little bit of an introduction. Let's maybe start with Maltese. Maltese had a very, very long day yesterday because he was not only casting the EU part of King of the Sea, he was also casting the NA part. So hello, Maltese.
Hello, I'm Maltese Knight. I'm a community contributor, an NA one actually, even though I live in EU. It's because I signed up on NA a long time ago and I never decided to switch around. But I got invited to cast EU KOTS here, and I'm really excited, of course. And well, yeah, I just play randoms all the time, and I'm an ex-comp player. Well, not ex-comp player. I still play comp like clan battles, but I played KOTS previously and Verizon, so I kind of understand how it works,
After winning the Verizon Cup, he's just like, I've reached the top. I'll just now talk about things. And Statsblock, introduce yourself, please, as well.
Hi, I'm Stats. I'm an EU CC, and I do actually live in EU, arguably.
Do we?
Is that technically
Yeah, it's
correct
kind
by
of
now?
debatable at the moment. Yeah, well, geographically at least. And so I've never competed in KOTS, but I do belong to a clan who yesterday actually went out in the last 8, which was really cool. So I do have that knowledge to tap into, at least, and I'm in the periphery of them training, so I know what goes into a KOTS team being successful. But fortunately, Maltese has had some significant competitive experience, and so I'll be essentially representing the normal player of the game during this commentary, and then Maltese is representing more of the experienced player who knows what they're doing.
Perfect. Thank you very much. With this, we'll actually send you back into the void, and then we'll hand over for the actual commentary for the game. Thank you so much, guys. We'll then get to you in like a few minutes, depending on when the teams are ready. Oh, yeah, Paintzor. Yoink, actually being a team that already won against BanCV and advanced here, even though it's their first King of the Sea, which comes as a bit of a surprise. Playing against a team, oh boy, they have a bit of competitive. I say a bit, they've already played in several King of the Seas. They haven't been around from the very beginning, but both teams here, I wouldn't say like the teams you would have expected to make it here compared to, for example, BanCV at this stage. And we see the ship bands they brought, and I'm very happy to see this because I was always surprised to not see the Moines band so far. And we actually now have the ship bands. Yoink banned the Des Moines, and Oh Boy banned the Alexander Nevsky. What do you think?
I
Where's
think
this
the
come
Des
from?
Moines ban is a very interesting ban. I don't think we've seen a Des Moines ban so far, but the Des Moines brings so much like map control, radar coverage for those caps with very long radar duration, around 50 seconds when you max out all the commander talents and you add the modules. And just that's so much damage per minute that you're removing from that. I mean, you can replace it with assailant, but it's not quite the same thing. You have a much shorter radar range. You might not even bring a radar, you might bring Hydro instead of an assailant. So the Des Moines is a very interesting ban. The Nevsky, this is what we saw yesterday. People just don't want to have to push into that thing, especially when combined with a smoke screen. What are your thoughts?
Yes, Mr. Comey just highlighted to me there's currently a prediction campaign already running. So if you're new to this, we have a new feature where we're going to use channel points. So you can basically bet on who's going to win the first match. And it's all just for bragging rights. And you can, I don't know, for now, you can basically just build a very, very big bunker with a lot of channel points. There's no big functionality that we have for this for now, but it's just like a fun thing to do. And of course, you can always use the prediction campaign at least for the next 45 minutes to get at least some prizes if you predict the correct winner. So yeah, the first match we're going to be seeing is on Warriors Path. And if you're wondering, like, how do these teams actually, like, who are they? Where are they from? So both of these teams, actually German teams. Oh boy, completely from Germany, and also Yoink is completely from Germany. So this is kind of like the German semifinals here, and they both want to advance, of course, as far as possible, and we'll have to see who's going to get closer. Now, for Warriors Path, is there anything special you would expect these teams to bring?
Well, normally I would expect some sort of Nevsky for the air cap or a Des Moines for the positioning around the islands, but they've both been banned, so this could bring a lot of new things in. Usually we see the like you can bring in Stalingrads and Moscow still for your static radar cruisers, but with the removal of the Des Moines, some of these angles that you normally would have a cruiser up close in, that's not going to be available to you anymore. So I'm very interested to see what people bring to replace with that.
Yes, I'm also curious to see whether we're going to see the Kleber setup again that we've seen by Rain being deployed very, at least in some matches, very efficiently. And it did surprise at least some of the teams in the way they used them. So that will be up for us to decide. The team apparently still needs a little bit of time to assemble. Just for your context, like how this works in the background, if you're wondering like why are these guys talking so much. So the teams have to assemble in a training room. Where then
I
we're
also
going
need to assemble in that training room.
yeah, please do so. Where we're going to have, because it's also quite not like a new feature, but something that we've added, I think, last year, the spectator mode, where we have the teams actually assembling on, of course, Team A, Team B. The enemy team is actually not able to see what kind of ships they're fielding until they jump into battle, and then the spectators are able to actually show you everything. This will be something you can see them with Statsblock and Maltese Knight, because they have the functionality to show you the point of view of Team A, the point of view of Team B, and the full point of view for somebody who has full access to everything. We were able to see torpedoes and both teams. So that should be very interesting. And of course, the teams need to assemble. And if we might have a hiccup later today, both teams have the chance to call for a restart. If, let's say, for example, one of the players would disconnect in the first minute of the match, we can call a restart, and then we would come back, restart the match, but that can only happen once. And then
Yeah, quick voice from the off. We may have a short delay. We have a luxury problem because obviously our training room can hold a certain amount of players and 40 spectators, and we are occupying all 40 slots. So currently the logistics of getting everybody allocated where they need to go are taking a little bit longer, but we should be ready to kick off in a few minutes.
Yes, actually, we doubled the size of spectators in the spectator room for King of the Sea to be able to host as many streamers as possible. So I hope you can see how many people actually streaming King of the Sea at the same time, also from other clusters. I think it's a really cool thing to see by now, that just how big this tournament has become and how many people want to cover it and want to see it and want to be part of it. So that's always something very, very cool for me. Like, King of the Sea actually started as a grassroots community tournament, not by the company saying like, hey, you know what we need now is a competitive World of Warships tournament, but no, it was actually players building this for players. And over the past, by now, how many years, Mr. Conway? 5 years? Is it 5 already?
Oof.
Was it late 2016? I think, right?
I think
like winter 2016 was the first time we ran the Odin Mortis Cup, and then
the Winter King.
And then the Winter King, exactly. So it's been a very, very long time, and I'm just happy to see that by now we have it on all different clusters, and we get to have this as one big competitive event that is spanning all over the world, and you will also be able to see the teams then clashing next week. Cool.
Also, a quick update. Chat is heavily favoring Oh Boy with 809,000 channel points versus... Yoink is leading with 809,000 versus Oh Boy with 378,000. So roughly 2-1 odds that chat is giving for Yoink to win this.
Yes, and I'm a bit surprised by this because, I mean, Yoink, it's not like Yoink got the easy way into this tournament, right? They did win all of their matches. They won against Ban CV. They did win against Surya in the best of 16, and yesterday they also won against Throws. So this is not like an easy team to win against. So while I know that a lot of people are in favor of Oh Boy and their partner clan Yeah Boy, of course, very experienced players, and we'll have to see who's going to be the best one. Oh Boy has, I guess, a little bit of an advantage by already having more King of the Sea experience. This is something you might see present to a certain degree. I think it was visible yesterday, for example, when we saw Shaft versus the A team, where Shaft was able to bring very map-specific setups, while the A team brought a more of like general setup. They brought on the kind of like the same setup on the two maps, because I guess that was the setup they felt the most comfortable with. And over time, the teams accumulated a lot of experience and a good understanding of which setups work best for specific maps, and kind of grow out of the clan battles. The setup has to work for all maps to like very specific position and map specific, just, kind of lineups and picking specific battleships, specific cruisers. How do you personally feel about the ship variety that we've seen so far in King of the Sea?
I think we've seen quite a lot of the different ships in the game. I'm struggling to think of ships that I haven't seen so far. I know we've seen Venezias, Hindenburgs, Henry IVs. We've seen Kremlins. I haven't seen a Grosser Kurfürst yet. That's one of the ships that I haven't seen yet. So,
it's probably not the ship you want to bring to competitive. It's simply like, especially with like a secondary build.
Tell that to Ban CV. I've seen some excellent plays. Maybe not on the maps, but like Tears of the Desert specifically, I've seen some amazing GK players. So, it's not the worst ship in the world.
The thing is that, the one thing you always have to remember about games that work like this, right? You know exactly the map you want to play, and is really about winning. You're going to bring the best possible ship that gives you the tools that you need to achieve that goal. And usually a Kurfürst, for example, it's a good ship, but it's kind of focused on secondaries. It has good armor, but it doesn't have the most accurate guns, and it kind of needs to be in a specific position to get the best out of the ship. While if you want to, for example, in King of the Sea, hit certain cruises, you're probably going to go for bigger turrets. You will usually see teams bringing battleships with at least 457mm guns to be able to deal with the cruisers that are bow on and to just deal the maximum amount of damage there while dropping off some other aspects of the ship. So this is usually why you see specific battleships. We've seen on the other hand, we've seen some Montanas, which I was very happy about. And the one thing yesterday, I watched a little bit of the NA broadcast, and you have people like William the Tank, right? That guy in a Montana is always dangerous.
I saw Montana dev striking a Des Moines straight through the bow last night. I think it was on Malta's stream. It's just those things shouldn't happen anymore. It's like it's been a while since I've seen Montana be this competitively viable, and I'm very interested to see like how much. Like it seems to be more of an NA thing bringing the Montana, so maybe we'll see some more of it in EU too.
It's still a very strong battleship, but if you, for example, want to play against a lot of bow-on targets and you want to make sure that you're going to penetrate, then it's probably better to take something like a Yamato. We've also seen a lot of Conquerors actually being part of King of the Sea, which is something we haven't really seen in the previous ones, at least not utilized that heavily. The Conqueror, of course, having the advantage of a very strong heal and very strong HE, I guess together with the Deadeye skill that is currently still around, which will be patched out with the next update, is giving it a certain advantage. But we've seen the Conquerors even brawl a lot. So I think that was for me like one of the most surprising picks, that it actually became part of certain compositions, not with like a double Conqueror pick, but for example, teaming up with a Yamato or a Republic as a kind of combination in terms of the ship lineup.
Yeah, well, with the removal of the Thunderer, since that is now removed from Sail, it's became banned in King of the Sea as well. And Conqueror is the next best thing to take over that role. You have the long range HE, especially combined with Deadeye, you can burn the other battleships to the ground. Like we have seen Conquerors played in the past in King of the Sea in previous seasons as well. Very famous incident involving a certain Angel Stone beaching broadside in his Conqueror. That's one of the highlights, one of my favorite highlights of King of the Sea. But yeah, they're becoming a lot more popular this time around.
Yeah, so you will see that a lot of teams will bring different compositions really tailored to the map. Same thing is true for example, for the destroyers. We have a very limited amount of destroyers that are able to field the radar, and we've seen some Yu-Yangs, but
They've
very
always been
sparsely.
smoke. The Yu-Yangs have been seeing have been legendary module and a smoke screen, but they've usually been backed up by a radar cruiser in the form of either a Minotaur or a Alexander Nevsky. Not going to be seeing any Nevskys today. Well, not in this series anyway, since it's banned. Or Des Moines, actually. We've seen that as the replacement for the Nevsky in some of these smoke screens. So I'd be interested to see if we do see any smoke play, what kind of ships we're going to be putting in there. Because your options are now limited to Minotaur or a Stalingrad and Moskva for your radar control. And I don't really think you want to bring. You could probably get away with a Salem, but that's a very short range radar. So I'm very interested to see what they put in smoke screens, if anything.
That's why I love, because usually what these teams do is they kind of put the radar job on the cruisers, wouldn't really deploy the destroyers. And with that, actually, the destroyers will either be the cap contesters, or they will actually try to just deploy a smoke screen to hide the radar cruisers and basically protect their HP for as long as possible. Now, just as you said, like the Salem, if you don't know, like Des Moines versus Salem, they have the same hull, but the Salem gets the better heal. But the big trade-off is a shorter range radar, which means that you have to be significantly closer compared to the 10-kilometer radar from the Des Moines. And the other options with the Minotaur, yes, it can go for a radar, but it loses the smoke. And the Minotaur is already a very, very squishy ship. You will, if you see a Minotaur, always keep an eye on it, because it has to go into very precarious situations, always living on the edge, and doesn't really have a very strong plating, and is very easy to delete from the map. So whoever plays the Minotaur, he's dancing. He's dancing with death very bravely. Exactly. And otherwise, we only have Moskva and Stalingrad. Stalingrad already got a shorter duration radar for this patch, and it will get a shorter one for the next one, which is currently not deployed yet, but it currently has 25 seconds. And the Moskva also has a shorter duration radar compared to the Des Moines. So that might really impact how teams are going to be interacting with caps, because now you have the ability to kind of trigger a radar, and if there's no second radar to back it up, gives the destroyers much more just freedom to either get the caps or to also get around.
Yeah.
And I see the teams are now finally ready. So Painter, what's your first guess? Who's going to take this?
I'm gonna give this one to Oh Boy, I suppose. They're both very evenly matched, though.
Okay, this map is actually Yoink's pick, Warriors Path. So I will give it to Yoink. They have been very impressive, and I think they have the things needed to actually beat Oh Boy. Chat, let us know, who do you think is going to take this one? Is it going to be Yoink or the Oh Boy community? You can drop it in chat, but also make sure to give us your prediction in the prediction campaign. We will now hand it over to Maltese Knight and Statsblock, who will be commentating this match for you. I hope you're going to enjoy it. We'll see you on the other side. Take care.
Hello and welcome to this first best of 3 semi-final, Yoink versus Oh Boy. We've got Yoink here in the green team, and they have a Conqueror, a Yamato, Venezia, Moskva, Stalingrad, Double Daring, Marceau, and Shimakaze. So 4 destroyers for Yoink. And Maltese has the Oh Boy picks over on the red side.
For Oh Boy, we've got a Bourgogne Shikishima, a Salem double Moskva Stalingrad, and a Gearing double Kleber. So we got steel battleships on our side, Bourgogne Shikishima.
And I see immediately the 2 Klebers from Oh Boy are heading together over to the A cap, hoping to get that double quick cap, I think.
Maybe. You always like when they stick them together, though. Because when they separate up, they are actually weaker when they separate up, so lovely to see them actually going to the same cap together.
Yeah, I guess this enables them to get that double tick on the cap, get the cap quickly, and join up with their reload boosters, because Kleber has that reload booster on the main battery, and it can wreck anything that gets spotted. So let's say the Marceau wanders in on its own, it's going to get a face full of Kleber reload booster.
The issue I can see here is the Shima Marceau are going together, and the thing is they will outspot the Klebers,
Yes.
maybe. So could be an issue for the Klebers, but we'll see.
So I'm assuming that neither of these Klebers is legendary, which means that their detection is going to be pretty large.
7.8, yeah.
Yeah, which means that the Shima massively outspots them. So the spotting power that Shima brings is huge. Of course, the Moskva, who is sitting back here, Lappen, will eventually be able to radar the Shima if it gets close enough. But looks like the Shima is going to stay pretty cautious right now. Let's have a look at B. So we've got Daring of CVs are in a fine state from Yoink. Going into B, capping. Stalingrad is there with the radar.
Nothing's really there to contest him, so he's probably going to end up taking that cap for free.
And then over on C, a little bit further away for the ships, but Daring, not the fastest destroyer in the world, is going to get there, it looks like, first. Gearing of Enden is just slowing down, there to provide a smoke if necessary, I think, for totally balanced in Oh Boy's Salem.
Mm-hmm.
Shots fired over on A.
Oh, we
Biz,
have an engagement on the Marshal.
Yes, Biz under heavy fire from that double reload booster. Already down to 10.5. Also, obviously does not have a heal, so that's going to be Biz's health for the rest of this game here. The larger ships also exchanging fire. Conqueror of Tenchiwa receiving some HE. We've seen a lot of Conqueror this series, and we were talking about this quite a lot yesterday, and we think it's because it receives HE really well, and with Deadeye it enables you to get that HE on target far more accurately than previously in King of the Sea, which is why maybe we didn't see it quite so much last time.
And last time there was also Thunders available, so people tended to bring that over a Conqueror. Well, because of the dispersion, really, but
yeah,
it also has really good AP.
There's quite a few ships in that the unavailability ban list that are actually pretty. Last time were fairly
Very
strong
popular.
in the meta, yeah, like Smarland, for example.
Yeah.
So it's very. I think not having those ships has actually created quite a lot of variability with the comps that teams are bringing. Okay, Shikishima on the other side, Eternal Titan from Oh Boy has taken a bit of fire, down about 20k. Just moving in underneath the A cap here, returning fire on Tenchiwa.
Well, Oh Boy actually have 2 battleships on the A side, actually, I just realized, so they don't really have too much cross-map potential here. Especially
that's true,
since
actually. I hadn't
Bourgogne is
noticed.
like on the one line.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's quite often you will see a Bourgogne, even in randoms, being used on a flank like this, because then you can turn and kite, you can turn in, and you can run up the border, and you can catch cruisers broadsides as you run up the border. That's really what Bourgogne is designed to do. But yeah, no, you're right. Having both of these battleships over on this side does mean that they're a bit light in terms of hitting potential over on the sea cap side. Okay, we've got shots out. Yep. So
smoked out the Salem. He's farming the Moskva so far. Should be safe from radar.
Tambor in the Daring is just backed into Charlie. So typically, you can see Horny Wiki over there in the Moskva. Typically, that cruiser will be looking for the cap to start ticking, to know that there's a destroyer in there, and then the caller usually will call for a radar when everyone's ready to shoot.
There it is, the radar. Got reset, got pushed out of the cap.
Typically, you'll also then see the destroyer get to safety, or if they're in open water, just try to dodge the shells as best they can. And then you'll probably see Tambor now, once the radar is down, just reverse back into the cap and cap it while the radar is on cooldown. We've got Venezia of Tobert up here on the 10 line. Probably trying to drop shots down onto Wookiee. No, actually, he's looking at the smoke. Maybe hoping to get...
On the B cap, the Kleber seem to have split up, so one was left at A, and one of them's on the B cap. He's actually running it in. Right? I think he's just going to sit at either the edge of the cap, or he's going to run at the Daring. I don't think he's going to run at the Daring.
Radar out from Climax in the Stalingrad.
They do know he's there now. I mean...
No one really that can get shots. You've got Marceau, Biz there, but with the current health pool of Biz, I'm not sure they really want to expose Biz to any shots. Because even one volley from that Shikishima could do significant damage. And they might need this Marceau a little bit later on, so...
for sure, it's too risky, I think.
Okay, so let's take a step back and look at the point situation. So we've got the Oh Boy team currently with the only points income, although Yoink are about to get the C cap. So currently you've got Oh Boy ahead on points, but the points difference is not very large. So currently anyone's game, pretty much. Torp's just coming harmlessly past the back of Pink Camouflage there in the Kleber over on A. Shima has actually, Flaxer has actually retired to quite a long distance from the cap here.
Yeah, he's sitting quite far away, especially since he spots that Kleber. And they know the other Kleber's on B, so he knows he can maybe be a bit more aggressive on this flank.
It looks like Pink Camouflage is slowly reversing, trying to sort of feel out for where this Conqueror is.
He's
and
about
where
to get spotted, though.
is. Yes. Definitely
he just
coming.
got spotted?
Okay. So let's see what happens. I mean, a Conqueror volley against a Kleber at that range.
On B. Kleber is YOLOing the Daring, full speed. There is the Marceau to defend him, though. I mean, he can't die for this, because the cap will stay in Yoink's hands.
Yeah, if it's a trade and the cap doesn't change hands, that's not good for Oh Boy.
Especially if they didn't kill the Daring.
Okay, well, it looks 3 points for the torpedoes. Can he dodge?
Can he dodge? No
Yes.
way. Whoa.
Blind fire misses.
Oh my.
Now,
Lives on 3 HP.
Daring does have a heal, so he will be, as long as he survives.
There's shots coming in?
Yep. Nope. Nope. That was just dispersion. That was actually a good shot.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, not easy to do blind shots with Shiki for sure. So, as long as this Daring survives any more blind fire, the Daring will be able to get back a little bit of health, but not a huge amount. So that rush, I think you can consider that to be a complete failure, because not only did they not kill the Daring, but they also didn't manage to flip the cap.
For that rush to be successful, they literally have to kill the Daring and let the Kleber live to take the cap. Because even if you trade, you still have the cap in Yoink's hands, so it's not worth it to do that.
They're actually pulling the Daring completely out of the cap, so it's not within radar range, so it can get to a safe distance, make sure it gets that heal in. Okay, it looks like over on the C cap, Still just shots being exchanged. Mosfar AP into the broadside. Ooh, I'm glad I caught that. Mosfar into the broadside of Tobert takes a massive smack there. That was several citadels. More AP coming.
He's
Those
down to
fall a little bit
11k.
short. Yep. Running a heal.
He's kited away though, so I think he's gonna be able to run away and go dark. Happy Melvin guy, on the other hand, in the Moskva is also getting farmed by the Salem. So the HP trades down here seem to be in Oboy's favor.
Tell you what, the new fire animations do make this look a lot more dramatic.
Yeah, they did a really good job for sure.
It's an amazing, like the art department always knocks it out of the park, and yeah, that double fire there. Although I'm sure Melvin isn't enjoying it, actually looks amazing. Yeah, Melvin's gonna have to be really careful now because
7 minutes.
If Melvin has to nose forward again and comes under more focus fire from that gearing and the Salem, potentially could go down, especially if these torpedoes are... No, there's no way. Okay, Stalingrad of Young.
Oh boy.
Pushing
Scabbing
into... Yes. And I don't think there's anything that can really be done about that unless Climax has a radar handy, and there are people to shoot.
There is a radar. I think the Moskva just radared and the Daring's trying to reset.
He does get the reset.
He does.
I think Young will choose to just stay there because when that radar goes down, he will still be sitting there in the cap and will be able to just cap out. Stalingrad, pretty tanky, 57,000 left. He can easily just sit there and tank. Those torpedoes that are coming are nowhere near.
Yeah, I know. The Daring is back at it. I think he's blind firing right now. But he did get the blind reset.
Does get another little reset. One shell, by the way, is not enough to do a complete reset. So you'll notice that the cap tick, if you look at the diamond on the cap, is not going to be completely reset by one shell hit, but there you go. The Daring actually managing to find the mark now.
Also, I believe if you hit right next to the target with HE, you also get the reset.
Absolutely.
So you don't actually have to hit the target.
Splash damage will definitely do that. Okay, yeah, they're just going to keep him reset. The problem he's got now is that even if the radar is down, the Marceau is there to spot.
Yeah.
And also the Daring can just hold the right mouse button down and just keep aiming at the same spot, so Stalingrad is probably going to have to back off.
Maybe it could have been better to contest from the other side of the island.
Oh, I don't know what happened, but Tenshi's health just disappeared. I'm assuming that was Sheikah. Yeah, it felt like Sheikah, yeah. Interestingly, Tenshi hasn't run the heal yet.
Not yet, actually. So, does he have it?
There is AP coming from the Stalingrad.
Oh, he's down to 6k. Wait. 4? You might get a heal back
Tenshi might actually go down. I'm trying to keep my camera on Young as well. Yeah, Tenshi goes down in the background there. Kleber is rushing Shima.
He does dodge the torpedoes. He's running at the Shima.
Okay,
but the Marceau's going to come back to support him.
Shima cannot outrun a Kleber. No way. But Biz is there. But Biz is on really low health.
He is. I think Camouflage is still spotted actually making this run. He needs to get into that smoke for a bit.
Yeah, so...
I wonder if he has a reload booster available too.
Camouflage is probably going to... Because Shima is just going to keep running. Camouflage is probably going to have to deal with the Marceau first.
Yeah.
Then deal with... Oh, no, okay. Okay, Biz is now definitely spotted, so...
He's going to go for Biz, I think, right? No, he wants the Shima. Shima can go dark, though.
Yeah. Okay, switches to Biz. That's what I was expecting. Now, the thing is, the Shima's guns are not to be underestimated. That Japanese HE will hit you really hard.
They're pretty good. But I think he's not going to make use of them here.
No, Flax is going to try and escape and go dark, I think.
Tambor does go down on the 10 line.
So that's going to open up that C-cap for the gearing potentially to get it in. You've just got you've got the Moskva and the Stalingrad radar actually potentially.
I mean, I think the gearing can contest it. He just has to dodge like 2 Venezia salvos at most. Maybe just angle to them. It'll be fine.
I think Pink Camouflage, I think, has decided to be a little bit cautious with this engagement. He may be waiting for his reload booster to come back. That's possible.
Could be the reason.
Also,
I
the
think
Burgoyne is coming up to support.
the Oh Boy Stalingrad's probably gonna make a step into B again. He's trying to
Yep.
get the Yoink Stalingrad out.
Down to 15k.
From 50k,
14,
but he knocked
13.
him down to 5k too.
Both teams neck and neck on the points. 850 to 830.
Yamato shot out on Stalingrad. Can he arc this island? He can.
Yes. So B will stay in Yoink's hands. Yoink's with the points advantage right now, but Gearing is capping C.
Yoink Stalingrad goes down. So they did trade. Salem's going to make a step into C here, and he's going to be in a safe spot where nothing can really shoot him except for the Moskva, but he does outtrade the Moskva, so he's okay about that. Oh boy, are actually going to end up taking C here, probably.
Let's
Kleber
see.
is running at the Marceau.
I'm
The
pretty
Marceau
sure
spotted.
when the Gearing and the Salem are finished capping C, I'm pretty sure that the points is... Yep, it's going to switch. So 155 on the points clock for Yeah Boy, Oh Boy. Sorry, I keep saying Yeah Boy because...
There's one Yeah Boy player.
There's
yeah.
one Yeah Boy player on the Oh Boy team. Okay, Melvin exchanging with Salem.
Salem should end up winning that trade. Thing is, oh, there's Ghost Flaxer. The thing is, oh boy, have a 200k HP advantage right now, 200k HP. So
Yeah. No, if you look
They
at the
have-
top there, you can see 95k to 288k. That's the current total health pools of each team.
so
So massive advantage here for Oh Boy. Melvin's
there's
going to
another
go
kill for
down.
the Bourgogne.
Yep, that's now 75k left on the Yoinks HP pool. Massive, massive map domination here. They've got 3/4 of the map. Oh boy, yep, and that's the match. Okay, so Oh Boy go 1-0 up against Yoink. This is a best of 3. So we'll be coming back for a second game to see whether we're going to go 1-1. Whether Oh Boy are going to go through to the finals. I'll pass back now to Prague for a little bit of analysis.
That was a great start into this day of King of the Sea, and Oh Boy actually took the first point on Yoink's map pick. Let's discuss it with Painzor and Private Penguin. Welcome back, guys. So,
Hi.
Pingu, what
Yeah?
what did you think about the strategies both teams deployed, especially Yoink's strategy?
Yoink started with 4 DDs. That was 1 DD more than the team of Oh Boy had. I think this could have worked out if there was not one situation in the beginning, right in the beginning, forced by Oh Boy. There were 2 Klebers pushing into the cap really, really fast. A mini wolf pack if you want to. And they catch the Marceau that should have been there to protect the Shimakaze of Yoink. And they catch the Marceau and they halved the HP of the ship already in the beginning, so it was really, really hard for the Marceau. I think he didn't even fight back because he knew if he would have shot, he would have been spotted and he would have been dead right there. That gave Oh Boy the opportunity to hold the A flank a little bit better, and yeah, I think there were a lot of interesting points in the match, especially in the Bravo cap. What did you
Yeah.
think about that situation, Painzor?
Well, okay, so we have a daring parked up in the middle island here. He's just sitting there. He's like, "Oh, this is my island. I'm just gonna chill here. I've got some buddies back up." All of a sudden, wait, was it the green Kleber or the red Kleber?
As well,
the red
a red Kleber.
Red Clever, so we'll just use this one here. Actually, no, it came from there and then came back, didn't it? And then it came up here, and then he rushed up and round, and somehow he didn't have torpedoes loaded or something, but there was another green DD here shooting him as he came around the corner. He didn't have torpedoes ready or something, and he ended up leaving the daring on 3 health. And this 3 health daring then proceeded to, like this Kleber's dead. This daring then smoked up his friendly Stalingrad when he was being crossfired from over here and farmed down, which meant this siege that they're trying to start is going to take so much longer to try and like break down. Just simply, and then he also healed up another 6,000 health. Chris.
Yes, for me, this was like, I think they were like, for the three caps really had their own story, right? But I think the biggest problem was I didn't really see the shimmer work. Because initially, when they had this engagement, as Pingo already said, with the double Kleber versus the Marceau lost most of its fighting capability because he couldn't take on the Kleber one by one. So Oh Boy really struggled to actually make the Klebers pay for that first initial push, and they also didn't get the cap. Right, so that's like, if you bring more DDs, you want to get the cap control, and you want to make the enemy pay for getting these caps back, which didn't really happen here. And that also meant that they kind of gave Oh Boy free reign over the A cap. They couldn't really come back from this. And the Marceau was trying to relocate to B, then coming back to A, and couldn't really help with any of the caps. I think it was a bit of a mistake by Oh Boy pushing that Kleber in, because I think they had a pretty firm grip of A anyway. And on C, despite not having like direct control of the cap and losing the cap after a while, the Salem was just farming the Moskva and the Yamato and the Venezia just down. Like the Moskva and the Salem did so much work on that flank, basically making the HP disadvantage that Yoink already had from the beginning by fielding ADD instead of a large cruiser even bigger. I think at minute 10, and I noted it down for myself because I found it very interesting, there was 150k HP difference between Yoink and Oh Boy. So you would have, yes, you have like 60, 70k in the beginning because of the cruiser, right, and the difference in terms of the BB HP pools. But it just tells you like how well Oh Boy was deploying and using the DPM they had available compared to Yoink. And I think that was the biggest problem of Yoink. At some point, they got the caps back, but they were so low on HP, they couldn't make Oh Boy then pay for the pushes they had to make to get into the caps. They got the Stalingrad on B, but I think ultimately not being able to either push on C or throw them back at A kind of lost the game for Yoink, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, also this the Daring was trying to do some spotting onto this, like try and catch out this Salem who was pushing up in front of a Moskva, in front of a was it Shiki or Yamato over here? I think it was Yamato.
Venezia was there as well.
Oh yeah, the Venezia who randomly took 50,000, I think, from this Moskva. Like that was a disgusting
huge.
salvo.
Yeah.
So this basically, they had no way of stopping this Salem from just farming them down, so they couldn't wrest control over this cap, especially with this Moskva lodged here as well. There was no way of them getting this cap, and if you bring in a 4 DD comp, you need to get the caps early so you can take out points at the end, and they simply were unable to do that.
I think a Shimakaze would have been able to counter the strategy on the 10 line way better than on the Daring it was.
I mean, here we
the
can
torpedo range.
Here we can see it right away, right? In the replay that we just have, Mr. Comic can pause it quickly. That initially the Marceau was pushing up and was even further down than the Shimmer, which is something I didn't really understand, because you want the Shimmer to actually spot for the Marceau. You don't really have the speed, but the one thing that you want the Shimmer to do is use the concealment and use the torpedoes, right? So I think there was probably a bit of a misplay in the way they initially deployed the Shimmer and the Marceau, and I think they were just surprised that the double Kleber would rush into A and then not really sure how to counter it, because the Conquerors from that moment on was just retreating, and they couldn't really push back, and gave them just free reign. For Oh Boy could just decide, okay, where do we want to actually push our cruisers, where we want to deploy the Bourgogne. The Shiki could basically decide, do I want to shoot the Stalingrad, do I want to shoot the Conqueror, without really paying for it compared to the other battleships. So yeah, I think that's, at least for me, I think where Yoink struggled the most, and what kind of was the big mistake initially that just made the game very hard for them.
I think if they'd at some point decided, right, this isn't working, what we need to do is we need to switch over a Shimakaze or Daring. Like, it's crossing the entire map, but then you have what you need on both flanks. You have something to actually fight the Kleber when it pushes out, and you have something that can possibly deal with the smoke screen. It's just, do you really want to go with this 4-minute time investment to swap the DDs over? It's very risky, but I think it might have helped them out.
Yeah, the one thing that surprised me is that I think they didn't really know what to do with the Marceau. From Yoink's side, because they kind of redeployed him from the A-cap, because they knew, okay, against the double Kleber, there's no way we can actually deal with it. But at some point it was clear that, okay, there's only one Kleber, at least for us, hindsight is always 2020, we have the full overview. We knew, okay, there's only one Kleber in A, but they knew that the other Kleber YOLO'd. So that means there's one Kleber left, and to have to kind of deal with it. Like, this Kleber is going to do something. So, yeah. But well played to Oh Boy, and now it's on Yoink to actually take Trap off of Oh Boy, because that's Oh Boy's pick. Now, what do you think is going to happen now with these teams? I mean, Trap would be a great map to run a lot 4 or 5 DD setup if you cannot have Des Moines. So do you think one of the teams might opt in for this, or more for like a general, like, regular double or triple DD setup?
I think Yoink will stick to its tactics with a lot of DDs on this map, especially on this map. And I think
Yeah.
Oh Boy maybe will advance as well, but I guess we have to find out.
Yeah, just as a reminder, so both of these teams banned a radar cruiser. So Yoink banned the Des Moines, and Oh Boy banned the Alexander Nevsky. Plus, the Petropavlos is not available through the tournament band. So, well, Mr. Conway is telling me something.
Quick voice from the off here. Because we are living in the future, of course, we have a 5-minute delay. This will be your very last chance to go and complete our prediction campaign today. You'll find links in the chats wherever you're watching, and you can win King of the Sea camouflages for choosing the correct channels.
Yeah. When you hear this, you
basically.
basically have 2 more minutes.
Yes,
when you hear
so
this.
click quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Yeah, so there's going to be a certain lack of radar cruisers, or very limited radar cruisers. You know, there's either going to be Moskva Stalingrads, which don't have the best concealment, or they're going to deploy short range radars with the Salem. So I'm going to be very curious to see what's going to happen. And the great thing is, the teams are ready. So they will show us what they actually prepared for this map and how they're going to try to win it. So, Painzor, who's taking this?
This is going to go 1-1. I'm always going to say 1-1 for every series. I want to see the 1-1s. I want to go 2-1.
Okay, Bingo?
I think Yoink will win this.
Okay, I have to say that Oh Boy has been very, very impressive here. As much as I wish that Yoink can do this, you know what, Yoink, I do believe he can take this off of them. He had a bad start, but you might do it. Chat, let us know who's going to win, and we'll hand it over to the casters. Enjoy the match.
Hello and welcome back to this best of 3 where Oh Boy are 1-up against Yoink. Yoink in green here. A couple of ship changes. So we've got Conqueror, Yamato, Salem, Venezia, Moskva, Daring, Kleber, Marceau, and Shimakaze for the green team. Yoink, and down the other end, Oh Boy. What have we got?
For Oh Boy, we've got Bourgogne, Slava, Salem, Hindenburg, Venezia, Stalingrad, Gearing, Kleber, Marceau. Now, the Hindenburg, we don't really see it too much, but here you go, it's here. So let's see what they kind of do with it. What were the ship bans against that?
The ship bans for this series, the whole best of 3, were Des Moines and Nevsky.
So Goliath is allowed.
Goliath
right?
is allowed, yes.
So normally teams tend to bring Goliath instead of Hindenburg because it's so much tankier than the Hindenburg. And it can offer better, I think, HE, honestly, than the Hindenburg. So
yeah,
I'm quite interested to see what they're going to do with it.
I guess, I mean, there are differences with the torpedoes, but I mean, both Hindenburg and Goliath both have torpedoes because, you know, one of the things that a Hindenburg or a Goliath might end up doing up on this sea cap is obviously going around the islands up here on the 10 line.
That's true.
And potentially
YOLO.
rushing, say, what would normally be a Des Moines probably, but a cruiser sitting up here that does not have torpedoes. So it could be some reason to do with that. It could be personal preference of the player. This player just happens to be really good in a Hindenburg, so we'll
Possibly.
see. Okay, Slava is an interesting choice. I don't think we've seen a Slava yet.
There's a Slava? Oh, wait. There is.
There is a Slava. Yes.
I even read it. I just passed straight through it. I didn't even notice. And Slava, that's quite interesting, but...
Well,
I'm not sure about that pick.
Slava AP out on Conqueror. Okay, proves itself a little bit with that, you know, initial little chunk on Conqueror.
I mean, it's like 2 pens. I mean, it's not too crazy.
We'll watch that with interest because that's a very interesting pick. We haven't seen one yet.
So teams don't tend to bring Slava just because of its low caliber gun count.
Yeah.
So it's actually 406 and only 9 gun. And its armor
scheme is also
really
not
bad.
that good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely cannot bow tank. So We've got Marceau being pretty aggressive here against the Shima of Flaxer on A. Looks like Venezia will also push in behind, potentially. Yep, actually turning into a kiting position. Venezia does have that smoke, so if it gets in trouble, can potentially use that smoke to escape.
Didn't take too much damage from the other Venezia there. He got kind of lucky for sure. He did actually dodge that pretty well.
Pink Camouflage will head over towards B to counter cap after CV's capped it earlier.
He is. MK Biz is actually coming down from C. He might be turning back around to C, but
Climax here in the corner is, I think, going to have a tough time because you've got the Salem and the Hindenburg over there. So Climax is going to have to make sure this Moskva stays tucked in against that island as much as possible. Because over time, that HE spam is just going to add up and add up. In Camouflage now in B and actually firing. I'm guessing maybe a radar active.
yeah, I think so. Well, he's dark right now, right?
Yeah, he was
Yeah, he's
firing
dark.
on. He was firing. Okay, so we've got Marceau in the A cap is now potentially going to be spotted. Yeah, probably is spotted by Flaxo right now.
He is.
Shima. Like we were saying last match, Shima has excellent detection against a Marceau, although Marceau's detection is better than the Kleber.
Yeah, Marceau detection is 7.0, but Shima's is 5.6, so it outspots it by basically 1.4 kilometers, which is quite a significant amount. Flexer actually launches torps here towards Marcelo, as Marcelo sends these. There's a gap. Ooh.
There is. Marceau does have the acceleration, but escaping away from torpedoes is actually much more difficult than escaping into torpedoes. You'd think it would be the other way around, but actually it's not. Because of the way that ships steer with their rear end, because the rudder is on the back end. You going to be okay with that one? I think he's okay.
I think he's fine.
Yep, that's fine.
CVs are in a fine state, has actually stepped onto the A cap, whilst the Marceau got pushed out, which means he's possibly going to be able to take that. Nothing can really radar him out right now. Pink Camouflage is making his way down, back to A, so maybe we can see a brawl with Klebers, possibly. But
CV's also
gonna
needs to
take
be
his time.
really careful because that Venezia being so close is a real risk. If that Venezia's SAP catches that Kleber at any kind of angle, that could really, really sting.
for sure, he does need to be careful, especially if he's going to come out. The Kleber, actually, Pink Camouflage is coming right behind him. Might go in front of him, though. Okay, he's shooting. CVs are in fight state. That's because the Marceau is in the cap.
SAP from Mono in the background there. That's too short. I'm just trying to keep an eye on the C cap in the background because there's shots being exchanged. The gearing is in the cap against the Daring and the Marceau. Okay, Camouflage is going to go up to the back of that island and stop. Marcello Pello still firing on Flaxer, now on CVs. So far, pretty even trade. Both the Kleber and the Marceau down to 16k each.
Oh, Pink Camouflage needs to be careful. There's a lot of torps going his way. Okay, he's fine from the first two sets, but what about the third set? Nah, he's fine. He's gonna reverse. He is fine, I think. Yes. Which means he knows there's no more Shima torps he needs to be scared of. So he might come out and fight the Shima. He does need to be careful about the Venezia sab that's coming his way.
One thing that these destroyer players need to be able to do is count, essentially. So, you need to know, okay, if I'm against a Shimakaze, it has 3 sets of 5, and, you count them as they go past. You pretty much need to know what each destroyer at tier 10 has, just in case you come up against it. Flags
Shima
are
was
coming
on
under
triple fire, by the way. Triple fire.
triple fire, that's quite unusual. Finishes
Does
on
DTP.
2-8. Again, Shima does not have a heal either, so that's going to be Flax's health for the rest of this game. Bourgogne pushing up underneath the cap here, just to provide a bit of support. Venezia also moving across. I think, oh boy, just sensing here that they're winning this exchange on the A cap. Okay, I'm going to move up to Charlie because we've spent a long time on Alpha. And there is some fire exchanging.
Okay, so
over
the
up here.
Moskva's getting farmed out by
Yep.
that Hindenburg. So that's kind of what he's been doing. I guess that's the hyper strength of the Hindenburg. If you find a Moskva like that, you can do a lot of damage really quickly.
Yeah, the
Right.
the HE on the Hindenburg has the German quarter pen built into it, so it can pen a lot. Yeah, and then he goes down. I did wonder if that was going to happen. So that's going to reduce their ability to radar B and also most of C. So let's see what they do now with this Hindi. I wonder if they're going to turn it around and start to apply pressure up that 10 line, or whether they'll just sit. I think they will turn it around. Enden is going to just back into the cap here. Very convenient gap in between those torpedoes. But Tambor, of course, is still in the cap, so that's just contested. Currently, only Oboy with the points income. They are slowly pulling ahead, 200-point lead currently. But Marceau of Biz is currently in B, capping.
He is. Pink Camouflage is actually coming back up into B, so he's going to contest that in time. Shimmer might actually get to spot him. Flaxer will spot Pink Camouflage probably relatively soon, so he does need to be careful about that.
Yeah, Flaxer needs to be careful though, because Flaxer can spot Pink Camouflage, but Sniper here in the Stalingrad is definitely a threat to Flaxer, because if that radar goes off, Flaxer is inside that radar.
For
Flaxer
sure, I
is
mean, he's
pretty much dead.
He's really low. Stalingrad could definitely one-shot at 2.8k HP Shimmer.
So I'm guessing Flaxer is going to be looking. Let's see, yeah, Sniper is absolutely spotted. So Flaxer will be definitely trying to stay outside that radar range. Shots being exchanged between Tenchi and Pepega Sniper here in the Stalingrad.
This is risky for Pink Camouflage here, because he's gonna get 2v1 really by the Shimmer, and oh, he could just
Oh,
go
that
zap.
SAP. SAP against destroyers. Cruiser SAP is nasty.
You do have to be careful about that one.
Pink Camouflage lost about 10k in that exchange there.
For nothing. I mean, he really didn't do anything. And
Pushed torps out towards Biz, but Biz, yeah, nowhere near those.
he sensed them.
So Kleber of CVs, basically that destroyer fight we saw over on A has just moved to B. Camouflage just trying to stay in and block this cap, but actually leaves. Are they actually going to flip the cap? Yeah, they are.
Taubert on the 10 line. He's actually making his run down. He needs to
Okay.
be careful here. It's a
So I
Salem versus
wonder-
Salem brawl.
I wonder if Taubert's push there is to try and preempt a push that could be made by Balanced and Wookiee. Just say, hey, no, you're not going to take this corner.
It's really risky though, and there's torps coming his way, and I don't
Yep.
think he sees them. He probably doesn't even have Hydro up right now, so he's actually gonna take possibly two torps, and that will kill him. He's dead. Very
that-
risky rush.
Yeah,
honestly.
and that now opens up that corner for Oboy. If they want to push up and take that, they can. They may not want to stretch their forces that far, because they don't really need to
have
push
to,
up.
yeah.
Right? No. So I guess they'll just stay around these islands on the south, secure Charlie. Okay, let's have a look at the health pools. So 202k for Yoink versus 324k for Oboy. So Oboy once again with the health advantage on this game. Biz goes down to the Salem. So Oboy once again just clawing ahead with both the points and the health pool and the ships. Starting to get their claws in here. I think, Yoink, do you potentially have something they can do over on A? It's 3v3.
They need
Kleber is
to.
slightly
'cause-
healthier than Marceau.
Right now they just lose, even with that one cap, because the Gearing's contesting C, and the Daring really can't outspot the Gearing, and the Gearing actually has support, whilst the Daring literally doesn't. So he can literally run the Daring outside the cap, which means they'll take C for free. B is actually getting capped by the Stalingrad
Slava.
and Slava, yeah.
One sentence I never thought I would say during King of the Sea. Yeah, B is being capped by a Slava.
A Slava.
Yeah, okay.
He's
So there
actually
are
getting the reverse
torpedoes.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
he's
has
not
to
actually.
reverse.
To be fair, he's not actually in the cap. So Titan is reversing. There are torpedoes coming. There's at least one that looks like it might be on target there for the nose.
Yeah.
It is a Shima torp, so that is gonna sting.
It does,
Okay.
but the nose does tend to saturate quicker
Saturate,
than the
yep.
actual
You could,
middle part.
you could actually see before that torpedo hit that the nose was already reasonably well saturated. Second one actually goes straight past.
Okay.
There is a third set coming.
I mean, oh boy, are now taking tray caps. Like they hold the entire game. They have an HP advantage by around 120k, and they have a ship advantage by 2 ships. So, I mean, Yoink's gonna have to do a lot of work to win this game, like a lot of work. And they don't really have any ships to do it because their Moskva Salem, their DPM, kind of died, and all they have are really destroyers, and Shima's on low HP, and Kleber's on low HP, and the Conqueror's on low HP. So
Yeah, I've
it's
been
gonna
kind
be
of.
really difficult.
I've been trying to
come
watch
back
the
at
Slava.
this.
It's the Slava that's been taking shots at the Conqueror mostly, and I've not seen any. I've seen like a few chunks here and there, but only little pens, not certainly no citadels. I'm just really curious as to why the Slava choice, to be honest.
Stalingrad radar, the Shima, and the Slava's right in front of him at 8 kilometers. This should be a kill shot. He does see him, 7-second delay. Does he have his guns loaded though? Secondaries are firing.
So simultaneously, CVs are in a fine state. Trades with Marcello.
He does. Slava does shoot the Shima, kills the Shima. And I mean, there's a minute left before the game ends. And they are capping B now.
Yeah. So there is one cap that Yoink can do pretty much nothing about now, and that is going to keep ticking regardless of what happens with the rest of the map. So that 900 points is going to very rapidly march towards 1,000. Yamato AP going out towards, I think, Bourgogne.
20k
that
chunk,
was
not bad.
20k.
Thing is, both their battleships are low. The Tenchi War and the Conqueror and Toshka are both kind of low. So, I mean, 50 seconds, there's really nothing they can do. I mean, they can throw the Venezia and B, but it'll make it like, it's still 50 seconds. So, they actually have to get a kill here. What's the lowest HP target for Oh Boy? The Salem, who's at 22,000, really. So, I mean, it's probably not going to die unless Yamato gets a good salvo here. And there's only 20 seconds left now in the game. So,
And they would have to, obviously that's only going to give a temporary fix. They're going to have to keep doing it because, you know, even if they get a kill, that only gives them a little bit of breathing room.
definitely.
That A cap ticking.
But he
And
actually
C
ends up
captain.
living. So there's only 1 tick left. So
So it
Game
looks
wins.
like straight sets, basically, for Oh Boy winning 2-0 against Yoink, who've had a really, really good tournament. I've really enjoyed watching Yoink go through this, cause a little bit of an upset with Ban CV, but ultimately going out very honorably against Oh Boy 2-0. So it will be Oh Boy who go through to the finals later, and Yoink who will go through to the runner-up match later today. So with that, back to Chris.
Wow, congratulations to Oh Boy for taking this off Yoink. And let's get in Painzor and Pingu to talk about this match and how Oh Boy actually managed to convert this in a very convincing fashion. Welcome back, guys.
Hi.
So Painzor, what do you think? What made the difference here?
Right. So this once again comes down to the 4DD comp and simply not taking enough map control early with it and just being allowed to be muscled out. So if we take a look at the tactics scene, basically what we saw over at the A cap was, you know, we had the Kleber. Was it the Kleber or was the red team's DD here? It was the Shimakaze for the green team, and then there was a Marceau.
Marceau, yes.
Yeah, Marceau for the red team. And they were both supported by Venezias. The problem was the green Venezia was so far back compared to the pushing of the red Venezia that like it just simply wasn't giving anywhere near enough support with Shimakaze. So
It was
in
like
final-
way up back there.
it's just completely, you know, like report team no support kind of random battles players like positioning. It's like, so obviously they want to play defensive and they want to play that flank kiting, but you need to try and not be muscled out when you're running such a DD heavy composition. If you're running the 4 DDs, you need the map control, so you need to have your Venezia closer up to support you. Penguin?
Yeah, I think you have to take the advantage that you have, the concealment of the Shimakaze. And if you try to outspot the Marceau, which what you can, of course, and you have a Kleber, because after the early mid cap, the Kleber went back to this island there. You have to take this advantage, and you have to get a little bit closer with both of the ships, I think. So you can really take down the enemy DDs, or at least cripple them to, like, I don't know, a third of their HP, but nothing of that happened because they were simply too far away, the both ships there. And that was a misplay, I think, in my opinion, on this side. On the other side, there happened so much in this match. Chrysanthos, I've heard you in the background.
Yeah,
mumbling.
Yeah, because like it's always funny for me because I'm trying to, like, within the games I'm listening to stats block and multis, and then afterwards we switch back here. For me, it was really interesting to see what happened on B, because I think both teams made big misplays on that cap. Of course, it's like a very tricky cap because you do have a lot of different angles that, you know, lead to the different positions. But usually you try to have, you know, one DD here, and I think it was this muscle moving over here, and then the Kleber playing around in that cap. And initially, that Kleber pushed up here to spot the Marceau without having any fire support to actually dislodge that Marceau over there, which was something that was really surprising for me, because if you make that move, you either go in for the kill or you go in for the spot. And the Kleber is not going to outspot the Marceau in this scenario, right? Because he was in legendary mod. So for me, it was just interesting to see that, hey, you know, this is a very aggressive push. And he managed to get away with his life. And then he was slipping out of the B cap.
Yeah.
There was like, it's very difficult, right? Because you kind of, you know that the team is, the Shimmer was there to support from Yoink's side, right? It was probably going to launch torpedoes towards that direction, because if the Kleber is still in the cap, the starting rod is also roughly on that angle, there will be torpedoes in there. But you don't want to give away the cap, because it only took like 3 or 4 seconds for them to flip it, and he just very, very slightly slid out of it to come back. But I think the problem was then that Yoink was in the position where they said, you know what, let's kill that Kleber. And moved the Marceau away from this position, converted the Kleber, but then lost the Marceau. And the thing is that with the positioning, actually, they had a really, really good positioning with that Kleber. Nothing could have touched that Marceau, sorry. The Marceau, nothing could have touched the Marceau after the Kleber made the initial push, because if you try it again, you can take him out. And otherwise, none of the other ships had any angle on him. So I was really surprised to see that both teams made like a capital mistake over there. Then we saw the Salem being in a very, very aggressive position next to the C cap, just trying to dislodge the other Salem, but getting torped by the gearing.
Yeah.
So I think Yoink was unfortunately in a position where they kind of had to make plays because they gave away the map control. And once more, with the HP disadvantage, they just couldn't even that out well enough. I think, like, even with Oh Boy bringing, like, for me personally, weird ships with, for example, the Slava, which it's not a bad ship, right? As we can see here with Mr. Conway, thank you for showing the replay. The Slava is a good ship to kind of like play on long range and, you know, punish things, but with so many islands around here, you won't really, in my personal opinion, probably get into a position where the Slava is going to be great. And if you would have a Kremlin, it would have been even stronger, for example, pushing close up to B and pushing in there. So it was interesting for me to see that ship, but somehow Yoink couldn't really translate that pick, for example, into an advantage for their team.
Look where the Venezia of the enemy team of Oh Boy is on the south in A. I mean, she's literally next behind the Marceau to support it, and the other Venezia is just on F1, on E1. It's just, I don't know.
I mean, the thing is that also for the viewers, always keep in mind, right? We're talking about very high-level gameplay, and these small mistakes can turn into like a big disadvantage. Like, all of these players are top players, really good at what they're doing. But every single slight mistake is going to be punished in King of the Sea, as you can see here. So it's not like, you know, these are bad players or anything, but we get to have the advantage of just seeing everything, and we can, you know, sit there and talk about, oh, look what
we can point the fingers.
Yeah, exactly. We can point the fingers, but it's just very interesting to see how these different compositions work against each other. But usually if you have a lot of DDs, you want to turn that into cap control. What I wanted to highlight here as well is we ran the prediction campaign, right? And in general, it seemed that Oh Boy was significantly more popular in a choice. So teams did have a lot of, or at least players had a lot of faith in Oh Boy taking this. And since we're done with the prediction campaign for the entire day, I can give you the current estimations who people think is going to take King of the Sea home today for EU. So Rain is actually leading with 43%. That is the top pick currently on the server. And then it's very evened out with Yoink with 28, Oboe with 22, and Shaft is actually the underdog with 7% right now. So this is going to be...
How about Extreme? Where are they?
Extreme, they're so strong. Like it's such an obvious pick that it has the one Mr. Convoy vote that rules them all. No, so apparently Rain significantly more in the favor of the players compared to Shaft. And this is the next match we're going to be casting here, Rain versus Shaft. So let's take a look at both of these teams. And I actually pulled up already which ships they banned and what maps they're playing. So Loop was the pick of Rain. If you can go back to the map, sorry, Conway. North was picked by Shaft. And then again, Warrior's Path is the random pick as the third map. Now, the maps that were banned was actually Land of Fire, banned by Rain, which is surprising because I thought they're actually pretty good on that map with their map control. And Trap, the map that we just saw, was banned by Shaft. Now, in terms of ship bans, this is very interesting. Very interesting to see because Rain didn't ban the Alexander Nevsky as they did yesterday, I think in both of the matches. They banned the Alexander Nevsky. Now they decided to ban the Venezia, and Shaft actually banned the Kleber. So for me, it's very interesting to see that Rain is banning the Venezia instead of the Alexander Nevsky. That seemed to be the most detrimental ship to the setup they were running, the composition. Do you expect them to actually shift away and go for something different here against Shaft? Is that like an indication?
Judging by the Venezia ban, I'd say that what I've seen is Venezia's punishing Nevsky smokescreens quite heavily. I'm thinking that they might be wanting to try and run some Nevsky strat now that the Kleber's banned. So, like Venezia just you can't angle to it. And if you fight something lightly armored such as the Nevsky, you're just going to take chunk out of it after chunk out of it, and you're not really that afraid of pushing into it. It does have its HE farming and all that kind of stuff, but you will gain map control pushing into a Nevsky with a Venezia, simply because you have your own smoke screen. I think you out bloom spot him. Don't quote me on that though. You can definitely gain ground. So if you're gonna have something screening for you, you also have, if you have a DD spotting meeting, the Venezia has the upfront damage that the Nevsky doesn't have against the DDs. If you're aiming properly, like you'll slap it. You can dev strike a DD with a Venezia, and it's not like the Nevsky's not going to do that much damage. It's just not going to do the damage all at once. So I think, pick one.
It's hard to say what they are going to do. I think there will be Marceaus, just because of the speed and the possibility to cap the caps early. I think we will see Alexander Nevsky's, of course, now. Maybe in combination with a smoke train, with some all-rounder DDs, maybe a gearing. Or even a Yu Yang or Harugumo, exactly, with the legendary in the long smoke. Yeah, I guess we have to find out. I could imagine that they try to use other tactics now to try to fool their enemy into security.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's the thing with the Venezia ban that surprises me, because the Venezia, even though like it's of course a very strong ship and has like a really, really big advantage in terms of going up against DDs, with all of the matches that I've seen throughout this tournament, I haven't seen Venezias being deployed more than once. Like maybe one pick per team, maybe two pick per teams.
Yeah.
Like it's a ship you would deploy on a specific flank to help with, there's going to be like a DD and you want to get that advantage over it. But it's not like a ship that would be like kind of like the backbone of a certain team composition, as for example the Nevskys might be or the Des Moines might be. So that's why I'm very curious about this pick and just very, very eager to see what Rain is going to do with it. The teams are slowly but steadily assembling, so we still have a little bit of time to talk about them. Now, Shaft, we did broadcast a game from them yesterday, but just as an information, in terms of how old their team is, they're only 1 year and 4 months existing as a team. Their whole team is consisting out of Shaft members, and their goal, and this is for me the coolest goal, is actually to finish above Rain. So this is now completely in your hands, Shaft. We actually we got the information from some of the Shaft members that they said so there's no bad blood between the teams, not at all. It's just that Rain actually finished above them in the clan battles, and they want to kind of upset this ranking, at least in King of the Sea. So now they have the chance to actually do this. So yeah, this is going to be very interesting in terms of like experience. I think Rain is one of the top teams, right? They have been around since Clan Battle Season 1. They have been playing King of the Sea, I think, since King of the Sea 6. I think they actually won King of the Sea 6 straight away. So a very experienced team. Most of the members you will recognize, they have been around for 3 years. They're also a very international team. I think initially, actually, Rain started as like half French, half German, but then expanded and has by now a lot of the very international players. So that is also true for Shaft. So instead of having the German versus German duel that we had with Yoink versus Oh Boy, we now have like the full EU and a broader experience with both of these teams. Whew. Yeah, for Loop is usually a map that is played very, very, very defensively early on. There's so many islands where you can park your cruisers with radar. It usually takes a few minutes for the game to actually start, when the teams are kind of forced to make pushes or try to dislodge something. What is your expectation here? Is there are both of these teams going to be very defensive and play it methodically, or is one of the teams going to try to do something surprising?
I expect some things to get rammed into some caps. Kremlins is what we used to see get rammed in these caps, and then we used to see Kleber's being used to dislodge them. Problem is, Kleber's banned, so I'm not really sure how you play around that. You can bring a Marceau, but it doesn't quite have the same torpedo alpha. Definitely not enough to bring down a Kremlin if you throw that in one of the captures. Like, we've seen many Kremlins parked in the C cap, specifically in the A cap. You just muscle your way in, and it's like, all right, come dislodge me. Good luck with that. Because you get so much cover with that island that you have to bring something with equal mass or equal firepower to try and dev strike that thing out of there. Otherwise, they're just going to sit and tick points in your face. So I expect, this is your mid to late game, Kremlin's getting rammed in, that kind of thing. Early game, it's going to be Marceau's dotting around trying to get as much map control as possible, and then a couple of Des Moines or Salems going around the edges trying to find those nice little angles. Penguin?
Yeah, I think so as well. I think in the end, it comes down to the team that can land better shells, better hits on the enemy team to get an advantage in HP. Always having an eye on the points, of course. But to make a push on this map, you have to commit, and you have to have more HP than your enemy. Otherwise, you will lose this push. I think we will see maybe 1 or 2 smoke trains on one of the flanks, maybe to farm down one of the defending ships there.
Do you expect the teams to field darings? Because I think, especially if you might see Kremlins, for example, being brought, the daring with the single launch torpedoes might come in handy.
Daring can definitely be playing around the B cap early on, and you would also have the Daring's Hydra Ring allowing you to spot through the islands at ANC that the other DDs would have to rely on proxy spotting for. So you had detectability range of 2 kilometers, whereas your Hydra is 3 kilometers, so you have a slight edge spotting them through the island. So it's definitely a workable DD for the situation, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see this, because we haven't seen these teams play against each other, and Loop can be very defensive. And Rain was really aggressive with the previous setups that they brought. So I'm just very, very eager to see what they're going to bring here. Guys, also don't forget. So today we're going to be broadcasting right now the semifinals, right? And afterwards it's going to be, if Mr. Combi can maybe bring up the schedule, we have the match for 3rd place coming up after this, but we'll have a little bit of a break, because these teams, they're going to be playing these matches, and then, not having any kind of break and having to jump into the next one is going to be a bit too much. So we have a 20-25 minute break in between the semifinals and the 3rd place match, and then afterwards we have the grand finals. And if you want to see more of King of the Sea and competitive gameplay, I would highly recommend you to, if you want to spend your evening like this, to then head over to the NA finals, where you will be seeing who's going to qualify for the international stage for next weekend. We're going to have a very big broadcast, of course, with all of the different teams, and where we get to see how these maps are going to be played by the different teams from the different regions. Whew, that's going to be great. I'm really eager to see this. So I think the teams are almost ready.
Yeah, teams are almost ready. We're bringing in a few more spectators, and then we're probably ready to go. Great to see, by the way, the amount of viewers tuning into King of the Sea overall. We are neck and neck with Flambus, fighting for the top spot in the World of Warships category. We wish them all the best of luck, but we'll get you soon.
Perfect. Yeah, it's always great to see like how many people are interested in this competitive play, because the competitive scene in itself is actually not that big, right? You have a lot of clans, but there are not a lot of clans who play on that level. I mean, overall, I think almost 400 teams. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Conway. Almost 400 teams signed up globally to participate in King of the Sea roundabout. And that translates to almost like 5,000 players, wanting to duke it out across the globe. But the viewer base for this is even bigger because people want to see how these teams are playing. And my personal recommendation is, if you want to learn how to become a better player in World of Warships, go watch these teams. See and ask why they're doing certain moves. It's even as a very good player, you will always be able to learn something about the positioning, why these teams have certain spots, why they pick certain ships. And feel free to just ask and chat. There will be a lot of these competitive players actually watching the streams, interacting with it, cheering for their teams. And if you have a question, I'm sure they will be happy to answer it. And from my side also, please don't be a dick to these players, because I've seen it sometimes, like, oh, I remember you from this. You made this mistake in one of the games. Please don't be that guy. These guys have a lot of pressure on them. They're playing for their team. They definitely want to win. And if they make a mistake, you can be damn sure that they want to just disappear in that moment, because they know, like, that was me. That was my mistake.
I challenge you to find me a player who hasn't made that kind of mistake in their games. If we went through all of your replays recently, I'm pretty sure we'd find you making mistakes too. So.
Easy. That's why I always say it's like it's easy to judge, but don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. These guys are all playing for your entertainment, so that's always great.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have anything else to talk about? Let me just quickly check if you wanted to make any additional reminder. Yeah, please don't forget. We have currently a marathon going on. If you want to get the Kirov plus a special new camouflage, you can get that by playing the game until the end of next week. New set of special missions, and there's a shit ton of discounts out there right now in the game because of Victory Day. So you can have a lot of discounts for tech tree ships. There's also, for example, conversion bonus right now for free XP. So if this is something that you're interested in and you just waited to get, a new free XP ship or a research bureau ship, or just do whatever you want to do with your free XP, now is a good time to actually do it, because you get an additional bonus. Okay, Mr. Combo, if you can bring up the maps again while you're typing. Thank you very much. So we have the first map of Loop, and then we have the second map of Northern Warriors Path. Is there anything you would actually like to see in terms of like map variety? How happy are you with the map selection so far, Pingu? Would you love to see a match on Ocean?
Oh boy, yeah! Give me the King of the Ocean show match, please.
If you would ask Flambus, he would say two brothers.
Of course,
absolutely, of course. So, but I think
5v5 on Polar. I heard that works really well for an ace match.
Wow,
absolutely.
On a low tier map. Yeah, I'm quite happy with the maps we have right now. But of course, more variety is always more fun, I guess.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Not for the athletes maybe, but for the viewers.
Yeah, exactly. For the teams, it's better to be able to prepare. But I see the teams are ready to go. So, Painzer, quickly, what is your pick for this one?
I'm going with Rain.
Okay, Pingu?
I'm going for Shaft.
Okay, since this is the pick of Rain, I will actually go with Rain and see what they can do with this. And chat, let us know, who do you think is going to win this? I know that a lot of you went for Rain, but how's chat actually feeling about this? Let us know, and then we'll hand over to Maltese Knight at Stats Block. Enjoy the match. It's going to be great.
Welcome back. This is the second semi-final between Shaft and Rain this time. Shaft in green, Rain in red. And on the Shaft team here, we've got Conqueror, Yamato, Des Moines, Goliath, Moskva, Nevsky, Double, Daring, and Haru, with Venezia and Kleber being the bans for this match. And Maltese has the Rain team down at the other end.
For Rain, we've got a Conquer, a Kremlin, a Des Moines, a Moskva, a Stalingrad, and then for our 4 destroyers, we have double Daring and double Marceau. So the double Marceau is actually going together to A side. Very interesting. And the Darings are going B and C.
So Kleber was actually the shaft ban, so Rain having to bring Marceau's instead of Kleber's here. I'm guessing their original plan probably was 2 Kleber's.
Yeah, they did love using their Klebers yesterday. We saw some maps where they ran 4 Kleber, remember yesterday?
Yes, I do remember.
So that was definitely a targeted ban against Rain. And I guess the Venezia ban from Rain was, you know, to mitigate the anti-destroyer threat from Venezia SAP.
Makes perfect sense. We've got that double Kleber, sorry, the double Klebers. The double Marceaus going over to A, and there's no destroyer going that side from Shaft. They've sent all their destroyers to BC, with Zill going to be facing up against Baz in the center cap here, with the Haru and the Daring of Shaft heading over towards Charlie. And it's going to be Eagle in the Daring on the Rain side, who's up against them. Willis already coming under some fire there, trying to get into position.
Does need to be careful for sure. The Marceaus are, of course, going to take A for free. There's literally nothing to stop them, and they're probably going to keep walking through, maybe, possibly.
Yeah,
maybe bully the Conquer Goliath.
Wondering whether they would keep pushing up the 2-3 lines to be a nuisance to the Conqueror and the Goliath. Yep. And especially once Rain figure out where the destroyers are on the Shaft side. Okay,
Going out on Eagle.
Willis is paying reasonably heavily to get to this position. Once you're there, it is fairly safe.
You do have to get there, though. That is the hard part.
So Willis will be there to provide radar for the cap. Obviously, that is actually currently running. But also to provide shots over towards where the Goliath and the Conqueror are from Shaft. And typically also to provide fire into the A cap on the north side of the island, but there isn't actually anything there right now.
Lulu's actually going super aggressive on the 2 line. He's trying to spot this Conqueror Goliath to see what they're up to for Malimu and the Kremlin. Because the Kremlin does suffer to those 2 ships, especially because that's where Kremlin's weakness is, HE spam. So Goliath and Conqueror is going to be really difficult to push into. So he's probably going to make a decision to either go behind the rock or just not push at all.
And the other Marceau is actually heading back towards B. Out for a kill has pushed into the other cruiser position to mirror Willis. So you've got both teams with good radar coverage of B.
Rain do end up taking the B cap though. And C
So
cap is held.
They have A cap ticking. That's going to stay ticking for a long, long time, because in order for Shaft to actually contest that, they would have to take one of the destroyers over there. And Zill is currently busy with B. So those points are going to keep coming in, with B and C being contested. And so if nothing else changes, Rain currently with a massive advantage. Torpedoes heading towards Zill there. He's going to have to duck out.
Willis is getting HE farmed by this Conqueror though from over that rock by Vert. So he does need to be careful here.
Ooh.
And he can't reverse
Zill,
too much.
oh, okay, Zill is running Hydro. There is a bit of a conga line group coming from Baz. And Zill was going to, I think, just duke that first set and then reverse. But with Hydro running, disaster has been averted here for Zill.
Moskva's radar comes up on B. No one can really shoot Baz. But the Marceau's getting shot at right now by the Daring.
Zill is running Hydro, but it does need to be a little bit careful reversing towards these torpedoes, but it should be fine.
Rainer doing a good job to keep this Daring out of B cap for a significant amount of time with these torpedoes. Malimu has actually moved into the A cap behind this rock, so he should be safe from the Conqueror Goliath for a while.
Let's just look at the 10 line quickly. So we've got the Haru of Exodus Blaze leading the Nevsky and the Des Moines of Kamikazes and Chatband. Yep, there goes the Haru Legendary Smoke, I bet. That's going to be a really long smoke screen. The Harrow Legendary, what it does is it gives you more puffs, but the duration of the actual smoke once it's laid down is shorter. But teams have been using that to lay these really long smoke trains to provide basically corridors for the cruisers to move down. And we've
This
seen
reminds me
quite a
of
few teams doing that.
yesterday when Rain were against Ban CV and, well, Dastard and Azur were actually running away.
Yes.
And making like people chase them all game, just distracting them. So this could possibly be the same thing here, just making people distract them.
They did that quite effectively on a couple of games where they're like, hey, follow us, and chasing, or getting
and then
teams
they chase
to chase
them
them
off the
corner.
screen.
Yeah.
Yep.
And of course, doing that, you lose those 2 ships, but if the rest of your team has got map control, then that works really, really well.
You're also taking out 3 enemy ships. One of them's a destroyer, and 2 of them are radar cruisers. So hopefully Shaft do sense that and don't actually get baited into that and just start going back towards mid.
So
they
Eagle
are currently losing.
Eagle had to duck out of the cap there for a second. So Possum actually did take the cap, but Eagle straight back in to block that.
Eagle does need to be careful here. There's 2 radar cruisers right there. There's not really too much to support him on C. He's actually gonna leave here.
I guess that's the job of this Des Moines Nevsky Harrow group, is to try to make sure that Possum is able to actually take and keep control of the C cap and get those points ticking. Because currently that's their only points income potential. Oh, Dastard is actually down to, I know it's a Conqueror, but it's down to
25. I think he has a heal available, I think. Can't be wrong. No, he does. He definitely does, I think.
Azure takes a little bit of damage there from, I think that was the Des Moines.
Currently, Rain win in 4 minutes. So, Shaft do need to actually get a kill here. Lazur is possibly the kill.
Yamato AP inbound on Azure. Looks like it's going to be a little bit short.
Good dodge by Azure.
Yeah, these when you're playing in these kiting cruiser positions like Azure is here, you've got to really be not only watching the groups that are right next to you shooting you, but also you've got to watch for those cross map shots from ships like Yamato and Stalingrad. Keep scanning the horizon. Eagle under fire there in the Daring, just by the sea cap. Having to smoke up. Down to 18k. Daring with a heal, so able to recover some of that health. Engine has been knocked out, running last stand, as I'm sure all these destroyers will be.
Conqueror shot Eagle from around 22 kilometers. Can he actually get that shell?
Gonna leave a mark. Possum is still hammering him as well. 4-1.
Eagle might actually die here.
Definitely will die.
Focus.
Eagle goes down. That is not going to help Rain's map control on BC. Look how far the Des Moines and the Conqueror have been fighted away.
He did stay on C for quite a long time, though. I think he had to evacuate there a bit early, because, I mean, they have the AB. All they have to do is hold AB. And they're holding B really well right now.
I think ideally a lot of these teams are trying to force a situation where they've got enough of a points lead that by the time they lose control of that center cap, they can win on 1 cap.
Yeah.
I think that's a very common tactic.
They're up to 730 points already.
Because if you can push the enemy so far off that your single cap, and you've got, say, a 300-400 point lead, then that's very, very difficult for the other team to come back. So it's all going to hinge on B by the looks of it, with Shaft needing to make some kind of play here. Possum is just going to dip into the side of B. You've got the Stalingrad of Willis there, who, after doing that run into the island, basically hasn't lost any more health.
He's been relatively safe there, actually. It's quite a nice spot for him, for sure. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. But Shaft will contest B, making it 5 minutes. But that still means Rain win off 1 cap right now, so they do need kills.
So Moskva out for a kill has pushed nose into the cap. There is a Marceau. Lulu is right there, potentially, but rushing that corner is going to be...
It'll be killer for him.
Yeah. And that's a lot. If you look at how far, if you come around this corner, if you put yourself in Lulu's position, if you had to come around this corner, that's a very long way to have to push.
Yeah. And the
think they'll-
Moscow's going to be reversing, and there's a Conqueror right there. We can just HE 10KU minimum.
I think, if possible, Rain will prefer to try to just put as much fire into Out for a Kill as possible. Daring actually laying a bit of a smokescreen there to shoot Lulu. Gangbarang there also in support. Baz there in support as well. They've got all 3 destroyers here now.
If they had a Willis radar, right now they could possibly kill Zil, but I don't think it's available currently.
Willis actually running a double fire right now. Stalingrad, of course, losing fire prevention with the captain skill rework. So these cruisers that camp islands like this are at a lot more risk than previously with fires. So they do have to watch out for that.
Gangbarang is getting focused down. He's down to 2k. Radar does come up by the Moskva. Keep him spotted. He's doing a good job in dodging most of these shells.
Yeah, one thing you have to be really careful of when you're running away like this in a destroyer is not to just go left, right, left, right, left, right, because then basically you end up going in a straight line. So you'll notice that they're not doing that. They will actually straighten up for a little bit before they start turning again. But enough incoming fire that Gangbarang does go down.
Shaft do currently win actually now with the 2 caps. So Rain actually has to do something now. Like get a kill. So right now I think the Moskva's prime focus out for a kill. He seems to be perma-spotted by the Stalingrad. And he's down to 20k. They could possibly literally kill him here. Possibly change the points again.
You look at the minimap, I would say that in terms of B control, Shaft are in a stronger position, so taking out for a kill is really important for Rain, but Rain do have the potential here with the Conqueror of Dastard and the Des Moines of Azure to make a little play around the back end of Charlie.
On the Nevsky, yep. Moskva did get smoked up, out for a kill, so I don't think... Wait, can you reverse enough for Malimu to see him? No.
Okay, very, very close here on the points. 3:36 on the points clock for Shaft currently, 3:39 for Rain.
Baz is getting focused. He's down to 2k. And there's a
be-
daring at 6 kilometers.
Any ship loss on either side now is really bad news. That's really bad for Rain. That pushes Shaft even closer to the win with 2:45 left on the points clock. Lulu coming around towards B, opening fire on Stress Possum. Possum just ducking behind the island. Ooh, lovely little shot there from Conqueror on Lulu.
Buster shoots the Des Moines on C. Does he actually get a good chunk? Not really, 10k.
Just watching Zando there in the Yamato, just creeping slowly across. I think they might be doing something with Malamu. Goliath is certainly starting to open up on Malamu. Malamu returning fire. Willis has actually pushed forward. Oh, Moskva versus Daring.
Daring does torp out the Moskva.
Just caught that.
And
Daring.
Lazur is probably going to go down too.
Azure goes down to the Nevsky. That
Shafts
puts
have actually
Shaft.
turned this around.
They have completely 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes on the points clock now. Willis is capping B currently, but is probably going to keep getting reset. The
That's
Marceau.
currently in a 2v1 against this Des Moines Nevsky.
Lulu is chasing Possum. Possum is pretty low health here if Lulu manages to catch up. Daring is definitely not a fast destroyer. They will make contact. Those torpedoes are a no-go.
He should be able to kill Stress Possum. He does. But there is a Harugmo he needs to deal with. Dastard could possibly finish the Des Moines here.
So, so Willis has to push forward in order to block the cap, and the Conqueror of Dastard has to get to sea. That's going to be a tough call because Willis is currently on very low health and I think has just DCP'd. Lulu is potentially about to go down. I think Exodus is... Are they blind shots? Yes, they are blind shots. Lulu is dark.
Lulu will manage to get to sea in time, but the issue is Malimu's going to get rushed up by 3 ships. The Goliath, the Daring, and the Yamato. So he has a lot of ships to think about here.
Yeah,
On
basically
B cap,
Shaft.
Willis is really low too. So
As long as Shaft can keep one cap, it doesn't matter if they lose control of, say, C, as long as they keep at least A or B. Okay, Malamute. At this range, a Kremlin against a Daring is extremely powerful. There will be Conga Line Torps coming, though. Yep, that's a kill, but are the torpedoes enough to kill Malamu?
if they all hit the nose, they might saturate the nose. But
Some of them are going to hit the belt as well, yeah. There we go.
yeah, they hit the belt.
Okay, so Zando is now in A. B still being held by Shaft. Willis completely unable to push forward there and block the cap because of the 3 ships sitting in B. And I'm sure Exodus Blaze will be way around to try to get some torps onto Willis. Rain Lulu has capped Charlie, but that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, there's only around a minute left after they get the A cap here, so I mean, Willis is kind of alone too against like 5
Yeah,
ships, so.
And Willis is now receiving incoming, spotted by Exodus. 6k, that was the Yamato. So the Harrow is going to potentially lose quite a lot of health here, but it doesn't matter as Willis goes down.
I mean, Willis will go down.
That's the Conqueror to
That
finish
was a
him off.
really strong start from Rain, but they started losing ships one by one, and well, Shaft capitalized on that and basically won the game.
Absolutely lovely turnaround there from Shaft. So Shaft go up 1-0 against Rain in this best of 3. It's the second semi-final of the day. The winner of this will go through to the finals, and the loser will go through to the runner-up match later today. So to talk you through what you've just seen, back over to Chrysantos.
What a fantastic match, and Shaft taking Rain's map pick actually from them. Wow, very, very well played. And the lesson for me that I learned here is never stress a possum. Not a good idea. So let's get in Painzor and Pingu and talk about this match. So many things happened at so many different points. So let's try to get some Ordnung into this.
Yeah, I mean, there happened a lot of things, and actually everyone of us predicted something to happen, and it happened. I mean, there were a lot of Darings playing around with single torpedo launches. There was a Kremlin pushing up into a cap. There was a smoke train going on the other side. As if they heard us talking about that in front of the match. But
Clearly to our wisdom.
Yeah. It's almost as if we're like analysts that know what's going to happen, isn't it? No. We just guessed. We got really, really, really lucky.
Yeah, true, kind of true. But yeah, in the end, Chef just managed to take the better trades and be at the right time, at the right spots. Like, for example, in the C cap, the one Daring spotting the red Daring, the Daring of the Rain. And everybody was ready to shoot, and they took down their DD on the side. Yeah, well done there, Chef.
Yeah, this smoke train over here, like you don't realize just how long that Haragumo's smoke train is until you see it. It's like that's like 2 map squares long. It goes like all the way from here. Like, hang on, got the pinger on. It goes like from here down to here, and then just gets the Salem. No, it was the Nevsky and the Des Moines getting into here, and then a second one later on allows them to get the broadside of the Stalingrad, and just those smoke screens are so long.
And I was surprised, like, because it looked to me like Rain had a good plan. They did have, and that's what we talked about in previous matches, right? They had more DDs and they took early advantage of this. They took Shaft just said, you know what, we're not even going to put a DD there. Let them just have it. And they only deployed the Goliath and the Conqueror on that flank to kind of just, farm down whatever would be spotted, potentially. But just, being on a very, very safe distance, not taking any risks. But on the 10 line, both Rain and Shaft actually deployed forces, right? And I thought that with Rain positioning the Des Moines and the Conqueror on that 9-10 line, they were kind of expecting this to happen, right? Because it's the only way how Shaft would be able to kind of dislodge whatever is sitting south of that island and see. But they didn't. They weren't really able to counter it and got pushed away so far. Giving Shaft the free reign over sea, and then also ultimately over B, even though B was initially very, very much in favor of rain. Wow.
The free reign.
The free reign, exactly. Free. quality comment there. No, but that's what I think, at least for me, where the kind of like the focus of the map shifted. Initially being very much in favor of rain with A, B, but losing grip of C and not really being able to redeploy the forces of A to kind of make the difference in B.
I think what it was, I think it came down to a series of destroyers getting caught. We saw the daring of, I believe it was Eagle got caught down here. He got caught by the Haragumo and he got caught by the daring. I think they spotted each other. Then the Des Moines was able to get a crossfire onto him and just got rid of him. And then we rotated over here. We saw Baz getting caught out here. Bazinga Flux, he got caught in another spotting exchange. I think, and then Gangarang got caught as well. Like, basically, it was just like one destroyer getting caught after another. And every time one of those destroyers gets caught, that's 60 points that Rain have lost. Like, you're working so hard, you need to keep your ships alive if you're planning on running out the points from having a 2-cap advantage. They built up so much cap points.
That was so surprising for me, because if I open this, after capping A, they pushed the Kremlin up there, and the Goliath and the Conqueror. Actually, I can't move the ships. There we go. They moved up here, and they repositioned the destroyers, right? And the Marceau was actually in a pretty good position to put pressure on the daring. Like, the daring of Shaft initially had such a tough position. If the Stalingrad raiders, daring and Marceau can just open up and farm it down. But they couldn't. They didn't really convert it. Actually, I think there was a bit of a mistake going on, pushing the Marceau here a little bit higher up, and then basically opening up their DD to be shot by the Goliath and the Conqueror. And we're going to see. Here we're going to see the replay. Kind of taking sometimes unnecessary damage. Just like Bazinga Flex was the last daring to actually go down. Losing that daring was, in my opinion, completely unnecessary. I don't know why he was so aggressive, because he couldn't really contribute anyway. And he was either within Moskva radar range or spotted by the other daring. And he was already on like 2.5k. So it just takes 1 or 2 volleys and you're out. And those points, especially so close towards the end of the match, that makes a huge difference. But props to Shaft. Like, they managed to, the focus fire, fantastic. They made the right moves to not panic initially with the early AB cap by Rain, right? They didn't panic. They slowly but steadily got their C cap, got the B cap, and then focused ships down and just won it.
I love how many ships are around that B cap in this picture right now.
It's fantastic. And for me, like Possum, Stressed Possum, made such great moves. It's not just like the initial kill. Then he goes for the other daring, and then he goes around to actually nuke the Stalingrad. Perfect. I was just very impressed by this.
The Moskva, right?
Yeah.
With the single torpedoes.
Yeah. Fantastic. I was only a bit mad at Sil at the end with the daring, just trying to take out the Kremlin, because it's a really risky move. If you don't get the torpedoes off perfectly, and you don't kill the Kremlin will definitely take you out with one salvo. So, as a bit of a risky move, in my opinion, because they had the point advantage, they only should not lose ships, and they would have won it. So, I was a bit like, oh no, Shaft, what are you doing? Don't be overconfident now. You got this. Just stay calm.
Don't throw it.
Exactly, don't throw it away. Whew. Great first match. That is a very, very good starting point. And now it's on Rain to actually take the map north off of Shaft, because this is Shaft's pick, and we've seen yesterday Shaft play this map with also some fantastic moves. If you remember, there was also Stressed Possum with his Marceau taking out the Stalingrad or Moscow, I don't remember exactly, sitting near the sea cap, and with the guns killing the other Haragumo. Fantastic play, and I'm really curious to see what they're doing now. What's your expectation for this?
We're going to see a change away from the destroyers, I think, unfortunately. And we're probably going to be seeing some more classic play. Just generally, like, well, you're going to see some destroyers and smoke play over on the A cap, but the C cap I expect to be like firmly static, pointy, Des Moines, Salem, Stalingrad, Moskva, that kind of thing, along with a battleship to back them up. Not as a destroyer heavy on this map, I don't think. Bingo?
Maybe we will see another Marceau trying to push on the line 9 or 10 again. behind the flank. But I think we will see a smoke train over at A, maybe even from both sides, and then maybe there will be a Shimakaze just because it's so much open water to break the formation inside of the smoke. Like you have two DDs on different angles trying to match up both of their torpedoes to hit in the same time. So they have nearly no chance of avoiding the torpedoes. Something like that, maybe. The middle is always a no-no zone with so many radar ships. But I think we will see.
That's true. Even though you sometimes see like an early B cap because the teams deploy so heavily on the A and C cap, sometimes you can get away with sneaking it in. But it might also just cost you a DD, so that's a very, very risky move. But yeah, we don't have, just as a reminder, the teams banned the Venezia and the Kleber, so we won't be seeing these ships. The teams kind of rely, if they want to go for speedy DD, going for the Maso. And the Alexander Nevsky that was usually banned by Rain is now up there for taking by Shaft and by Rain, so we might actually see that quite a bit. In terms of the game is almost starting in 1 or 2 minutes, so it's gonna be great to see this happening right around the corner. But do you expect any major shifts in battleship choice?
We're probably not going to see the Kremlin. Probably going to go back to the longer range Yamato Conqueror, that general kind of cross-mappy style battleship. Kremlin is just, well, you could see it, but I don't expect to see the Kremlin again.
High caliber long range sniping ships, I guess, as well.
Yeah, that would be my guesstimation as well. Now, while the teams are readying up, who do you think is going to take this one?
I'm going to go with Rain again. Like, they need to go with 1-1 series. We need to tie this series up. We need to go to game 3. We want to see as many games as possible today.
I mean, I voted for Shaft in the first game, and they took the win off of Rain, and it was close, but I think Shaft can hold the second game as well. So
good. Okay, I personally think that Rain is going to take this one, especially with North. Usually, like picking North is a tricky choice sometimes. And just as a reminder, guys, when we ran the predictions for who's going to actually be the King of the Sea, only 7% went for Shaft and 43% went for Rain. Now, after the first match chat, how do you feel about this choice? So I think it's just great to see like how close these teams are in terms of performance. Like it's not like, you know, Rain has been around for such a long time, has so many experienced players, and that Shaft would be like, you know, just like a run-up team. But no, like these teams play on a very, very high level, and every single mistake can just throw the match into the enemy's favor. So we are now, Mr. Conway is showing me, we're running now a new prediction campaign. Actually, let me take a little sneak peek on how it's currently going. Actually, I need to do this over here. And now, who will win on North? And this is, of course, 5 minutes in the past for when you see this. But right now, I think Shaft really impressed you guys because now the table turned. Now we see almost 700,000 points in favor of Shaft and 510,000 points for Rain. So I think a lot of people are now taking the gamble saying, okay, you know what? Rain is in trouble. Maybe they will lose this one. Keep in mind, this is a best of 3. That means if Rain loses this one, they're out. They can potentially get into the 3rd place, but they're definitely not going to be then the King of the Sea for Europe. And I know they really want to get this. So this is how it works. I hope you liked actually the whole setup of this tournament with the best of 3s and the best of 5 for the finals. Can also give us some feedback on King of the Sea in general. We try to, you know, fine-tune this tournament step by step with each of the iterations, trying to make it better, introducing new mechanics, like, for example, the banning mechanic, which hopefully leads to more interesting matches, a little bit of shaking things up for these teams to make it as interesting as possible for them to play, but also for you guys to watch and for us. I have to be very selfish here and say, like, I love these bannings. It just makes it very interesting because the teams kind of just go like, oh yeah, no, come on, we'll just run our Kleber composition. But no, they have to go for something else. They have to be prepared and come up with new stuff.
absolutely.
So, Conway, I saw there's probably like a short issue with the training room, I guess, because they almost jumped into it.
Yes, let me join you shortly. We do have a slight technical
You're not
issue.
joining us. Maltese is currently joining us.
Wrong.
And stats blog.
Briefly, let me join you.
They look
job.
very
You had one
enthralled.
job, Conway. Okay, no, we have a slight technical issue with the training room that we hope we can resolve by probably turning it off and on again.
I think it's going to be perfect. Please clip this later on. And I think the faces that Statsbloke and Maltese make exactly in that moment is how they feel about Conway pushing that button.
Did they notice?
No.
Give us a sign, Stats, if you noticed. You can write a little.
He can't
piece of
hear.
paper. He probably know. He might listen in. We don't know, but it doesn't appear that way. But I'm sure that once this reaches you, chat, you can clip it and you can give it to Maltese and to Stats.
For the context, right? The way we're running this, obviously, we have coronavirus still, so we can't bring anyone here. So everybody's tuning in, if you hadn't figured this out, right, from home. So I have Painzor's face right in front of my face here. And there's Private Penguin over there. Statsblock right down there in front of Chris. And then Maltese Knight is somewhere over there.
In the naughty corner, like
literally
in the naughty corner.
In the naughty corner, face away from us next to the empty pizza cart.
Because the reason for that is that we're running out of space. We have like a very, very long desk, actually 2 desks next to each other, like more than 2 meters. And so we ran out of space for screens to be capturing. Because as much as we would love to run this in person and just invite everybody in, fly people in and do this here in person, which would make it much, much easier also for us, we now have to do it digitally. And we try to find a better way of doing it compared to last time, because last time we had a little bit of quality issues with the people tuning in from Australia and North America and so on. It is very tricky for the chatting tools that are available to actually provide like HD 1080p 60 FPS all the time.
Yes, it's a struggle. But it looks as though, let me quickly see.
We're almost ready. Yeah. I see, because I see some questions here about certain players, and I also seen this yesterday. Like some very, very old players asking about like the first teams that we had. Like for example, old Omni with FTD, or yesterday were questions about ALN, one of the big clans very early on when we had team battles. You do see a lot of these players actually in other clans. So, for example, if you take a look at BanCV, you will recognize some familiar names, for example, from the old Omni team. They since Omni was kind of split up and moved along, they split up to different clans. And you can still see these players after all these years, like Strangers, RNG Summer, and so on, still playing and still being at the very top of the game, which is for me always very impressive. Like to play a game for such a long time on such a high level. Like the game is always evolving, right? You're a very good player, but you have to keep up with everything that's happening in the game. You guys should see by now the kind of variety we have in the setups, right? How many different ships there are in the game. The different mechanics that we have, the mechanical changes. There's a reason why, for example, Harugumo is now more popular, not taking the full pens anymore, and the skill changes that were applied, right? So there's a lot of different things always happening, and all of you have to adapt. But obviously, on that level, it's even trickier to like. By now, we have over 450 ships in the game. Obviously, not on tier 10 when where King of the Sea is currently being played on. But it's like a lot to keep in mind and a lot of things to just keep in mind when playing the game. Conway, you still alive?
I'm still alive. I'm just trying to keep attention, like to the chat and see what's going. But the training room has been recreated. People are joining up in, and hopefully we'll be able to get in the game in a minute or two.
Yes, and by now, also, just as an update on the prediction, now it shifted in Rain's favor again. Now we have 920,000 points for Rain versus 860,000 points for Shaft.
Maybe I can take this moment to address something for a second, right? Because King of the Sea, as we mentioned earlier, I think started off as a grassroots tournament, like organized just by the community that approached me way back in the day and said, "Hey, Conway, we want to do a tournament. Can you help us?" And so we did this together, and many of you will know that King of the Sea is now an official wargaming tournament, so we've taken it over. But we would still not be able to run it like this without the help of our amazing tournament coordinators, our adjudicators, the referees that come in for the day. Of course, all the people who help with tech things like the amazing bot that we had written today, map pick ban website programmed by Stewie, Duke, who made like a really cool new overlay tool for all the other streamers to be able to like present information in a good way, and many other people that like I can't list them all out. You know who you are. Thank you very much for doing this with us. It's super cool to see, and I'm very excited. Like what Warships competitive is going to look like over the future, because I really think it's good stuff. There we go. Very eloquent.
Yeah, just thank you. Like all of this would not be possible at all without the community and all of the helpers that we have. Also in terms of like moderation, for example, or just running all of the training rooms. Like the qualification stage for King of the Sea, it's a lot of matches, and the adjudicators, the referees, the organizers, they're all doing such a fantastic job, just being there, being reliable, making sure that everything is running, providing all of this as a very easy to digest kind of tournament for all of the streamers, being able to sit here, talk about this stuff, and then the next match is ready. You can just jump in, everything is set up. You just have to do your job by talking about it, and then the next match is already queued up. It's really great to see how many people are helping out with this, and if you see them, give them a +1. Tell them that you appreciate it, because they do this because they're passionate about the game, not because it's their job.
Absolutely. So yeah, and this is the update on the training room. Currently, we have 36 of our spectators in. It looks like both teams are populated, so we will be joining the second game of Rain versus Shaft in a second. Maybe I'll give a prediction for this. Right, I really want Rain to equalize to 1-1 here. I want to see game 3, and I think they've got it in them. I think they made 1 or 2 critical mistakes that last game. Plus, Possum. He was very, very efficient.
He was my MVP. First of all, I love the name, but also the ballsy moves that he made. I like it. Like he knows how to play his DDs. That's for sure. But Conway, what about Extreme? Where do they stand?
Extreme did extremely well, and they have a special place in my heart. But yeah.
I am discovering new and unusual training room bugs that I have never discovered in my life before.
Yes, we did this. I think that our training rooms weren't originally intended. Well, they weren't intended to have 40 additional spectators, and it seems that this is causing a few issues today.
Yes,
we'll have to ask our devs to look into that and see if there's anything they can do to give us a bit more reliability there for next tournament.
Indeed. Let me just quickly reiterate, because of course there are questions about Twitch drops. So if you want to get your Twitch drop for the King of the Sea tournament, all you have to do is watch for 90 minutes, and then you click that claim button. Then you have to log into the game. If you're already logged into the game, you will have to relog. I know it's not as good as the system as we had before, but unfortunately there was a change in the backend of how Twitch is actually handling Twitch drops, so we cannot do it the old way. This is kind of the new way how we have to do it, and I hope everything is working. If you had any issues with the Twitch container itself last week, please relog again, and if it doesn't work, then contact our customer support, and we will help you, because there was a small issue we had last week. And yeah, with this, we can bring the rest back in, and then hopefully this will start soon. Conway, do you want to join us and tell us a joke?
I was hoping I could sneak out while you were busy talking about Twitch drops and nobody would notice. So trying to keep an eye on all the things in the background. But everyone's ready now. I'm just waiting on the training room to kick off.
Perfect. Do you have any like favorite like story to tell about King of the Sea while we're waiting? Because if you didn't know, Mr. Conway is actually the brain behind King of the Sea. Well, for me, he's over here, and in reality, like for you guys, he's down here. So Conway, listen to me. Conway, tell a joke.
The quick clips of this are going to be absolutely horrific. A favorite story. Look, you already put me on the spot there.
No, like is there like a fun fact about King of the Sea that people don't know, or something like this?
A fun fact.
There's no fun in King of the Sea. Exactly, that's the fun fact.
No fun allowed here.
No,
you put me on the spot there.
I know.
I got my head wrapped.
I learned that
yes,
from.
Yes, you learned that from me, but you learned it too well, unfortunately. No, but it's been really fun. Like as a King of the Sea as a journey, I've done. I think I've been here for every single one of the tournaments. We did most of them officially, and I'm really looking forward to being able to like get people together in a physical location again.
Talking about physical, I'm going to get the T-shirt so we can show it.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Tangling myself.
Please don't break anything. We know what happens when you unplug headsets since yesterday. Yeah, so to all the viewers out there, ladies and gentlemen, our sincere apologies for the technical issues that we have in the back end. We are very much wanting to get you into the second game. But, this is a perfect opportunity for us to just spend some quality time with you, talk about topics that we are running out of rapidly. And usually chat always comes to the rescue by being able to answer, ask us questions that we can address. But of course, because we're running a 5-minute delay, all that we're this is not possible, right? So yeah, it is what it is. Yes, Chrysanthos, it's very nice. It would look even better if you were wearing it. I thought you could put it on and model it in
no.
person.
So this is the teaser for next weekend. For next weekend, I will put this on.
Is that the one I'm wearing right now?
Or do you want to put it on?
Yes, it's the same one. Yes. We can have it modeled on you. It doesn't fit me, unfortunately.
I'm modeling. There we go. Modeling.
Very nice.
Ooh.
Calm yourself there, Pingu.
Ooh.
By the way, chat is asking whether Painzor is okay or whether you are in pain.
It meant right now with the servers doing this, yes, I am in pain. But otherwise, yeah, I'm all right.
Okay, I'm gonna go and poke some people in the back end. So I'm gonna take my face off the camera, so I can do this in peace and quiet. Please enjoy entertaining everybody.
Okay, so then, chat, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry about this delay. So we'll just have to entertain you in the meantime with our faces and talking about this stuff. So we want to get the next match going just as quickly as you want to, but hopefully you don't mind that it's going to take a little bit longer. So, guys, in terms of competitive gameplay, I usually see some comments about the tier, whether the competitive sometimes be played on lower tiers. I really love tier 10 in terms of especially competitive gameplay. But do you feel like it would be great to have more variety in terms of playing King of the Sea potentially 7, 8, or the 9th tier?
The thing about that is I think tier 10 is probably the closest thing to balance that we have, especially with the rule set that we've developed over time for this, with all the banned ships and things. I think balancing kind of gets left at the wayside with some of the tier 8 premiums, and it kind of becomes a bit messy, and thinking about all the different ships that you come in and the ever-changing meta down there. We have a fixed set of we have a lot of ships up here, but they are we do get favorites and things, but there's we've seen pretty much every single tier 10 ship being played so far, minus perhaps the Gross Kurfürst and everything that's banned. But we've seen Slavas, we've seen Kremlins, we've seen everything in between. We've seen Conquerors, we've seen Yamato, Shikishimas, we've seen Burgoynes, we've seen what other battleships? Yeah, we've seen Yuyangs, we've seen Haragumos, we've seen Shimikazes, we've seen Darings, we've seen we see a lot of variation.
I think I'm quite fine with the tier 10 right now, but sure, a little bit of variety wouldn't be a bad call. I mean, in terms of gameplay, if you play on tier 8, for example, tier 8 is a tier where you're not able to punish enemy ships that hard like on tier 10. I think you can play way more aggressive in sometimes if you have tier 8 ships, or even lower, because the RNG factor is a little bit higher. But then again, I can understand why a lot of people say RNG is not the best thing to have in competitive gameplay. That's why I guess it is tier 10 right now, and it will stick on tier 10 for in the future. But that's my guess.
The balance of power changes very linearly over the course of down at tier 1, 2, and 3. The destroyers are far more potent than they are up here at tier 10, simply because you can run around devastating things and the battleships can't really do much about it. You just go, oh, look, there's a destroyer in my face. Hang on, let me shoot with my guns. The guns just shoot in every direction. Have you ever tried hitting a destroyer rushing you with a Mikasa's main battery? Doesn't go very well. So it's this constant so the format is built at tier 10. Oh, look, I think is this Miracle? Are we potentially
Oh.
going to the game?
No. The game is not starting. No.
It's
no.
not-
It's a trap. No, it
It's
is.
a Fata
It is.
Morgana.
Well, I believe it when the teams are in the match and everything is working. But it looks like we got a match. So as much
Please
as
no
much as I would
restart.
love to talk more about which other tiers King of the Sea could be working on, I would much rather now hand you over to our casters. But I think we're at this stage. So chat, finally, we already like the prediction campaign for who's going to win. This match is already over. So one of our moderators started a very nice poll about who got the best hair. And Private Penguin is apparently our most handsome co-caster here with a beautiful, beautiful hair. So we will now hand it over to Statsburger Maltese Knight finally. Enjoy the match. And let's just enjoy it.
We are finally back. It's going to be, this is the same match, believe it or not. So it's Shaft versus Rain. Shaft in green, 1-0 to Shaft. They won the last match after a bit of a turnaround quite decisively. Shaft's map pick, so we've got Republic, Kremlin, Nevsky, Stalingrad, Daring, Double Marceau, and Yueyang on the Shaft side. Over on the Rain side, what have we got, Maltese?
On the Rain side, we have Montana Kremlin for battleships. We have a double Des Moines, double Nevsky for cruisers, and for the triple destroyer, we've got Gearing, double Marceau. Now they're splitting up the Marceaus this time. They're actually not sending them to the same side. It's going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, we've got Lulu in the Des Moines for Rain, heading over towards that 9 line. I suspect that Shaft actually aren't going to put anything at the top of the 9 line here, which usually does mean that the Kleber or the Marceau from the south team actually can just go all the way up the 9 line and do some spotting. It looks like Shaft are going to go pretty heavy over to the A side here.
We're sending the Yueyang double Nevsky, so the Yueyang's definitely going to smoke for those. Probably right over the A cap to keep radar pressure. But so are Rain, though. Rain are doing basically the exact same thing, but with a Gearing instead of a Yueyang.
Yeah, they do have that Des Moines in that central position. It's quite normal to see a cruiser sitting on this island. So that Daring will be inside this Des Moines radar range. Daring will stop and reverse into the B cap. I think Possum in the Marceau for Shaft will be just coming over the top of this cap here, just looking to see if there's anything in opposition.
Eagle actually went up the 9 line here, so he's not going to find anything there, but he probably has RPF somewhat pointing towards the 9 line, so he kind of knows what's happening. He is alone, though, so he can't just sit here.
Yeah, Possum probably also running RPF, knowing that Eagle is over there, because Eagle is currently the closest ship. So Possum will be telling the caller, hey, we've got a destroyer over on the 9 line. Okay, Daring is about to back into Bravo.
Yep. Does Leazur cover that fully? He does, but I don't think he can actually shoot at the Daring, and I don't think anyone else can shoot at the Daring. Maybe the Nevskys.
Yeah, there are a few ships over, like the Nevskys could potentially do it, but they're currently a little bit busy with that engagement over on Alpha.
Leazur pushed him off actually with that radar, just what he wanted. Now there's a Marceau fight. Well, the Router's spotting Gangbarang for their team. Gangbarang is actually getting pushed off the cap. Tai Sheep is trying to scout the best he can. But it's really a fight of just smoked up Nevskys.
Would your guess be that this Gearing is legendary or not?
I think so. Most people bring Gearing legendary just for the detection, I think. Because it actually becomes Shimakaze detection, which is 5.6. And you can outspot, for example, a Gearing without legendary or Yueyang by quite a significant amount. So it's pretty good to bring into competitive.
Okay, Router in the Marceau, just reversing between those torpedoes there. Nice little gap.
That forces Nevsky to re-angle though, so let's see if they're able to do that in time. Nevsky doesn't really have the best maneuverability in the world. It seems like he might be able to fit in the gap. Indeed.
Okay, on the 9 line, Eagle has actually gone back down.
So here, I don't think Eagle knows that there's nothing in C and that he can literally just walk in and take for free. I guess they're trying to play it safe after last game.
Yeah.
Where they kind of threw away 3 destroyers, but RPF should, if he has RPF, it should be kind of telling him that, hey, Stress Possum is, or something's up there.
Yeah, I'm trying to interested why Possum is so far up, because these 3 ships here on the 9-10 line aren't spotted. I guess Possum is just trying to get a clue as to what's actually there. He will eventually spot the Kremlin.
He's 3 kilometers away from spotting the Kremlin. I think they're trying to push Malimu into sea here, actually. I think they're going to try to put them into sea.
And, I mean, if you look at...
Stalingrad,
where, yeah.
He's broadside.
They're not really going to do. Yeah, they're not going to do much about Malimu pushing in there, and it is going to put out for a kill in a really tough position, because has out for a kill left enough space to actually move forward here? I'm not sure.
Malimu has not been spotted yet, by the way, so Stalingrad has no idea this is happening.
That is not a surprise that you want.
Malimu just got spotted.
Shots out
because he shot.
Shots out. Out for a kill, just had a minor panic attack. Yep.
Down to 24k. Does Malimu have his back turret on target? Possibly not.
Out for a kill is able to make that turn into B.
Lazar gets a second radar in time. Actually, Vert here has pushed up really aggressively in his Kremlin. He's down into B too.
Yeah, Zir is just, keeping the island between Vert and himself. Okay, Marceau over on A. Ruta has actually managed to reverse all the way back into the cap. Torpedoes out towards that corner, which is very interesting because there's actually nothing there. Ruta obviously thinks that Gangbarang is still there. The Nevsky group actually having to kite quite a long way away.
So I think Rain are okay with kind of leaving A because they want to, they got C, right? So they just want to fortify B, maybe kill this Kremlin and Stalingrad. I think that's what they're kind of trying to do. So they're moving away to try to kill those 2 ships.
Yeah,
because they won C, so...
The danger of doing that, so yes, they can get a lot of focus fire into B. Potentially they can take out for a kill here. They're pushed forward. But then you're letting Shaft. You've got these 5 ships, Republique, 2 Nevskys, a Yuyang, Marceau. You're letting them flank you. And while that might not immediately be a problem, actually a little bit later on that is going to be a problem. Out for a kill going down.
Does go down, so the focus is going to shift on Vert. They can flank them, but as long as they kill the Kremlin, it will take a really long time, that's the issue. But if they kill the Kremlin, all they have to really do is fortify BC, which shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, being flanked is not a problem as long as you've not got something on the other side of you.
Yeah, and there's nothing really...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It currently is Vert.
Yeah. So Stress Possum here is actually getting focused down on the 8 line. He's down to 5k, but... And he's still shooting. I think he's radared by Lulu. Down to 4k. Malimu's trying to get shots in from across the map. He does
actually
really
land
hard.
a shell.
Gotta respect the Kremlin.
Gonna go to the... This is the red team's view right now. So, yep, Possum goes down.
Good shots from Lulu.
That gives Rain total control of that side of the map. Vert is going to continue to come under focus fire here.
Vert is reversing, but Malimu is going to make his way up this gap or channel. And Daring launched already 5 torps. He has 5 torps available, which do not kill Malimu. There's no way he kills Malimu with 5 torps. So Malimu is literally just going to walk up here if he knows those 5 torps have been spotted.
Yep.
And maybe try to kill the Kremlin.
So Malimu has barely been spotted this whole match. And certainly has not taken any damage at all. So... what is Zil going to do? Is he going to be able to squeeze some torps through that gap?
I mean,
at
possibly.
that kind of angle, that's going to be tricky.
Yeah.
Okay, Kremlin gets a shot out on the nose, a fairly decent chunk.
Thing is, he only has 5 torps available too, so... not really gonna do much.
Okay, here come the torps. And with Malimu being nose in, that's definitely not going to do that much because...
And look how wide the spread is.
2,
even though they're single launch, he spread them really wide, so he's actually only going to end up eating 1 out of 5. Which is not enough.
It's not going to help Vert that much. Malamu is going to be able to push around if necessary. He might not even actually need to.
Yeah, he might actually not need to. Vert is actually getting farmed out really quickly here. Even by Eagle as well, from behind. Lulu's actually engaging the Daring too, to keep him busy, and he's actually hitting him really hard. Vert will go down.
Vert will go down. Lulu, as you say, getting a few shots into Zill there. So Rain look like they're in a good position here to move into B and take control. Which is good timing because Shaft are actually ahead on the points clock, but they are not ahead on points. So as long as Rain can get into B and block it and hold it, they will be in a really good position. Very good map control. They've got Shaft, the 5 remaining Shaft ships are, they're not surrounded, but they've definitely got a long battle line here to face.
Yeah, the issue here is Pepegazando's kind of alone against 2 Des Moines in a Republic, which you don't want to be alone against 2 Des Moines in a Republic. But he also has a Kremlin to deal with, so he has a lot of pressure. And Republic's just not tanky enough to deal with all these ships. So
it doesn't, and because of its gun placements, it doesn't nose in very well because you lose half your barrels basically. So
Ruther here gets caught by Gangbarang. They're gonna have to see if they can trade each other out. Ruther needs to win this to keep themselves in the game. Does actually kill him. Does he trade? He trades. Should keep Rain at an advantage.
So yes, whenever you have a ship advantage, any trade is in your favor because that increases the ratio, if you like, between your ships and their ships. Okay, lots of shots being exchanged down here by the J line. Nevskis of Willis and Artorius exchanging with Chatbands. And the Shaft Nevsky. Chatband actually taking quite a lot of damage there.
Yeah, he's getting cross shot by Leazur and the Nevskis, so he's kind of finding it hard to angle to everything. It's kind of what like we were expecting and where Rain took BC and they just hold.
Yeah.
Like it's really easy to hold when you're in there.
And unlike the last game, you're actually seeing this Rain kind of distracting kiting force actually working this time. So you've got the 2 Nevskis and the Montana going, hey, 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 follow us. And just distracting from the fact that the rest of Rain is currently murdering their Republic. Who is about to go down.
I didn't like the fact that Shaft just sent 1 ship to sea and nothing else. They only sent at Marceau, which will never hold that like enough, right? And the Marceau died. Like, he didn't even live.
No, and if you're going to do that, if you're going to go really, really heavy on one side, you need to be, I think, super aggressive on that other side.
Yeah, and you need to win that quickly so you can go back to B really quickly.
Problem is that defending is easier, right? So if you're on the defending side and it's a heavy push, as long as you've got a reasonable number of ships there, you can definitely win, even though you're outnumbered. Especially if you've got a group of ships like this Montana and Double Nevsky that can actually kite really well.
Like, yes, Shaft did win A side, but I mean, Rain won C side even quicker, so was it worth it? I don't think so.
So this is really interesting because Shaft beat Rain on Rain's map, and then Rain beat Shaft on Shaft's map. So the next map pick is actually the bots, and that is Warrior's Path. Where
Warrior's Path?
Yeah, Warrior's Path. So we will be seeing a decider here. So this is going to go 1-1. And this is very exciting. So the winner of this next game in this best of 3 will go through to the final, and the loser will go through to the runners-up game. Very exciting match there. And let's go back to the studio to have a chat about it.
What a comeback here by Rain, winning the second match, and now we have a draw with 1-1, and the next match is actually going to decide who's going to go into the finals. But Rainzor, Private Pingu, let's talk a bit about how Shaft lost this game, or what made Rain actually win it. Let's rather phrase it like this. Pingu, let's start with you.
Well, as expected, we've seen smoke trains on both sides of the team around the A cap. We've seen a rather unconventional tactics there on the right side, on the C cap, by Rain, together with a DD, the Marceau, a cruiser, the Des Moines, and a Kremlin. They rushed forward to push the single Marceau out of position and contest the cap afterwards. I think Rain did a better job at taking control of the map over the right side, over the C side. One important fact is that they catch the Marceau kind of off guard because the Des Moines took advantage of the little island in between, or maybe he was lucky, I don't know, but he was in 8-kilometer distance, clearly short enough to use the radar and kill the Marceau there together with their own Marceau. And then there was nothing left on this side to spot them or push them back, and that gave time for Rain to close in on the middle. I think Chef had a good call on pushing on A and pushing on the middle cap together with Stalingrad and the Kremlin to make kind of a crossfire on the team on the south left of Rain. But I think the smoke train part of Chef was a little bit too late because the Kremlin and the Stalingrad got farmed down immediately after they went into the B cap. But what do you think about that, Painzer?
I think the Kremlin pushing into B was bold. It was very, very bold. But I think where I take umbrage with it is, okay, so we have the Kremlin at, hang on, let me put the finger on. We have the Kremlin here. And you have two choices here. You can either turn in this way and go for the B cap, or you could continue going down. If you continue going down, you have the potential to cash this Des Moines out. You have vision on the Des Moines. Well, you know the Des Moines is there because he's already been opening up and radared your DD there. You don't know where these are, but I think the Kremlin, I think the Marceau can relay the intelligence that there's, you know, the smoke screens over there. You know it's Nevsky, so you know the Nevsky's going to be at the A cap. That leaves you at most one cruiser and one Kremlin there. I think you make the play and go all the way at the bottom and go for the Des Moines, and then swing back for the B cap. Let your destroyers handle that. Let your Stalingrad handle that there. Just get rid of this Des Moines. Instead, what happened is he came out here. The Des Moines gets away scot-free. These guys get all the way up here and just take massive chunks out of the broadside of the Stalingrad. The Stalingrad ends up crippled. He has to give up this position entirely. I think he wanted to originally get into a position to rotate around, so he's facing this way, so he has some sort of reversibility, and then down there if he wants to. But unfortunately, what happened was he just got chunked, and they've lost this destroyer, so they have no control. So Rain just rolled over from C to B. Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't really understand when teams, especially on this map, don't try to engage on C. Having one Marceau is not going to stop anything over there. He can potentially provide the spotting for the battleship, the cruisers that are going to rush through there, but otherwise he's not going to be able to take the cap by himself, and he's not going to be able to really delay them too much. And I think this is exactly what happened here, because if you take a look at how the map is built, right, you have here on A so much open water and the ability for these teams to just slowly but steadily kite away, right? They can, this is what you want to do in a defending position. You can just move away and slowly but steadily wither down whatever is coming behind you. And with the way that B and C is built, it's really not very accessible. But Rain was in a position where they can choose where they want to go. But, and perfect, here we see the replay. But especially on B, they were in a really static position. So for Rain, it was easy to say okay, we have these ships here positioned like this. Let's try to farm them down, because the battle is going to be about B. They're not going to be able to get A back, but they have really firm control over C. They know there's nothing there, and they can just push into B from two completely different angles. Well, this was not possible for Shaft. Unless Shaft would have kind of crippled that force on A by Rain being too aggressive, they're just chasing. And I guess their hope was to chase Rain very quickly away from that position on the 4-5 line, to not be able to have any shots anymore, and kind of then hold B, but without any C control. I don't know. I wasn't very confident in their strategy once I saw that they left C completely alone. Because a lot of the battles happen around C, and then whoever wins C is able to push into B from the other side, and that kind of puts you in an impossible spot if you want to defend B. So, yeah, I don't know,
Absolutely
like
true.
for me, like a very, very decisive win here by Rain. It looked very much in control throughout the match and just really well played. Really well played. Something that caught me a bit off was that they managed to kill the Maso, because the Maso should have been able to just slowly but steadily like hide away, keep them spotted, but he wasn't able to get away. So I guess he was just surprised to be caught up by the radar and the other Maso. But it happens. And now we're going to have the last match, which is going to be played on Warriors Path. This is, of course, the random drop, too many Twitch drops, random draw of the maps. So no team actually picked this. This was picked by a bot, and the same thing is true for the spawns. Now, Warriors Path can also be quite slow and methodical. So do you think the teams are going to do something crazy or rather go for the classic approach?
I think we're going to see more of that smoke play around the sea cap. There's some very powerful angles that people have been farming. So you put one static cruiser at the island facing into the sea cap, and then you have the smoke screen to farm down their version of it. So, you know, Salem's or Des Moines and smoke screens over there. Or Nevsky, since they're no longer banned. And probably just some DDs running free through the A and B caps, as we've been seeing in the last few games as well. Penguin?
I think so as well. Maybe even on the A cap. We haven't seen a really aggressive push on the A cap with smoke trains yet. I think only on the C cap, kind of passive. I'm excited what they are doing.
Yes, I totally agree. I mean, we know that the Kleber's banned, so we won't, like, we might see like a replication of what we've seen in the previous game with Oboe versus Yoink, that one team might try to get one or two Masos actually into A and try to cap it early and then make it hard for the other team to come back. But overall, with the Venezia band, it's a lot of like we compared to Yoink versus Oboe, we actually have Des Moines being available, so you don't even have to rely on a Salem, but you also can leverage the Des Moines to be able to just use the longer range radar and the DPM. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Do you think either Rain or Shaft is gonna actually pick 4 DDs or more of like a triple DD setup?
I don't know if you can make a hold with 4 DDs on this map because the caps are just so close together. You can just run through them, and there's going to be there could be a lot of mass barreling through. I think we're going more 3 DD than 4 or 5. Hang on.
I think so as well. Maybe even 2 DDs only, but I think on this map 2 DDs is a little bit too less with 3 caps, and yeah, I think 3 DDs on both teams.
Okay, I have a feeling that Rain might still go for 4 DDs and just try to leverage the smoke again and also the fast French DDs to kind of have like the double aspect of being able to, because that's what I love about the strategy. It kind of puts the enemy team into a really shitty position. You have the very fast French DDs that will just put the cap pressure on you because there's instantly potentially like 1 cap ticking against you, and the caps, initially it looks always like, they have 1 cap, it's fine. Both teams have 300 points, blah, 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 right? But within 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, that suddenly is the equivalent of several ships killed. So that's like the one pressure. And the other pressure is that, well, they can still use the other Ds to deploy smoke screens, use radar initially to push Shaft, for example, out, and then in the meantime redeploy the fast DDs to another cap. So I really like this, and I would love to see this again from Rain, but I can only guess what they're going to do here. Chat, if you want to participate, of course we have a prediction campaign with channel points running right now. And the balance now shifted from initially you guys being heavily in favor of Rain, then being heavily in favor of Shaft, and now it's back actually to Rain now leading with 900,000 channel points versus 717,000 for Shaft. So it looks like you guys are split. I'm very happy that you now feel this way after the initial very, very strong push with Rain 43% versus 7% out of the 4 teams. Prediction of who's going to be the king of the sea. This is not going to be easy for Rain to convert this into the finals. So let's see. I think the teams are almost there. From what I can see there, spying on Mr. Conway's screen. So hopefully the match will start a little bit sooner than the last one with only like 2-3 minutes to go. Perfect. Whew. Do you guys prefer the best of 3s or best of 5s?
As a spectator, best of 5 because I get to watch more matches.
I think as teams or even as casters, best of 3 is not that exhausting like a best of 5. But on the other hand, having a best of 5 is super exciting if they manage to get to the 5th match.
I've always felt the best of 5 makes it feel more like an occasion. You know what I mean? Like a best of 3 is like, oh yeah, we should play each other, who see who wins, blah, blah, blah. Best of 5 feels like it's an occasion. So like the later stage of a tournament when you have best of 5s or like best of 7s and other games, it's like the bigger the like series, the bigger the tournament. That's how it always felt to me.
Okay, so the Painzor tournament would be like everybody plays a casual best of 7, and then for the finals we go for best of 50.
Best of 21. Play every single map in the game.
The whole day is just those 2 teams, day and night.
It would be
Hey,
a
it
very
works for
very long
snooker,
season.
doesn't it?
Yes.
Oh,
Wow.
no breaks allowed.
Yes. No. I think it is also like for us also trying to strike the balance between like being able to show a lot of different teams, a lot of different matches, and then also like the more matches you have, I feel the result is going to be more representative, right? You can have like one bad match, and that already puts you on the losing side initially. If you then have to suddenly win the next 2 matches, there's no room for error anymore. Well, with the best of 5, you can have 1-2 bad matches, but if you manage to win the other 3, then it leaves more room for error and kind of shows the bigger picture. But unfortunately, we cannot show this all the time. So I hope that you guys also like the best of 3 setup for this. And then at least for the finals, we're going to have a best of 5. I think Mr. Conway is currently chatting, but I didn't remember. What are we going to use for the international finals? If he's unfortunately, Mr. Conway is a single core processor, and probably not paying attention at all to what I'm saying right now. So we'll get to this later while he's trying to just chat to the teams, because I think we're almost ready to go. So otherwise, I'll give the usual reminder: Twitch drops. How it works, very easy. You only have to do is link your account. Please link the proper account. I had a lot of people not linking their account properly. And if you had issues, the first thing you should always try is relink your account in the Wargaming account management. That's usually what fixes it for like 98% of the users, unless there's an actual problem in our backend. And then you just have to claim it and log into the game to get it. If you're already logged in, just relog and it should appear. And then you're all set to get your Twitch drops. For King of the Sea, this time we only use missions instead of straight up containers. So for each day, you can get a separate mission, yeah? So if you watched yesterday, you can get a new mission today. And the same thing is true for next weekend, where you will have a separate mission for Saturday and Sunday. If you already finished the collection, then congratulations to you. You have been a very, very avid viewer, and you've been part of King of the Sea for pretty much like every single broadcast. So I'm very happy for that. Unfortunately, right now we don't have like a new collection. We'll talk about what else we can have as a reward for future King of the Seas, but not for King of the Sea 12, but for King of the Sea 13. Nice. And I see that I just got the thumbs up from Mr. Conway that we are going to be joining the match right now. It looks like everything's ready to go. So, Painter.
Rain.
See, now it comes through.
My guess is rain as well this time.
Okay, so you know what? Rain was very impressive. Shaft was very impressive. I'm now going to take the role of the underdog here. Shaft, I believe in you. I love your name, and Rain is a very strong team, but I do think you have what it takes to beat them. So let's see whether you can do it. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win, and then we'll hand over to Statsblock and Maltese Knight. Enjoy the battle.
So this is the decider game in this best of 3 series. Shaft versus Rain, currently at 1-1. Shaft have brought Conqueror, a Republic, Des Moines, Moskva, Double Nevsky, Marceau, Shima, and Yuyang. And over on the Rain side on the south we have...
For Rain, we've got the Montana Conqueror for the battleships, Triple Nevsky, Stalingrad for the cruisers, and for the Triple Destroyer, we've got Double Gearing and Marceau. So we've got a lot of Nevsky this game for sure.
Yeah, I think that's the first team we've seen that's brought 3 Nevskys. I might be wrong. Are they going to split them?
They are splitting
so
2 and 1. So they got the pack with the gearing going to A, and they got one possibly with the gearing going towards C. Lulu seems to be going towards B in his Stalingrad. Gangbarang and Marceau is gonna rush B, try to cap it possibly early. On the other hand, on Shaft, we've got the Yu Yang with the pack of Nevskis. And the Marceau is actually going C, it seems.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
a
get
long
an
way to
early cap.
run. But, you know, Possum, very, very fast compared to the gearing. So Possum will probably be able to get that C cap without any trouble at all. And it looks like Gangbarang will indeed get B. Des Moines will come in radar range. So we'll see whether they actually do decide to do it. Zill looks like he's not actually going for the island. I thought Zill was going to go for that central island, but no. Ah, that's why. There's shells coming in. I think Gangbarang spotted Zill briefly on the way in. The Shima of Blow, new player for Shaft, I think, will come in from the north side of A and will potentially... Let's have a look at which way Flow turns here. No, he's going to turn north, okay.
He's taking a safe route. He knows there's a double Nevsky on the enemy team. Doesn't want to risk taking excessive damage early on.
When we see Shimas, do you think they'll mostly be playing with 12s?
I think it really depends on the map they're playing on. I think certain maps they like playing with the 20s because they're longer range corridors, but sometimes they play with the 12s. I don't think anyone's going to ever play with the 8s, that's for sure. Yeah.
No, I think the role that you would typically see the 8s used in random battles, which would be, you know, like rushing around islands and stuff, is just fulfilled by different ships in this meta.
Klebers and stuff here, yeah.
Just a reminder that in this series, in this best of 3, Venezia and Kleber are banned. Rain banned Venezia and Shaft banned Kleber. Okay, Possum does indeed take Charlie, and Gangbarang does indeed take Bravo. No destroyers trying for A yet. So we're going to see this double Nevsky Yu Yang group starting to make their presence known on Charlie against the Nevsky of Willis and the Eagle of Gearing. Sorry, the Gearing in the... Eagle in the Gearing. Mouth. Wow. Okay.
So the thing is, Shaft are kind of reminding me of last game where they kind of abandoned the flank completely, right? So they left the Shima Conqueror on one flank, which is okay, I guess. But, I mean, Dai Sheep's going to be able to get into A, cap it for free. Hopefully, these double Nevskis realize that there's only a Conqueror Shima here, and they start moving to the other side. Hopefully, they realize that early.
Gearing Torps heading towards X displays, yet they stop short by about a kilometer or so. Looks like Sheep is making that run. Laid a smokescreen for Azure and then turned right. Probably going to dip in behind that island, throwing Torps up just in case the Shimakaze is going backwards and forwards across the top of the cap. Shima has got Torps into the cap, but I think Sheep will be fine as long as keeps going towards the back of the island. Yeah, should be absolutely fine. Okay, so Shaft looks like they're sending Possum in to B, so Possum potentially will come up against Gangbarang here.
Possibly. I think the Stalingrad might be in a better position to just move out and help him than the Demon.
Gangbarang is actually spotted. I think Zill might be running radar right now. Let's have a look. Nope.
He isn't.
Potentially just finished. Oh, actually, it could have been Doge's, actually.
Oh, yeah. Possum is trying to see where Gangbarang is again. Just coming around the corner.
Also, the same ship. Assuming they've got the same build, they will spot each other at the same time.
Yep. Just Possum maybe tries to reverse him.
Sheep is actually pushing around the top of the island in the A cap.
He's trying to aggressively scout what's up here to try to see, I guess. I mean, Lazur is actually turning around. He kind of realized, hey, I don't actually need to be here. We don't need two Nevskis here. So he's turning around, probably going back to B slowly. But they do keep one Nevsky Artorius on the one lane.
HE through the nose of the Nevsky. Still fairly effective despite it being HE. And of course, because it's a Conqueror, also sets a fire. Artorias letting the fire burn, but running the heal. Flow pushing torpedoes towards Artorias' position. And Sheep running pretty aggressively towards the Shimakaze's position here. Of course, like we were saying earlier, if this gearing is a legendary build, it will spot the Shima at the same time that the Shima spots it. They will have the same detection.
Yes, I think that's why he's being really aggressive here. Because if he thought it was the Yu Yang, I mean, or if he didn't have legendary, he'd just get outspotted and just smashed by the Conqueror. So,
okay, here we see Zill in the Des Moines, radaring as Stress Possum pushes in. That's going to push Gangbarang off the cap and allow Possum to get in. You also notice that the Moskva of Shaft has actually repositioned slightly to support B.
Stress Possum's actually capping B here. Nothing. I guess Gangbarang can make it back into the cap in time. He can.
The Shaft's double Nevsky group over on Charlie is actually rotating back around the top of the cap. Now that they have it, they don't actually need to push down that 10 line. So they will be there to support B by firing through the channel in the middle. Gangbarang comes back in, Possum under fire. Just able to duck in behind the island.
Doge has radared, trying to catch Gangbarang. Nothing can really shoot Gangbarang though. And the Nevsky on the 1 line is actually pushing up to Vert. He's actually farming him out pretty well. I'm not sure if he's IFHE or not. If he is, he can pen him everywhere.
Gangbarang and Possum either side of this island here. They will probably be just about within prox detection range, so ships within 2 kilometers of each other will detect each other no matter what. Lulu getting some AP into the side of the Republic there. Republic's armor scheme makes it quite hard to Citadel, but it'll still take pens. Return fire from the Republic onto Lulu's nose. As expected, not that much damage. Stalingrad very tanky from the front. Gearing continuing to push here. Sheep has actually laid that lovely smokescreen for Artorias, as you said before, enabling a lot of spam onto Vert, but Vert also takes a torp from Sheep.
He actually landed 2 torps there on Vert.
Vert being forced to run that heal.
And DCP.
Conqueror, of course, having that amazing super heal, but the problem with Conqueror's super heal is that it itself, the ship itself, actually has a really low health pool for a battleship. So you have to be able to break contact to be able to run all your heals to get your hit point potential actually run through. You keep coming under fire, it's not that useful.
He's back on fire. He does have fire prevention, it seems.
Yeah, the one fire running in the middle of the ship. He's going to really need to try and break contact, but Sheep is going to keep chasing and keep getting that spot. So the only thing that Vert can do is really try and get as far away as possible from Artorias.
Artorias is actually reload mode, it seems, because he can't keep shooting his Conqueror.
Yeah, I think that's the goal of Vert here, is to try and get out of range. Maybe try and force the Nevsky to either just stop shooting or overextend.
Oh, he does have range mode. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Shooting at 19 max range, can't hit him.
Okay, Lulu has been forced to just back off a little bit.
Yeah, he is getting farmed by the Conqueror. Republic, of course, can actually, like, the constant damage they can do. I think Republic actually loaded HE too, so he needs to be careful because Stalingrad does burn a lot now. Oh, and the Nevsky seems to be trying to get his side too from C-Cap.
Yeah, those 2 Nevskys are definitely, or the remaining Nevsky of Chatband is definitely looking to get those shots down that channel. Can easily drop the shells over that island where Lulu is. The back end of that island is pretty flat. Chatband actually receiving a bit of fire there from Willis, sitting down underneath C. And it does look like, because Shaft have actually left Charlie to go and support B, It does look like the gearing might actually be rotating around to have a look at Charlie, potentially. Still a
Pepeko Xando's
deadlock.
actually getting farmed out here by the double Nevsky, so he's probably gonna have to run away and go dark. Because he's well in
Yeah.
range of Artorias.
Rain actually doing a really good job here of pushing both of those battleships off. You've got the Conqueror and the Republic both running. Radar out from, I think that was Kamikazes.
Stress Possum actually ends up leaving the B cab. Quite interesting. I'm not sure why. Can he get shot? Oh, he can get shot at by Dastard, I guess. That means Rain do win in 2 minutes. So what's Shaft gonna do here? I mean, no one has died yet. Literally, no one has died yet.
Nope, no
And
first
Rain are
blood.
at 800 points.
Just a reminder, the winner of this game will go through to the finals against Oh Boy, with the loser going to the runner-up match against Yoink. 8 minutes left on the game clock. Only 2 minutes and 15-ish seconds for a points victory for Rain. So Shaft do need to start doing something here. They do have a large group of ships above B. They could potentially turn around and start to pressure B with.
They do have a lot of ships in the same like general area though, and Rain have a lot of ships like just across
Spread
the map
out.
everywhere. So it's when they're gonna try push into B, they're just gonna get cross shot, which is gonna be the hard part. I like Malimu's position here in the Conquer. He's relatively safe, and he has really good cross shots with
Kamikaze's torpedo.
Dastard.
Kamikazes is turning across the torpedo from Sheep. Not enough speed to avoid it. Yep, that's half its
Ooh.
remaining health gone. Okay, Possum is now back in the cap. Blocking those points. That has extended the points clock on the Rain side out to more than 3 minutes. With that
3
single cap
minutes.
ticking.
But Chef still need to try and make a kill here.
Yeah, you can see they are actually, they've turned the Conqueror, the Nevsky, and the Republic south. But as you say, they are sort of flanked. They've got Artorias, who's still really, really healthy, sitting out on the C line over above the A cap. But it looks like Shaft will make a push into the cap. Now they're already blocking.
Stress
Actually,
Possum's
Possum
getting-
is in trouble, yeah.
Lulu Snail might actually get a lot of damage out on him, and if not, I mean, the battleships who are in a crossfire can also get shots on him.
Lulu
I really
Raider-
like Malimu's and Dastard's position right now. It's really good for crossfiring, for sure.
Lulu popped a radar just to keep Possum spotted as he runs away. Malamu able to get shots. Oh, dispersion.
Possum's
I think
down
that was
to
a-
1k.
I think that was good aim, but dispersion was a bit bad.
For Conquer, yeah, that's kind of what happens when you're inside the range where Deadeye doesn't work. For Conquer, your dispersion becomes questionable. Will Stress
Azure-
Possum actually die?
Azure trying to drop shots over this island here as Possum runs away. Nope, just missing the aft end of
Zil?
Possum.
Zill's gonna make the run into A, but there's a Montana on his broadside, so Dastard does get a shot. This is the really nice crossfire doing effect here. Malimo and Dastard, just really good positioning for sure.
Yeah, if you look at the minimap, you've got Rain sort of surrounding them on 3 sides, really.
Yeah, and
Wow.
Shaft are literally basically on one line, 6 and 7 line. That's all they kind of have. Yu Yang is actually making a run here towards Conquer. I mean, he's trying to do one thing to try to keep them in this game, but I really think this game is going to be over soon. 30 seconds. Dastard gets a shot out on the Republic broadside. And
The danger of rushing a Conqueror is that it's highly likely that it has HE loaded, and you
Oh.
are highly likely to lose your torpedo tubes as you come around the corner.
yeah, and he's already down to 7k, so he'll literally just die. But I mean, he
Will
had
he
to do
even
something.
get... Yeah, it does get the torps. No.
Nope.
That is a no. So
He had to
that
try
will
something,
be...
to be fair.
Yeah, they had to make a move. So that will be Rain taking that 2-1 victory over Shaft to go through to the finals. So Rain later today will face Oh Boy in a best of 5, and Shaft will go through to face Yoink in a best of 3 runner-up match to decide who comes 3rd and 4th. And of course, that will determine who goes through to the internationals as well. So we'll pass back now to the studio to talk more about that.
Wow, very well played here by Rain, and that means Rain is now advancing into the finals to play against Oh Boy. Well played by Shaft, but it seems that Rain got their stuff together and managed to take it off of Shaft. But let's discuss with Private Penguin and Painzor. So guys, what do you think made Rain win this match?
Having 2 caps. I think it came down to having 2 caps.
I also just
apparently my
realized
camera's
that
frozen.
your camera's frozen in the perfect moment.
Can we like unfreeze my camera, please? I don't look like this. Remove me. Delete me.
This looks like it's a very questionable. Like, what happened there? But yeah, let's maybe talk a bit about the ship choices, because I think the one thing that I've seen throughout the day is the choice of Shimakaze didn't really pay off that well. That's at least for me like something that hasn't really paid off compared to, for example, how Rain deployed their gearing, being able to constantly smoke the Alexander Nevsky behind it, being able to just slowly but steadily push up. But the Shimmer was never able to use the torpedoes or the concealment advantage to kind of stop that push. But what do you think, Pingu?
I think having a Shimakaze on one flank, being alone with only one battleship is not the best choice. I can understand that they try to have something there on the flank to just spot and hold them back a little bit, to have more ships on the other side to make there an aggressive call. But if you have a Shimakaze on one side, you need another ship that is able to deal a lot of damage, like for example another DD or another cruiser, like a Venezia or something like that. But sadly, there was no Venezia, of course.
I'm back now, am I?
Welcome
Yes,
back, Painzor.
even with the moving face, amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, in the beginning, we've seen a smoke train on the side of Rain on A, which was not surprising there. On the other side, there was a smoke train of Shaft going towards the C cap and trying to have the advantage on this side. They did. And then something happened. They tried to block the cap. They tried to push them away with a fake attack, something like that. Rain just pulled back their ships, and then they Shaft shifted over the ships to the other side, into the middle. There was
I'm trying to move this. Yeah, this is...
Well, after their initial attack, they called back one Nevsky, they called back the Republique even, and the Moskva turned around to the B side. And then everything got kind of static. I don't know. Rain figured out that there is nothing on this side, so they tried to slowly but steadily push with one gearing and one Nevsky, which was apparently enough to deal damage on the Conqueror, to push away the Shimakaze, and they relocated their ships as well back to the middle. And then you had like a good front line on this side.
Yeah,
and the problem was that Rain had 2 caps over a long period of time, and Shaft hadn't been able to counter that.
I really liked how Rain was actually able to move the Montana into the A cap to have shots on this DD. Basically, Shaft deploying the DD, of course, trying to block the cap here. And usually, if you're spotted on this side here, it's not the biggest problem, because the enemy would have to be in a position, towards your own spawn, right, to be able to shoot in there. But that's exactly the problem here with the Shimmer and the Conqueror not being able to hold back these ships. As soon as they started losing this, Rain was basically positioned to say, hey, on this entire area, there was like a curtain of Rain ships being able to just say, hey, if you want to come here, we'll make you pay. And all of the ships had shots. If you wanted to push in with the Stalingrad, you get farmed. If you want to push in with the battleships, you will get punished. So overall, I think Rain really showed how experienced they are, how well they set up this whole kind of curtain towards the B cap, and just displaying a fantastic map control. Really impressive, and we'll have to see how Oh Boy is going to deal with this in the grand finals. But before we move over there, we will have the match for the third place, which is of course going to be Shaft against Yoink. And whoever is going to win this match is then going to be able to advance to the international finals that we have next weekend, have a chance at winning some really cool cash prizes and playing against all of the other teams from the other clusters. Now, before we're going to do this, let's take a quick look at the replay where you can see just how nicely Rain was actually able to hold back that strong push initially on the 9-10 line from Shaft. Very well executed. As you can see now, for example, in the B cap, the Maso and the Maso just kind of spotting each other, and then you see the Montana pushing up, which means that the Maso realizes, oh no, this is not the place for me to be anymore, because the Montana will be able to just constantly shoot me. So that's how they managed to free B, and then, yeah, not really being able to do much. I loved how the gearing was able to just constantly lay torpedoes into the Conqueror and Nevsky, kind of also keeping them on their toes and dealing some damage over there. And casually deploying smoke for the Nevsky. Really well played there, really well played.
And the Shimmer could just never get the torpedoes on him. The Shimmer kept sending wave after wave of torpedoes into that Smokesky, but the Nevsky was never there. And every time the Nevsky was spotted, they just seemed to ignore him. He was just up here, free farming. Nobody wanted to do anything about it. So, like, the Republic, the Conqueror, they just ignored this Nevsky and just trying to focus the one that was parked down here. I believe it was this Nevsky lodge down here. Along
They
with the
tried to
Montana
kill
hiding down
Lulu as
there.
well behind the island.
Yeah,
Did a great
Lulu
job
here.
at tanking there.
Yeah,
Like,
so
they
well
just
played.
had no vision control.
Yeah, so well played to Rain. Also, of course, well played to Shaft. Put up a really, really good show, and that first match was absolutely fantastic. It was very close, but Rain here with the better ending for themselves and moving on to the finals. Now, we will take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back in roughly 20 minutes. We will be running the waterline video. So if you missed anything from the news that we shared last week about what's going to come to World of Warships in the next 3 to 6 months, now you have a chance to take a look at that. And if you have any questions, I highly recommend you to watch the stream that we had last week with a lot of Q&A. We have both a EU and an NA session. We probably answered most of the questions that you might have about the content that was shared here. And thank you, Mr. Conway, for bringing up the schedule. So now we know that Oh Boy versus Rain is going to be the finals, and we're going to have Shaft versus Yoink as the next match. That will be happening in, roughly 25 minutes. And then the grand finals await you at 1945 or 1745 in UTC, depending on where you're watching from. So with this, I'll send you into the break. Go grab something to eat, go grab something to drink, maybe take a bio break, head to the toilet, because the matches that are about to come are going to be very interesting, and you don't want to miss out on anything like that. Cool. Then enjoy the break. We will be back. See you on the other side. Welcome, captains, to the next episode of Waterline, the show where we talk about all of the upcoming things that you can expect to come to World of Warships in the foreseeable future. My name is Chrysanthus, and with me here today is Mr. Conway.
We have a really exciting episode prepared for you. Not only are we going to talk about the next upcoming tech tree, we're also going to talk about commander skills rework, we're going to talk about changes to attack aircraft, we're going to talk about the long-awaited submarines, and about something called super battleships. Stay tuned. Let's start off with talking about the commander skill rework. Quite a bit of time has passed since we initially implemented it, and we had a lot of feedback from you guys on the new skills. We had a very close and in-depth look at the statistics about who uses which skill and which ones may need some changes.
As the first stage of these changes in update 0.10.4, we will remove Deadeye skill in the way it works right now and replace it with the Swift and Silent skill. And on top of that, we have some minor changes to other skills. Now, we know that if you have a battleship trained with the Deadeye skill, you will be significantly impacted by this. So we will automatically reset your battleship tab of that commander with that update for free.
The next stage is going to be a set of balance changes in autumn. We're going to focus on skills that may be too strong or too weak, and also especially skills that are unpopular. So skills that are currently not picked either are going to have a buff, or in some cases they will be changed. This will be accompanied with a free commander skill reset for all players, so you can take full advantage of the changes and the new system. Submarines. Internally, we've actually been working on submarines since 2017. You'll remember that in 2018 you could play submarines in a special Halloween game mode. In 2019, the two of us were live on stage in Cologne, Germany, announcing submarines coming to World of Warships. Hopefully, some of you were there. Then in update 0.9.4, we had a special game mode where you guys could play submarines. And now we're ready to talk about what the future holds for submarines in World of Warships.
A lot of stuff has changed about submarines during all of these tests. Initially, we worked with oxygen, then moved to a battery mechanic. How to ascend and submerge with a submarine is very different now than it was initially. We added a complete underwater world for you, the ping mechanics, a lot of things have changed, and now we're going to talk a bit about how it's actually going to be implemented in the next test stage and how you can actually participate in this.
You can expect to be able to play submarines on a special public test server this summer. We really strongly encourage and invite you to come and participate in this set of tests so that we can gather your feedback and make sure that the introduction to World of Warships is going to go smoothly.
The second step of the introduction of submarines will then be happening on the live server, where we will be testing submarines in ranked battles. Now, the reason why we decided to go for ranked battles instead of a special mode is that in special modes there is not a really big long-term motivation for players to stick around, while this will be the case in ranked battles without influencing your experience in random battles.
Our team is currently hard at work at preparing the underwater world for the introduction of submarines. Most maps are actually almost ready, already have an underwater relief and have underwater islands. But we're also going to be adding vegetation, not just to make it more beautiful, but also to make it easier for you to navigate and avoid obstacles underwater. Another thing that we of course have to add for submarines to be feature complete is a skill tree. Not just a skill tree for submarines, but we're also going to be adding anti-submarine skills to other classes. This will of course be accompanied with a free captain skill reset to make sure that you can prepare to take on the underwater threat.
Speaking of counterplay to submarines, we made changes to its mechanics. The battery lifetime is now actually limited in duration during battle, depending on the tier, nation, or characteristics of the submarines, and is currently at a value of roughly 5 to 11 minutes, which will make a big impact on how to play submarines and against them, especially during mid to late game. Submarines can be detected by consumables such as hydroacoustic search or radar, but in the future they won't only be detected by these consumables, no, this will also affect the behavior of their battery. If you are detected in such a fashion, you will be consuming more of the battery's lifetime in that period. On the other side, since we have all of these different ways of how to play against submarines, we will be removing the hydrophone to make it a bit easier for submarines in that regard. And once a submarine is actually submerging, it won't just be gone, by the snap of a finger. No, that process will be done in a gradual and linear fashion, slowly but steadily decreasing in its detectability and fading away.
Let's talk about anti-submarine warfare, because you will of course need some tools to be able to fight the underwater menace. We will be adding depth charges to almost all destroyers, apart from a few historical premiums which historically didn't have them. We are also going to be giving cruisers and battleships anti-submarine warfare planes. You'll be able to call a depth charge attack or strike on a certain area, the planes will come in, drop their depth charges, and hopefully sink that pesky submarine.
In addition to all of this, we of course made a lot of changes, under the hood to make sure everything looks great when playing with submarines or against submarines. So we changed markers, ribbons, and for example, interface elements. And as a little bit of a teaser, what else to expect from this is we are actually adding a new submarine torpedo armament, and you will be of course able to learn more about this on our development blog in the future.
I think in conclusion, we just want to say that we really intend for submarines to be a very special class with unique gameplay and a lot of depth to its mechanics.
A new special mode is coming to the server this summer, and this time we're going to be talking about super battleships. We love to try new mechanics and things in special modes, as we did with, for example, the Big Hunt mode, asymmetrical battles, arms race, and so on. And this summer, we will be playing out a what-if scenario for World War II.
Yes, we're going to be talking about what if aircraft carriers hadn't dominated the skies and the seas at the end of World War II? What if nations had kept building big artillery battleships after projects such as the Yamato?
We have 2 super battleships coming up for you. The first one is the Japanese ship Satsuma, kind of like the evolution of the Yamato, featuring 4 twin guns with 510mm guns. And then, I might be slightly biased here, but I think this is going to be very interesting to you. We will have a German super battleship. It is a further development of the H-42 project, something that a lot of you wanted to already see in the game. And it's going to be featuring 4 twin guns of 483mm guns. And it will feature something new for German battleships as well, with a universal secondary armament of dual-purpose 127mm guns. So I hope you're going to be as excited as I am about this topic. And now, of course, the question is, Mr. Conway, how can you guys get your hands on this?
The way this is going to work is that you'll be able to play the super battleships in a special mode. However, you won't be able to just take out the super battleships. You'll have to play tier 9 and 10 ships and earn a new temporary resource called intelligence. Using a certain amount of intelligence, you'll be able to unlock one of the 2 super battleships for 1 battle at a time, go out, have a great time, sink everyone, and then, go back and do it again. Super battleships are also going to be featuring a brand new mechanic that you may have already seen teased on the dev blog. We're preliminarily calling it adjustment firing mechanics. What this means and what this will look like is that you will be rewarded for good positioning and good aim throughout the game. Every time you land a shell within a certain radius of the enemy ship that you were aiming at, you get a point towards a counter. Once the counter fills up, you will be getting a temporary buff to the characteristics of your battleship. After the mode is over, we will have a long think about what to do with super battleships and how they might work in World of Warships in the future.
So please make sure to test this together with us and share your feedback, and then we will see what's going to happen.
Let's talk about attack aircraft. We know that the interaction with attack aircraft and aircraft carriers as a destroyer can be quite frustrating, and this is something that we want to change. Our change is going to have 2 components. Firstly, we're going to be increasing the delay between a carrier initiating his attack and the rockets being fired, as well as give a visual indicator as to where those rockets are going to land. Functionally, this is going to look the following way. When the attack is initiated, the attack planes are going to detach from their wing and they're going to open up fire with their machine guns, which, at least for now, will not be dealing any damage to ships. This was also done historically to let pilots aim their rockets, according to their tracer fire. From a destroyer perspective, this means that you'll be able to see where the rockets are going to land and take evasive action.
We know that this is a significant change to this mechanic, and it will take some time for players, both on CVs and on the other side on surface ships, to adapt to this. But after our initial tests with our volunteers as super testers and clan testers, by the way, thank you very much for always helping us with these tests, we can see that this should significantly improve the interaction between destroyers and aircraft carriers. Of course, we will be conducting tests on the public test server, and we invite you to please participate if you played all of these classes to show us how it's working for you so we can fine-tune it and make sure it's going to be well balanced if it can make it to the live server. Looking forward to testing this out and having you with us when doing so. Of course, you would also like to know what's the next tech tree coming to World of Warships after the German destroyers that are currently in early access. And we have good news for you. It's not just a new tech tree, no, it's also a new nation coming to the game, the Netherlands. As first branch, we will release the Dutch cruisers. And in case you missed the initial announcement, we'll cover briefly what makes them special. In terms of gameplay, they're rather close to mid-range brawlers, and they feature a rather low range and low rate of fire, but on the higher tiers they will have a good caliber, good armor, and also good concealment. Tier 1 to Tier 7 feature 120 to 152mm guns, but starting with Tier 8, with the Haarlem, you will get access to 203mm guns. On Tier 9 with the Johan de Witt, you will have access to 240mm guns, And, as the top tier ship, the Goudenlöwe on tier 10 will have 283mm guns that you might be familiar with from the German battleship Schaunos, for example. So I hope you're excited about this topic with the new nation coming to the game.
Not only will there be a full line of tier 1 to tier 10 ships, there will also be a new premium ship, Die 7 Provincien, which will be available to build in a brand new dockyard event featuring the historic port of Rotterdam. Die 7 Provincien will have slightly different gameplay, have a massive amount of anti-aircraft firepower, and looks to be quite fun to play. To make Dutch cruiser gameplay truly unique and interesting, we have equipped them with a brand new armament, the Airstrike. What this means is that you'll be able to select a target area within about 8 to 10 kilometers, initial testing values, of your ship and call in an airstrike. The planes will appear and deploy bombs by parachute, fall and explode. This is actually based on historical methods of low altitude bombing, which was done to ensure that the bombs didn't blow up the planes that deployed them. This means that this armament is going to be most useful against very slow targets because there will be quite a delay between initiating the attack and the attack landing. There will also not be any opportunity to control or adjust the attack once it has been launched. It could also be interesting for rooting out those pesky targets hiding behind islands.
During the testing stage, the Dutch cruisers will be part of the Pan-European tree, but of course upon release they will be established as a new nation. This will also affect one additional ship, the Tier 9 destroyer Friesland, that will be moving to the Dutch nation with that update. How this will affect you as an owner of that ship, there will be of course more information about this closer to the release of this nation.
Thank you very much for tuning in and listening to our latest episode of Waterline. We hope you enjoyed it and that we were able to share some cool news with you. Before we leave you, a quick disclaimer. Everything we discussed and announced today is absolutely still subject to change and in many cases rigorous testing.
And we're sure that you have many questions about the things that we've just shared with you. As usual, we'll be hosting special Q&A streams about this Waterline episode. If you would like to participate, make sure to check the description below about the dates for these Q&A streams, and otherwise, let us know what you think about these changes, also just in comments beneath this video. We hope to also see you with the next episode of Waterline, and make sure to click on the follow and subscribe button if you like this kind of content. We'll be happy to welcome you on one of our upcoming streams and talk with you in person. So take care and talk to you soon.
Action stations.
Action stations. And welcome back to King of the Sea 12 here for the European cluster. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Waterline. We had a lot of fun making it together with Mr. Conway. We actually had to record it a second time because the first time we made a boo-boo and the audio was not so great. So I'm happy that the second recording was still great. And now let's talk about the next match that we're going to see, which is the match for the third place for the European tournament. So let's get in Pingu and Painter and talk about this one. It's going to be Shaft versus Yoink. So guys, what's your expectation here for this matchup?
It's really hard to tell.
Yeah.
To be honest.
No. I won't let you get away with it's really hard to tell. It's really hard to tell.
Oh, nice. Double Nevsky ban. They both decided, you know what? We don't want to deal with the Nevsky.
Exactly. So this is, I think, a very interesting aspect, and also just for context, the way this works is that so that no team has kind of like an indication of what the other team might dislike or what they don't want to see in terms of playstyle. It's a blind ban. So both teams just say, "Hey, we don't want to see this ship," and that for the very first time now, at least for the official broadcast, we see that the same ship is banned, which is the Alexander Nevsky. So do you have any conclusions about like what the teams might want to run, or is it just like a I don't want to deal with this ship kind of ban?
Klebears. There will be Klebears, I guess.
Yeah, well, Nevsky does kind of hard shut down the Kleber with like just providing a barrier that you can't push into with your Kleber. Like you got all the speed, but you're running around. The railguns of the Nevsky just that'll catch you quite easily. So you can understand. Removing the Nevsky does allow a lot more open water Kleber play, a bit more open water Marceau play as well. It does, however, I mean, we're definitely less likely to see the smoke trains. We still can't see the smoke trains. It's just they will be a lot more effective, a lot shorter range now, because instead you're going to be putting either a Des Moines, a Salem, or a Minotaur inside that smoke train instead.
I really
It's
want to see a Minotaur, to be honest. But I don't think that will happen. Because there could be so many Klebears around and still Stalingrad and stuff like that. Really hard. Especially on this map, except we've seen a Minotaur on the A side of this
We
map.
have.
I just like I feel like if you want to bring a Minotaur, it's probably not the map for it. There's just not really the place where you would say here this is where the Minotaur would really work that well. So I wouldn't really expect it here. But maybe one of the
Me
teams
neither.
will actually surprise us. Just for context, Northern Waters was the pick of Shaft, and Crash Zone Alpha was then obviously the pick of Yoink. Shaft actually banned North. So apparently, after the last match, they decided, we're not that comfortable with North, so let's just get it out of the way. And Yoink banned Land of Fire. So that's just for context. And as always, a Warrior's Path, the last map is going to be the randomly drawn one. Oh, so yeah, we usually see that teams try to get a radar cruiser towards the island in the middle of the one line, and that's super dangerous, but worth it. Is there any way to not make that move, like and try to kind of disregard that move and do something else that would
Yeah.
be equally important for the match?
Yeah, we see a lot of French destroyers take that same position up, but the French destroyer is usually a preliminary for getting that radar cruiser in there. So basically, you use your French destroyer to get the early spotting, catch anything that else might be trying to push you, and get you the spotting. So you send the Kleber all the way to the one line, like behind the island. He spots anything coming into it and allows your team to make the pressure to bring your radar cruiser in. I think you still want the radar control over that cap no matter what happens. Or you can just decide, right, we're going to play hard focus on B and C and just like leave a kiting force there. But I think we'll see both teams try to push for it. It seems to be the most prominent tactic I've seen on this map. Penguin?
Let's see. I mean, we've seen situations where the Alpha Spawn team tried something like that, tried to push on this island together with 2DDs. One is laying a smoke, one was, I think, a Marceau, and the other ship was then a Des Moines. But the Bravo Spawn team just positioned their Stalingrad and Yamato on different positions, and the Yamato even on the other side, on the other flank, like between Bravo and Charlie, were able to snipe across the map behind the small island and hit the Des Moines there. It's not a safe spot, so it is risky, but it could be worth the risk to get the advantage on this side.
It's always the thing, right? You on the one hand, you don't want to be predictable, but there are certain positions on maps, if you manage to get there, they just provide so much tactical importance and vision, or at least give you the opportunity to get the maximum out of, for example, your radar, that it's worth the risk. So that's why I'm usually asking, like, so if you go for this, it's a bit of a gamble, right, for both teams. We've seen this yesterday, for example, in the match from Rain versus Snack, where both teams deployed very heavily just to win that site. And then actually everything went down the drain for Snack when they lost two ships trying to get into that position. But Rain was just a little bit faster with deploying the Des Moines into the counter position to radar, and then have all of the other barrels basically already pointing there and just waiting for that moment to happen. So I'm just curious to see whether teams might try to find a different solution for that area, or rather focus on B or C. But yeah, we do have the option for Klebears here, so I would expect Klebears. But of course, my question is, do you expect a Z52 for the B cap?
In the last match, we had a Z52 in the B cap. It lost almost half of its HP just trying to get into the cap. I don't think it could be worth it, but if the enemy is sneaky enough, has a good positioning and the early spot on the Z52, I don't know.
It's very risky. We've seen that time and time again. Getting that Z52 into the island is very doable, but he loses so much health on the way in, and then he's locked in that position because you have so many radar cruisers surrounding it, and you have so many French destroyers trying to get angles on it, that very often that Z52 takes focus down. I've rarely seen a Z52 like be able to take that and get out alive.
I mean, it's the only situation where the set 52 is really worth it in the early beginning of the match, and everything else what is happening outside of the cap, there is other DDs that are pretty much better than the set 52. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I fully agree. But I've seen this this specific play quite often. Just teams trying to get the set 52 in, but with the lack of speed, it does come at a very high price. And the question is it worth it to get that cap, or to potentially play around it with another DD? So we will have to see this. Let me take a look over there. It looks like the teams are almost ready to go. So I hope we don't have a delay here with starting the match. Of course, we will launch a prediction campaign. Let me check if there's already one running right now. Yes, we see it. Who will win on Northern Waters? Currently, it seems like Shaft is the popular pick here with 770,000 channel points, and Yoink with 291,000 channel points. So if you still have some channel points left over, go and try this new feature. I think it's a very fun one, and I think a lot of people manage to either lose a lot of channel points by betting, or actually doubling or tripling their channel point amount at this point. We also had a funny little poll earlier today after we had to wait for quite some time for the rain match to start, and there was actually who has the best haircut. So yes, we did have to kill some time back then. And did you know it was actually Private Penguin, I think with like 66%, followed by me, which already tells you that there's not a lot of competition going on, and then followed by Mr. Conway. So Mr. Conway.
You know, what's wrong with my hair? Like, I think I look pretty nice, to be honest. I think I look beautiful. No,
handsome man.
Can I just say, losing to me in this?
I mean, it's at least it's at least not Waterline Conway. Where I got like around 20 comments that I should have introduced Mr. Conway's hair separately next to Mr. Conway. But you know how it is, guys. Like, we're in the Czech Republic here, and we've been in a very long lockdown with like hairdressers not being open for like 5 or 6 months. So this is what we're blaming this on, obviously. Not laziness or anything else.
See, what I did is I decided, you know what, I'm probably not going to be able to get another haircut for a while. I'm just going to get it all shaved off at once, and then not have to care about it for another 3 months. When we go to the next lockdown phase, it's probably going to happen.
Easy mode.
Yeah. Exactly. That's the easy mode. That's the easy way out. I still try to keep like some kind of shape or form. So I actually bought a hair trimmer and did it myself with the help of my girlfriend. But
not bad.
So I think it worked out.
Like homemade, and it looks better than mine. So yeah, maybe I need to borrow those clippers.
Indeed. So chat, actually, this is for me always interesting as well. It's like, you are watching from all over the place. So first of all, let me know where you're actually watching from. And second of all, do you have the same first world problems? I know it's a first world problem to talk about this, but it's just been a really weird last year. Like we had to kind of completely change the plan that we had for King of the Sea 10 because of Corona. And then we were hoping that, hey, with King of the Sea 11, everything is going to be better. We can fly people in. And then, of course, nope. And then, the hope is for like 2021. 2021 is going to be the better year. Things are going to be good. People are going to be vaccinated. Things are going to be much better. And then we're still in the situation. So I hope at least for King of the Sea 13, we'll be able to fly some people actually into the office and have some fun and have people actually being here and doing this all in person, because these people here, the beautiful co-casters that we have, are quite far away. I mean, Private Penguin, like, we're from Prague. Private Penguin is streaming from Germany, and Pains are. Oh, and I see. Oh God, the game is almost running. So we'll just say, enjoy the match. Stop talking, Chrysanthus, and just hand it over to the game. Enjoy it.
Right.
Welcome to this runner-up best of 3 series. We've got Yoink in green and Shaft in red, and the winner of this will go through to the internationals and be in with a running for all of those cash prizes that are available during the internationals. Yoink is here in green with Ohio, Yamato, Salem, Minotaur, Double Moskva, Gearing, Daring, and Clever. And the match bans for this, actually, both teams banned Nevsky. Maltese, what we got on the Shaft side?
So for Shaft, we've got a Conqueror, Yamato for battleships, Double Des Moines, Goliath, Moskva for cruisers, and then for the Triple Destroyer, we've got a Marceau, Holland, and Yu Yang. So Holland's a very rare pick, and we never see the Holland.
So the reason I've heard as to why teams have been taking Holland is because normally you'd associate this with CVs, right? So because it's got really good AA, but Smarland is banned, so you can't bring Smarland. Holland has got those quick reloading long-range torpedoes, which while they don't do much damage, can be used to continuously push torpedoes very regularly against a static position. Like, for example, Melvin here in the Moskva is going to be going over towards that island over on the sea line, C1, C2. And so potentially that Halland, if it gets up far enough, could actually start to push torpedoes towards the nose of that Moskva. Even if he turns in towards the cap here. So that would be my suspicion. But yeah, it's a kind of an odd pick.
It's a weird pick. I mean, taking it over daring, I mean, I guess it's literally the range of the torps and the speed and stuff, I guess.
Possum already into Charlie. Flaxer obviously gearing is much, much more slow. Possum will probably be able to cap that, no problem at all. There will be torpedoes.
State, reversing into B.
And actually, there's nothing there. So quite often you'll see the South team push a cruiser up to this island by B, but they haven't yet. So CVs that are in a fine state should be completely clear to cap B, no problem at all. And that is because Shaft are going really heavy over towards the C side here. And I don't think we've seen a team do this yet, where they go heavy on this side. So it'd be interesting to see what they do with these two Des Moines. Possum does indeed cap and is turning across those torpedoes. Needs to be a little bit careful. Oh, Possum, you need to...
Is he overturning?
Gonna take that one, I think. Ooh.
Oh, no, wow.
Oh, break, come on. Yes, oh, nice dodging,
He does
Possum.
the second set, though? He will. Wow, okay.
Okay, that's a combination of skill and luck, I think.
I thought that went like into his propeller or something, but I guess
that was
maybe
good reactions from us. Don't forget that we are, as spectators, we're in this view where we can see everything all the time unless I change the view. So those torpedoes weren't spotted by Possum until they were right next to him. Okay, Kleber of Biz over on A is pushing up to the island. And Flo is going to be reversing back towards the cap. You've got the radar of Melvin actually just popped.
No, you can really shoot him though. The Minotaur is way too far away, and Kleber's behind the rock, so he's okay for now.
Given the position of the Yoinks team, I think that was just an information radar just to see where things are. So
yeah.
That will... I don't think that quite spotted the Conqueror though.
The Kleber's being really aggressive on the one line right now.
Yeah, he's gonna...
I guess...
I think we'll see him turn around pretty quickly when he spots this Goliath.
He spotted the Goliath, he's turning around.
Chat band obviously will know that there's a destroyer there. Because Goliath has reasonably good detection.
11 kilometer, yep.
Okay, Marceau Possum, having capped C, is now going to head over to contest B, where CV's in refined state is waiting. The Moskva of Doge here is outside radar range of that daring. The radar does cover some of B, but not that part of B. The Yu Yang double Des Moines group from Shaft is now starting to head up the 10 line. Let's just move over to more the perspective of Tambor here. So
he's getting shot at by double Des Moines.
Yeah, and if he noses forward anymore, there's also some deep water torpedoes coming.
He's hydroing, so he does see the torp.
Yeah,
so
he's just stopped to reverse, but obviously Mossfire is quite a big ship and it doesn't change direction very quickly. But it should be fine. Yep, that's fine.
Possum's actually moved over to B. See if he can do something. Daring actually smoked up. Walked away. Marceau's actually spotted right now by the Daring, but Marceau's gonna probably go away and just go dark.
And did reverse towards A. Flo just crossing the border into the cap now. I suspect
he got radared by Minotaur.
Yeah, Melvin's radar still in cooldown, so Mono stepping in with the radar there. The AP from Minotaur, as we were saying yesterday, if you are angled to it as a destroyer, is not that dangerous. If you keep wiggling like that, it will be.
If you keep giving him enough angle.
Yeah, the thing is, he's got to try to wiggle against Biz's HE but not give too much of an angle to Mono, which is kind of tricky.
He's doing a pretty good job
doing a pretty
for
good
it so far. Mono does actually manage to get to the rock, which is very unfortunate for Shaft.
Yeah, Shaft not really in a position to do anything about that right now. Conqueror firing against Biz. Firing sequential turrets here. You'll quite often see players do this, trying to force a player to make a turn to avoid the first set of shells, and then they'll catch them with the second set or the third set. Flow still under fire here. Getting away from that conflict with 7.4.
He's in Moscow radar right now, I assume, right? Yep.
Yeah, I think so. Nothing really able to land shots. Minotaur a bit too far away now to really land those shells accurately. And Daring also struggling to land those shells. Okay, finally some connect, down to 5-3.
Yoink Moscow does go down. Tambor on the 10 line, probably farmed out by those double Des Moines.
Yeah, he was going
shot
down
out by the ammo.
pretty quickly. So that's going to mean that Shaft have very good control of Charlie. Max is going to have to make a quick exit here. Taubert firing back against these Des Moines, but they're both pretty healthy right now. You can see the radar there is currently running on Zill. So Flax are actually taking quite a lot of damage from these Des Moines.
Alexander shoots at the Minotaur from 24. He does miss.
Okay, so Yoink currently holding 2 caps. They do not have a points lead, but that will change very quickly if they keep these 2 caps. Flo is sticking around A. I think Flo still has enough health to be sent back into A eventually, if they feel like they've got the power to do that. There's only 3 ships here. Minotaur is lobbing shells over the island towards Vert. Shells aren't going to do much unless they find the superstructure. Marceau, Stress Possum, heading back into B. Trying to keep the island in between his Marceau and CV's Daring. Now, he'll turn towards the south side of the island. I don't think he realized that CV's is actually reversing. Biz is also there to support.
Possum's in a relatively safe spot here. I don't think... I mean... CVs are in a fine state, can't really reverse into him.
No. Radar
He's radared.
out. Radar out from the Moskva behind here, so Doge currently radaring. That will give the Yamato a shot into CVs. Yep, that connected. Aland also being able to open up from longer range. Yeah, CV's taking quite a lot of damage there, even though it's quite long range fire.
Yeah, the Holland is doing some damage. Actually, is it an AFD Holland? Let's see.
Currently firing at about, it's probably about 11k.
10.4 is its
10.5-ish,
range?
something like that. Yamato dispersion on the second volley, not connecting.
Now Marceau's actually being able to take it a bit, but the Daring's gonna reverse back into it.
Yeah, Yoink are going to be wanting to block that B cap as much as they can. They do have Biz here as well up in the Kleber, who's going to also push down to support. You've got, meanwhile, the Des Moines and the Yuyang setting up shop in Charlie.
They do have to be careful here, because if they get spotted, there's Taubert on their broadside, so they do have to keep that Salem in mind. Tenchi War is actually getting... he's probably dead, actually.
Absolutely.
He is dead. CVs are in a fine state. It's being engaged by the Holland, but Holland really, I mean, the gunpower it has is kind of questionable, so I don't know about these trades, especially in front of a Kleber too.
So, given that it's 1 cap each, but Shaft are actually 2 ships up because they haven't lost a single ship yet, that actually does mean that the points clock is with them at the moment at 7 minutes. if nothing changes.
Can anything hit Possum? Well, the Daring is actually able to hit the Possum right now. Is it Daring? Wait, oh, Kleber, I mean Biz. Wait, Biz is running into a Conquer Yamato. What is... I mean, I guess they can trade the Marceau, but...
I think they're just trying to get Possum down, but they are going to pay with Biz for sure. Shaft have actually swapped over the Conqueror and the Yamato.
Biz is definitely dead.
I think Zando was on the way to Alpha. Conqueror swapping back to get some long-range HE.
CVs are in a fine state, might actually also go down. He's at 1.7k. Can they see him? They can. They are shooting at him, right? Oh, they're shooting. Yeah, they're shooting at him.
Yeah, I think CV's probably realized... Oh, no, fire actually does burn out, or DCP was run.
Does Conquer Pepe Gazando?
Kind of surprised that he was still shooting then.
100 HP? No one has shot?
And one, there are shells in the air from Exodus Blaze. He smokes up, it might be too late. Nope, that volley missed. Another volley coming in from Doge.
Alright. Well, right now, actually, Shaft win off of one cap alone, so they don't really have to do much. I mean, they're gonna contest B now, because, I mean, the UN can literally take it for free, right? So, they're kind of chilling on the points, for sure. They're gonna have 2 caps sticking now. And, well, the biggest thing is Tobear is gonna make his way down into C. That's probably gonna be one of the most important things Yoin can possibly do here.
And I think Shaft are going to have to realize that Tobear is going to do that and turn around at least one ship to deal with that, because they're not going to want to lose that C cap. But he's got to get really close, Tobear, in order to push into that cap.
Yes, he can sit behind the island, I think, though.
Yeah, but look how close that is to the enemy ships.
For sure.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I mean, Yoink only have 1 destroyer left to spot for them. Oh, and there goes the Minotaur. Unfortunate. And, well, they only have 1 destroyer left, which is Flaxer in the gearing. But, I mean, there's so much radar on B. He's going to find it a really hard time to actually, you know, do anything.
Yeah, it looks like they're sending... I don't know why they're sending Flaxer over the back there. Zill's just gone down as well from Shaft.
This Salem push might be good. If they see Kamikazes, which, well, I guess they don't right now, but if they see him, they might possibly get the kill.
Yeah, Tobear practically full health here. Osvar HE coming in. Tobear is radaring just to make sure there's nothing in front of him. I think he's looking for Exodus, but Exodus is too far away. Salem, of course, has a shorter range radar than Des Moines. So, Tobear's going to come up behind this island here, but there's going to be that torp threat from Exodus with the deep water torpedoes. Potentially also the Halland could come over, although I think they'll keep it there by B. Kamikaze's going around to get broadside shots onto Tobear. Yeah, if Kamikazes gets onto the broadside of Tobear, that's going to be AP coming every 5 seconds. Tobear actually being reasonably effective against Vert
actually,
right
yeah,
now.
Tobear, this Des Moines, he's in a really bad spot for that Des Moines. And the thing is, Shaft's actually contesting A2. They have 100k HP advantage. Oh my god, Tobear. Was that the Conquer?
I think it must have been, and then Kamikazes gets the finishing AP into the broadside. Final AP from the dead Salem going into Vert there.
Well, there's only 20 seconds left, and I don't really see any kills that can get converted here for Yoink. So Shaft, I think, are going to take an easy game 1 here.
Looks like it. The only ship I can see that could potentially get caught, it's Flow.
Yep, if he gets caught in the radar, but...
He's outside Melvin's radar range, I think. Yeah, just outside.
He's too far from Flaxer, so... I think that's GG's first game. Congratulations,
it's like GG's for Shaft. So Shaft will go 1-0 up against Yoink in this best of 3. This is the runner-up match, so the winner of this will go through to the internationals. The loser will go home. So to analyze that match, I will pass you now back to the lovely chaps in Prague.
No audio?
Mm-hmm.
Co-casters. There we go. So we're here. Good catch there. So sorry, guys. We're saying congratulations to Shaft for taking the first match off of Yoink. Really well played here. And let's discuss how that actually happened with Painsaur and Private Penguin, because we were already, I already heard them discussing this in the background. So let's take a look at the map and especially how the teams deployed. Let's start with Painsaur.
Right, so this map, I believe, was won and lost by this 10-line push by Des Moines, the pair of Des Moines and the Yuyang. They just basically rolled all the way up this 10 line and just steamrolled the Moskva first, caught out the Destroyer, and then rolled over the Yamato too. Like that was won and lost over on the Sea Flying Penguin, you reckon?
I'm totally agreeing there. Yep, that was a really great call together with the Young. I mean, the focus fire was great. We have to mention that the Yamato had a good position there to shoot behind this island. And as soon as both Des Moines pushed the Moskva a little bit too far back, he got blapped by the Yamato. But the thing is, the Yamato here tried to escape backwards, and they kept pushing, and the Destroyer and the Salem, they were not able to do anything about that, because, I mean, we have to say, they got a little bit lucky, that both Des Moines in the smoke, because there were torpedoes running inside of the smoke train. They were living on the edge, sometimes having really low HP there, but healing up again. But the combined firepower of both ships and the other battleships shooting the Yamato, and even 2 deep water torpedoes hitting it, sealed the deal, I guess. And after the battleship here is dead, there is nothing much you can do as a team to push back on the seaside. What do you think, Chrysanthus?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I really like that play, because we talked a lot about, for example, the one line. The one line wasn't actually that, at least initially, that important, because both teams didn't really go to rush it. And I really liked how Shaft managed to say, like, you know what, we'll try something different. We know what the enemy is going to park their radar ships, and we're just going to take it out. Opening up that entire flank. And the combined firepower of the 2 Des Moines onto that Moskva was just very interesting to see. And there was also like interesting ship picks by Shaft in general, picking, for example, a Goliath, also picking a Halland and the Yuyang to go here. Why do you think they picked the Halland out of all of the available ships? Because I think it's the first time I've seen it, at least in the last 2 days.
See, we were debating this, and we couldn't come up with an answer either.
I think the potential to snipe on long range, 15 kilometer torps, is a good call there, and a super narrow spread. So you can have, if you have enemy ships that are sitting still on a long range, you can try to snipe them away with their Halland torps. You have a really fast reload, and you have really fast torpedoes, so dodging is not that easy. But other than that, I mean, he hit here and there a few torpedoes, but I don't know. Another torpedo DD would have been as good as a Halland, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't need a smoke destroyer because the composition was Goliath, Yamato, and the destroyer at that side. So the smoke screen wasn't exactly necessary. Like, the Goliath doesn't need a smoke screen to perform. So, so you just want to focus on torpedo threat, because it's torpedo threat and spotting. So you could bring a Shimakaze for that role. You could bring gearing for that role if you want the smoke screen just in case of emergencies for backup. I'm not entirely sure why. Like, obviously it has the heal in case it gets into a scuffle, but you're going to need the heal less often if you end up getting caught in a fight. Don't end up caught in a fight, sorry. I do want to point out something that really took me by surprise is the Minotaur deciding he wanted to pick a fight 2 versus 1 with the Goliath and the Yamato and getting dev struck for it. That confused me. There's times that you open up and there's times you don't. Sorry, what was that?
I think the Minotaur just didn't realize that the Yamato was coming back. I think he just fought the Goliath from behind the island and thought he was safe there, but then random AP shells appeared from the Yamato and killed the Minotaur off there. But I'm really happy to see a Minotaur there.
at least for a short amount of time.
At least.
It's like yesterday. I think you jinxed it as much as I jinxed it yesterday with asking for the set 52, and then the set 52 eating a torpedo.
I'm happy.
So the funny thing is, during this match, like, there was no radar control like from heavy cruisers at the B cap, so the Z52 would have actually done a job, but they just didn't bring one. So people assume that nobody's going to take it. So
yeah. So overall, I think really well played by both teams, but Shaft just having a better overall plan, and also keeping the enemy on their toes with the different ship picks and making them work. Because at the end of the day, it's all about just winning the match, right? So
True.
good job to them. So let's take a look at the next map, which is actually a Yoink's pick. So Shaft just basically converted their own pick to a point, and now it's on Yoink to do the same for Crash Zone Alpha. Mr. Combi can actually show the map. That would be nice. Now, we've seen a lot of interesting plays here with a lot of destroyers, which would be very, very possible because the teams only banned Alexander Nevsky, and we could see some French DD action here, which was very popular in Crash Zone Alpha. Do you expect anything like this, or rather more, let's say, traditional play?
I can see some French destroyers for getting the caps early, but I don't expect to see the same thing that Rain did with 4 Klebers and a clump along with a Marceau on the other flank. I don't expect to see 5 French destroyers again. What I do expect to see is the Moskva position that was demonstrated by Bansivi on this map, which is smoking out a Moskva to the B cap with the Haragumo. I think that's a very strong position. I would like to see some more of it because it also allows you much greater control over B and the 2 entrances on either side of it. But other than that, I think it's going to be standard corner pushes. Both teams are going to be trying to push A1 and J10, or A10 and J1. Sorry. Wait, which way is it? Those 2. No, not those 2. Those 2. No, wait.
Almost. We almost got it.
That one.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we usually see. If you pay attention, during the matches, you can see that the position on the A line on the south, right next to the cap, is where cruisers love to park. If you can get a cruiser there and you can kind of make sure that he's not going to get spotted, there's a lot of damage potential for that cruiser to just farm the enemy. But of course, you kind of have to make sure the enemy team is not going to then corner that cruiser and destroy it. So it's always a bit depending on how teams are going to deploy. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. In terms of the teams, we see that they're already ready and they're jumping into battle. So I'll ask for your predictions. Pingu, Shaft or Yoink?
I do say Yoink this time.
Okay.
I would like to see a 1-1. I want it to go 1-1. I want all the series to go 1-1.
Okay, so I while I would love to say like, oh yeah, I actually would love to see a 1-1 as well, but Shaft looked very convincing, and I think they got it to already take it potentially here off of Yoink in Crash Zone Alpha. But Yoink, prove me wrong. We'll see it now in the game. So handing over to Statsblog and Maltese Knight. Enjoy the match. I'm sure it's gonna be very interesting.
So, Shaft won their map pick. This is Yoink's map pick. So, Shaft here in green. And they bring Conqueror, Republique, Double Des Moines, Minotaur, Gearing, Daring, Marceau, and Harugumo. And over on the Yoink side, what do we got, Maltese?
On Yoink, we've got a Conqueror, Yamato, Des Moines, Salem, Moskva, and for 4 Destroyer, we've got Double Gearing, Daring, Yu Yang. 4 Destroyers, quite interesting. Both teams actually went for the 4 Destroyer pick. And actually, Shaft picked Harugumo.
Yeah, so when you were on the start screen, you said, "Oh, he's going to the 1 line." Why did you
That's
say
what
that?
I thought, because normally you send the Harugumo to the 1 line to farm out those Des Moines, right? Because normally the Des Moines goes south of A, maybe on that rock, and you bring the Harugumo to farm him out. But I guess maybe they're sending him to either maybe the 10 line with the double Des Moines, maybe smoking him up.
I think the same technique will work on the top end. I mean, if you look at the islands, they're kind of they're not exactly the same, but they are kind of similarly positioned. Yeah. So that, I'm guessing, is the plan. But Haru is quite slow, so he'll get there eventually. Unlike Possum, who is screaming through the gap here to get to Charlie early, but could potentially be spotted by Flaxer, depending on how far north Flaxer cuts that corner. We'll see how that goes. Looks like Yamato of Yoink heading with Melvin in the Moskva over to support the C-Cap. Double Destroyer from Yoink, Yu Yang and Daring. Daring running Hydro. You've got these new Hydro swooshes which were added to the game recently, so we can actually see when ships are running Hydro.
That's really nice, actually.
Yeah, and you can tell the difference between... It took me a little while, but we can tell the difference between the radar and the Hydro. The radar swoosh is much quicker, whereas the Hydro swooshes are a lot slower pulsing.
And I think they're like greener.
Yeah, different color.
I wish they put something on the mast, maybe, like
Yeah,
they did radar.
I would
like
I
maybe
would really
blue.
love that permanent radar symbol, but in a different color for the Hydro. That would be lovely. Wargaming, if you're listening.
Would be really nice, yeah. If Wargaming are listening, for sure.
I'm sure they are. So Zil and Zal are going into great name pair there. Zil and Zal are going into A. There are torpedoes coming. Zil should be fine with those, but Zal might have to do a bit of dodging. And they are pushing torpedoes back in the other direction. Daring. Doge is contesting against the double destroyers on the south side of B. There are torpedoes coming, Doge, so he's going to have to do a bit of dodging. You can see there from the dark smoke coming out of the stacks that the Daring is doing work to get moving. There we go. Okay. Possum has capped. Looks like didn't get spotted by Flaxer. And is now going to continue over towards the border here. With the Harrow and the Daring. Probably again, yep, legendary Harrow being used to smoke Chatbound across the cap.
You think Biz is... So is Biz radar? Oh, he is radar. He's a radar YY.
Yeah,
I haven't seen too many of those, actually.
No, and that does make sense, putting the Daring there with the Yu Yang.
For sure. Last season, in last KOTS, we actually didn't see any YYs, radar ones, because Smaland was a thing, and it just does the job better. So happy to see YY actually being played again.
It's also, and it's also really cool to be seeing it being played in both of its variations, because last time whenever we saw one, it was pretty much always
smoke
radar before. Well, it was always smoke when Smarland was around, but before Smarland, it was always a radar. Yes. So it's nice now to see it being used in both variations. Okay, Possum dipping in, getting torpedoes off towards Mono, but taking a bit of return fire there. Des Moines still peppering Possum's aft end. Possum trying to swing that aft end round to try and dodge these shells. Mono trying to anticipate those turns.
Flaxer is smoking him up, though, to push him up a bit more aggressively. I just realized where Kamikazes is. Look how aggressive he's being. He's gonna try and make the run to that rock really early. Might quite possibly actually might be able to do it.
Okay, over on A.
Moskva takes a massive hit. Down to 26k.
Oh, yeah. And also, Chatband just took a torpedo.
He did. He's also down to 15k.
Chatband currently running radar, and there's another radar out there from Kamikazes.
They clicked the radar at the same time?
No, they were sequential. I think perhaps Chatband popped his and then wasn't quite enough range on it.
I see, makes sense.
Okay, so it looks like Kamikazes will be able to get to that island.
He does. He does need to be careful of Tenchi War, though. He's right there.
Yeah, Tenchi AP out. Who's that against? Yep, that does look like it's aimed at Kamikazes. He's going to have to turn in here. Yep, shots go long because he turned in.
Since he turned in, now he's always in vision of this Yamato, so he can keep shooting at him.
So, Shaft taking very solid possession of Charlie here. B is going to be constantly counter-capped, and then on A also there is a pretty good battle going on for that cap.
Yeah, it seems to be a Gearing Minotaur versus a Gearing Salem, but the Conquerors are both trying to assist each other. See what's going on.
This makes this look like it's a smoke Minotaur. It's actually not. That's actually the Gearing smoke, and the Minotaur is currently radaring. There are torps coming as well. Should be safe though. There is a Minotaur-sized gap there.
Okay, here on B, we've got the Daring Yu Yang being more aggressive on Call Me Doge.
Biz is actually already down to 9-3. And there are torpedoes going towards Doge. Doge is currently roughly in the middle of those torpedoes.
Doge is radared. Yes, has to accelerate.
Which is, ironically, actually probably going to keep him more safe from those torpedoes. Although he's going to have to dodge shells and torps at the same time. Smoking up. Wanting to stay as close as possible to that cap. Because they are going to want to get Doge back in there to contest it. Shaft with an early points lead. No ships down yet. Both teams with
Nothing
one
so
cap
far.
of points income.
Young do have an HP advantage by around 60,000, but they did bring more or higher HP ships to the battle.
Yeah, you have to
With
bear that in
Moscow.
mind, definitely, from the like the starting hit points.
Yep. Okay, so up here on the 10 line, something's actually happening. The Harugmo is farming out this Moskva slowly. Moskva's down to 32,000. And the Marceau is keeping it spotted.
See Exodus here raining shells down onto Melvin.
Radars are getting popped, but I mean, the Marceau will just be able to just walk out of the radar range. So he's pretty much fine.
Kamikaze is using this opportunity to push.
He is, but he needs to be careful about this
yeah,
Yamato.
Extremely careful. That is a very close range to beat to a Yamato.
Yamato's definitely looking at him.
In a random battle, you might expect that Yamato to potentially miss that shot. At this level of gameplay, there is no way this Yamato is going to miss unless you are very quick on your rudder.
Ooh.
Okay. Yep, little pen there through the nose. There's also some deep water torpedoes coming from Biz.
Really risky.
Yeah, I'm
not
not
sure.
honestly not entirely sure why Kamikaze's pushed there.
Yeah.
It was not really necessary.
He better have
Unless-
Hydra running. These are deep waters coming
Yeah,
straight towards him.
unless the plan was to keep these two under Hydro, but
He's accelerating. He does dodge the set. Oof, wow, he only takes 4k damage. He's being really lucky for sure with these Yama salvos.
but why? That's why I want to know. Like, you didn't have
Why
to
is he
be in
there?
this position, Kamikaze's like, why are you here? Yeah.
Why he's there.
So I quite often say at this level, both teams have won until one of them makes a mistake and loses. And I'm not saying this is a misplay, but it is misplays that tend to lose matches. So why Kamikazes is there is a big question mark in my mind right now.
Rebecca
Okay.
Xando here should be able to take out Mono Guide slowly, with the assist of the Harugumo and the Marceau. He's down to 20k. Let's see what...
Got my eye in the background on Flaxer, who is currently under fire, and also Tambor and
Oh.
CVs are also really low. Flaxer goes down. Shaft. Xando has got torpedoes coming in as he noses in towards Mono.
Mono needs to be
I think
careful.
Xando is going to go down here as well.
He might, but they might trade Mono. Wait, Kamikaze's actually got away from the Yamato.
Somehow.
Interesting.
Okay, so Shaft still with that points lead. One cap apiece still. But Yoink have actually, down the other end of the map, we weren't really watching, but CVs is down to 1,900 hit points. Biz is down to 4,000. Gearing laying a smokescreen across for the Salem. So the Salem can fire without any risk of anything being inside the smoke bloom radius. Daring of Tambor is just gonna squeak that torpedo. Yep, just past the aft end there. Tambor in a super risky spot here right now against these four ships, but there's no radar there currently, but Chatband is pushing down. Ooh, we might see a rush.
Marceau, yeah. He's gonna go behind him to force him up, I guess. I thought he would
Yeah.
go in front of him, but I guess it's less risky going behind because he only has one turret there.
Yeah, exactly. And there's no Yoink players to the rear of Melvin either, really, who can support. Yu Yang is coming back up, but Yu Yang is on pretty low health. Awesome, just waiting to see maybe whether Melvin takes enough damage that he doesn't need to do this rush. Also,
Doesn't really need
also
to do
Melvin,
it, honestly.
Melvin currently radaring, so he's probably waiting for that radar to go down just to make sure that he's going to get as much time as possible to make that run.
Mr. Miracles himself, Kamikazes, is coming down. He's gonna be shooting
Mr.
this Moscow.
Miracles.
I mean, he actually ran at a Yamato.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally
and
agree.
lived.
Yeah, I'm amazed that he managed to get out there. Okay, so Melvin actually pushes all the way up. So Possum, that run has been aborted. No need. Melvin will go down to the
Melvin
Haru
does go
and
down.
Des Moines. Yep.
So, honestly, 1 minute left here. No real risk of death for Shaft. What Tambor needs to contest this cap, but there's 2 radars on it. There's a Des Moines and the Minotaur.
Yeah, Shaft. The ship difference is 1 to 3, but the hit point difference is actually not that great. Although I think someone just got chunked. I saw the total go down. That might have been Vert. Does Vert take a torp? Nope, manages to squeeze into the gap. Interestingly, oh no, that's Conqueror. I thought that was Yamato firing. Oh, actually, Tenshi might go down here. There is Conqueror AP heading over towards Tenshi.
HE, yeah. Ooh, he does
Yep,
finish
that
him
does
off.
get him.
6 seconds. I don't think anything's really at risk of death.
Nope,
Maybe Mossel at
996.
most.
I think
Oh,
we
another
may
kill
see.
done.
Yep, straightforward victory there. And that puts Shaft 2-0 up against Yoink in a pretty, I would say that was pretty decisive wins there for Shaft. So Shaft are going to go through to the internationals, taking 3rd place in EU. Yoink will be going home. And that means that we'll be moving through to the finals later today. So to talk about this runner-up match and also to talk about the finals, I'll pass you back to Chrysantos.
Congratulations to Shaft winning this match against Yoink. And with this, they are the 3rd place team in the EU King of the Sea, and that means they will actually move on to the international stage of King of the Sea that we're going to be hosting next weekend on Saturday and Sunday. Congratulations. Yoink, really well played, but let's dive a little bit into how they lost this match with Private Penguin and Paintsor. So, interesting matchup, interesting ships they also brought. It was let's go through the beginning. Paintsor, what did Yoink do potentially wrong with the initial deployment?
Well, it's not that they did anything wrong with the initial deployment. It's more they just got outplayed with the deployments. So, sorry, 1 second. So initially they sent the radar Yu Yang, which was very interesting to see, along with the daring into the B cap. They got the jump on the enemy destroyer. But they didn't quite manage to get them. So like these guys, apparently I can't drag 2 at the same time. But yeah, these guys fight him. He gets forced out. And he gets forced out this way, and then this. So yeah, they get this cap, and this trying to move forces down C and trying to make this cap as well. So their plan is to take AB, and the plan for the northern team is to take BC instead. Pick on.
They did really well, actually, and I'm a little bit surprised that they were not able to hold their advantage over the course of the battle, because they hit some really, really great torpedoes on the sea cap as well into the smoke train. I think the Des Moines took 3 Yu Yang torpedoes and was down to like 12k HP, something like that. Other ships got junked down to half of the HP, like the Republic. I haven't seen why exactly. It could have been torpedoes as well. It could have been a Yamato salvo, a lucky one. But they had an advantage in health points, and point-wise, they were almost even. So there were some points where everything went down pretty quickly. There were, for example, the gearing that got torped unluckily on the A cap and had removed like 80, 58, 85, 90% of its health down to 2k, which restricts it from pushing any further. On the other side, there was a gearing of Yoink caught between every front there was, between the Bravo and the Charlie cap. On this position was radared and got annihilated within seconds. And then Chef just decided, that was before the gearing just died, Chef decided to start a push, heavily aggressive there with the Harugumo in the smoke and a Maso, and the Republic pushing onto the Des Moines. And I think that sealed the deal there for Yoink.
Yeah, I think like overall, I think we were basically everything went wrong was kind of like the mid game where Yoink lost it to Shaft, because they managed actually like around minute 12. The situation was actually 100 points advantage for Shaft, but Yoink had a comfortable HP buffer. They were like 65k HP above Shaft. But then within 3 minutes, it actually turned into an HP advantage for Shaft and a point advantage for 150 points for Shaft by making exactly that play on the sea cube. You could see actually how these ships were positioning around these islands here, and then slowly but steadily moving around it. Even the kamikaze move of kamikazes, just Nomen ist Omen, I guess. Just I didn't even understand like why he made that move, but this entire push of all of these forces down there and just singling out these 2 cruisers and just taking them down, I think really made it difficult for Yoink to kind of find a way back into this game and kind of contest the different caps. So looking at the replay that we have here, we can see the early deployment of both of these teams, right? But overall, is there anything that stands out to you, Painter?
Just the radar Yang. It really took me by surprise. It's something that we haven't seen very much of. We've usually seen it for the smoke train, but he's managed to completely zone out the enemy destroyer without the need for something large and possibly citadelable in the middle, which provides quite a lot of flexibility that you don't normally have.
Yep.
I really like the Minotaur and gearing combination of Shaft on at the A cap. And I'm not quite sure why they moved back, just because I guess to support on the B and the C cap, they shifted their attention towards that. Because I think they could have won on A easily together with the Minotaur, with a better radar in that situation to hold the A cap.
Maybe, but I think they just consolidated. They kind of realized that,
Yeah.
okay, if we manage to take out these forces on C, if you manage to kind of like, they pushed the Yamato back, and they managed to take out these cruisers here, which for them meant they could actually build something that we've seen with Rain in the last match that they actually had. Basically building like a curtain where they would say like, okay, if you want to come here, we have our forces deployed here, and if you want to get B, you will have to pay the price. And they were already sitting on a comfortable point lead, which put the entire pressure on Yoink to a certain degree, that they had to chase the points and they had to bleed their HP advantage to kind of get back into the game. So I think this is it would be at least my guess of kind of reading what they were trying to do is basically just seal off B. There's no need to lose any forces on A, as if they can win the B and C fight, they will have this map in their pocket. And that's what they did. So congratulations to Shaft for making it into the international finals. And now we get to the grand finals for the King of the Sea EU part, which means we will see Rain play against Oh Boy. And oh boy, exactly, this is going to be a fantastic matchup. Of course, this is now, because it is the grand finals, it's going to be a best of 5, which means we will see 5 maps, and we know already what these are. So the first map is going to be Loop, that was picked by Oh Boy. Then we have Northern Waters, which was picked by Rain. The North picked by Oh Boy. Crash Zone Alpha by Rain. And the last one, Land of Fire, is the random draw by the bot, so that both teams have the same kind of chances to win it. For the banned ships, Oh Boy decided, no, we don't want to see Alexander Nevsky here, and Rain interestingly banned the Moskva. So no restrictions on French destroyers, and just the long radar getting a little bit cut down. What do you read into this, Pingu?
I think this will be interesting, actually, because having less radar cruisers with long range means you can play a little bit more aggressive with destroyers. I mean, sure, there are Des Moines and Salem and stuff like that, but I think we will see again a lot of Glibers. I hope so, because I mean it's Rain. They have surprised us earlier, so why not the second time there?
I think what this actually is going to develop into is it means you can be more aggressive with the smoke trains. You can push the smoke trains further up. Like, if you're going to be smoking up your Salem, double Salems, for example, with a Haragumo leading you forward, you're going to be left with only a Stalingrad as your static radar cruiser, the 12-kilometer radar, and that's much easier to farm down than Moscow simply by virtue of being spotted from much further away. So I think we're going to see a lot of smoke play, especially on some of these maps. For example, Loop is very, very smoke train heavy we've been seeing.
I mean, we saw Rain play on loop, right, and getting actually like their asses handed to themselves by Shaft with a really interesting play on the 9-10 line. Do you think like this is for me? I would sometimes just love to like right now sneak into the team's voice chats and just hear how they talk about this, because they're of course playing themselves, they're preparing, but they still, you know, if they're like, oh, hey, Rain lost actually on loop. Can we like is this something we can kind of replicate? Is there any way we can kind of use similar strategies or kind of see the mistakes that Rain made and use it against them? Do you think this is still happening like that close to the next match, or are they just so confident in their own strategies that they don't really need it?
I mean, they had time to watch the matches, right?
Yeah,
Because
but
they had a
Rain are the
downtime.
other spawn this time. Rain are on the northern spawn instead of the southern spawn, so it's a slightly different strategy anyway.
That's true.
So why not?
Yeah, for me, just interesting point. Like, how do these teams prepare? Because on the one hand, you should be so confident in your own setups, right? That you say, okay, we kind of know all of the different potential strategies the enemy teams can field, and we kind of have our own game plan, and you wouldn't just change it straight up because you saw what the enemy team did once on this map. But on the other hand, it's always good intel to know, right? And especially if your enemy actually lost that map, whether you can use it for yourselves. Yeah, so Loop, as we said before, is usually a map that in the first few minutes might be played a little bit more defensively, depending on how aggressive the teams are with the caps. They usually push some ships into the caps due to the islands that we have, right? Painter, we've talked about this before in terms of ships. Do you expect anything different in terms of like ship choices? We saw earlier today with like very tanky battleships like a Kremlin being able to go into the cap supported by like kind of like a kiting conqueror, or do you think they're bringing something entirely different?
I think the last time we saw this map, the Klebears were banned, so I think we might see slightly more Klebears just for the rush potential. Because usually you use the Klebears as the siege breaker, because I remember we were talking about how they had to use them also instead. So I expect to see at least a couple of Klebears just for getting those islands quickly and trying to seize some map control early game.
Yeah, I think so as well. You rather choose a Kleber than a Marceau, especially on this map, because I don't know, you will have battles on further distances where the Kleber is way stronger than a Marceau, especially with the reload booster and the fast moving shells. But other than that, I think Daring is a good pick, again, because of the static gameplay that might happen when ships stick behind islands or near islands for single launcher torpedoes. Yeah, maybe a gearing here or there for the long range torpedo sniping capability. I mean, even a Halland could be a pick on this map.
Oh, really? Halland? That would be interesting to see. Like, I would expect to probably see like at least one Harugumo smoke train once more, just because it provides that much smoke and you can at least cover some distance with the enemy team. As we said, like there's not going to be too much long range radar, or at least the choice for long range radar is very limited by now. In terms of the teams can only bring now the Stalingrad to field a 12-kilometer radar. So, yeah, potentially we'll have to see. Do you think that not seeing the Kleber band means that Oboy has absolutely no concern about that, or?
Maybe.
I think that means that they want to use it too, but I don't expect this. Well, Rain have been known to run the 4 Klebears in the past, so I think they just think they can counter it. I think they know what they're going to do to counter it if it comes to that.
I think maybe we will see a Venezia again, together teamed up with another DD that can outspot Klebers.
Yeah.
Maybe with a battleship. I mean, we have seen this tactic against Rain, I think, against the Kleber rush, Conqueror, Venezia, Shimakaze. But I know how you like or not like Shimakazes right now, Chrysanthos.
It's just that I think the Shimakaze is a super specific pick. And the only time I've seen it work, at least in this King of the Sea, was when it was deployed by BanCV in exactly that fashion on Crash Zone Alpha, where they were trying to counter something that they knew was going to happen, right? They knew that, okay, the enemy team is very likely to bring a very French DD-focused setup. How can we counter it? And then teaming up the Shimakaze with the Venezia, the Conqueror, to just say, hey, you bring your Kleber, we'll just smack it. To kind of have like a very, very precise counter to what the enemy team might bring. But in all of the other matches that I've seen, I felt like the other DDs provided more utility. It's like usually we have a very specific goal of how you want to approach certain aspects of maps, and you still want to have the ability to kind of adjust, because usually your plan is a nice plan until it meets the enemy. And then you have to adapt. That's always the thing, right? You have to adapt to what the enemy team is doing, and you have to be very clever about it. The Shimmer is not the fastest destroyer. It has strong torpedoes, but a lot of these ships are running hydro. Plus,
That is true.
plus, you cannot really get into a gunfight. You definitely need help. So I think there are other DDs, even like the gearing, where you could potentially get more out of it while still retaining some of the torpedo power. Actually, the gearing torpedoes that I've seen throughout this series have been quite efficient, and so I don't know. Like I would even prefer probably like a Yu Yang to just have a little bit of the deep water extra damage and the smoke potential compared to like a Shimmer. But the concealment advantage can be nice, but it's putting a lot on that aspect. But your Shimmer can still get caught by, for example, Klebears. If your Shimmer gets caught out by a Klebear, there's no way you can actually run away unless that Shimmer has a good support and can kind of punish the Klebear if it's trying to push through the smoke, for example. So I don't know. Like I'm just not a big fan of the choice. But I'm like, please prove me wrong. I always love to be proven wrong with my stuff that I say here, because the teams have like a very cool way to utilize it.
I think the Shimakaze depends a little bit on luck. If you have a gearing is a really stable pick, by the way, I think, in the entire series of battles we had today and yesterday and over the entire tournament, just because of the range of the torpedoes and the capability of fighting back, the good concealment as well.
And the good smoke.
The super smoke, yes. So yeah, I think Shimakaze is a one-trick pony, like you just said, and you are dependent on luck. To be honest, you can zone out several points on the map, and you just have to have luck that enemies are moving right into the torpedoes. And of course, if that happens, sure, you can win the game in one situation like that. But that has to happen, right?
Yes. So we're almost there with starting the match. The question is now, who will win on loop? We already started a prediction, and currently, this is I'm curious about this. Who do you think is currently leading? And I see. Okay, the game's starting. So let's just be very quick. Pingu, who's going to win the first one?
Rain.
Okay, Painzor.
Rain.
Of course, we know you're a big Rain fanboy. You don't like any other clans. Actually, chat is currently in favor of Oh Boy with 800k versus 500k channel points. I actually think that Oh Boy, this is your map. Show us how it's done, and then we'll slowly but steadily hand it over to Maltese Knight and StatsBlog. If you like the way they're broadcasting and commentating, you can, of course, also check them out on their own channels. They're also streaming right now. And then I hope you really enjoyed this match. Let us know in chat, who do you think is going to win this one? Mr. Convoy never tells us who is going to win. That's really sad. So I'll just hand it over to the casters. Enjoy the match.
Well, we've been building up to this for weeks. This is the final. It is Rain in green versus Oh Boy in red. This is a best of 5 this time instead of a best of 3. So Rain here have double Conqueror, Des Moines, double Stalingrad, double Daring, and double Kleber. The bans for this match actually are Nevsky and Moskva. Maltese on the south side. What do we have?
See, very similar actually. We have a Conqueror Shikishima, we have a Salem double Stalingrad again, and then for destroyers we've got Gearing, Daring, and double Kleber. So they're quite similar compositions, honestly, except for the Shikishima, Salem, and Gearing switches.
We were quite surprised to see that, although this is loop, normally you'd expect Rain to choose loop. Actually, this is not. This is actually Oh Boy's choice. So Rain chose the spawn. So Rain chose North spawn, but it's Oh Boy's map choice. Because Kleber is allowed, because it's not banned in this match, we do have a couple of Klebers on each team. For Rain, they are going together. On the Oh Boy team, they have split, with Marcello Pello going in with Young in the Daring.
Yep, so there's 2 Klebers for Rain going towards A, and Pink Camouflage is a solo Kleber going for A. But I think he knows that he's seen the game against Rain before, and he knows that they sent 2 destroyers together, so maybe he's going to be a bit more relaxed. Maybe he's not going to go straight into the cap, for example, because
Yeah.
he'll be in our 2v1.
It's like both teams are pretty light on that side. So although apart from that double single destroyer difference, you've got the Conquerors are pretty much mirroring each other. Both teams very light on that A side. Oh, okay. Looks like we're going to have a restart. So we'll be passing you back to the studio, I think, just to figure out what just happened.
And we are back. Unfortunately, they have to restart the match. So the team will just go back into the training room, and it will probably take like 2 or 3 minutes for them to reassemble, and then we'll try this again. This sometimes can happen if there's an issue, for example, like a player disconnecting, then the teams have the option within the first 2 minutes, only within the first 2 minutes, to ask for a restart of the match, and then we'll just head back to the training room to make sure that both teams play with, full teams in case there was an issue. It's just fair play, and always nice to see that all of the teams agree to it, that shit happens, and we will just try a restart. So let's bring back Painzor and
Conway.
and Conway.
And Conway!
I just feel the need to remind people I am also here on occasion, even though I'm leaving, the limelight to the people who deserve it. I'm in the background.
You
pushing
deserve
buttons.
it, Conway. Doing
I
an
don't know,
amazing job. I'm going to jinx it now. There were no audio issues,
God,
no
but
problems.
I had your microphone
everything.
muted.
Yeah,
Up
okay,
until then, it
5
was smooth.
seconds. It was 5 seconds. It's better than last time with 5 minutes.
God, that was the worst. I don't know
That
if
was
you
really
remember
the
this
worst,
chat,
yes.
right? But there
Muffin,
was
muffin,
external
muffin.
guests and everything, and 5 minutes of complete quiet. Yes.
Silence.
This is sometimes the issue that catches you with tournament broadcasts, because we're running a delay. Although I'm considering strongly whether or not we should mix it up in future and just send Stats Blog into the future for us.
Is this where we should talk with our mouths and just not actually say anything and just go?
Thank you, Penzo. Yes, but no, I mean we could feasibly send Stats Blog into the future with the game, and then capture it from the past.
Time
Do
travel.
you have a time? I knew Wargaming were a multi-billion-dollar company. I didn't realize I had invented time travel yet. But
Look, first we built the cloning machine to have these two, and now we kind of advanced to time travel.
I'm just saying, maybe we should consider it. It's worth the potential paradoxes that.
is that on the moon base or?
No, Mars. We worked with Elon. Elon, decided, hey,
Needs to-
what? Moon is too close, very easy to take out. Let's go to Mars.
In
It's
case
just-
something goes wrong, it needs to have enough distance. But I'm really excited to see this game. Good looking lineups, and obviously both these teams are extremely good at what they do. So interesting.
Yes. I mean, we did see the initial deployment of the teams, right? And of course, both teams fielded double Klebers, and of course, Darings. There is a gearing though, and the big difference for me, this is. So I want to get your opinion on this, because I personally, if I would have to choose between a Shikishima and a Yamato, I would always pick the Yamato. That's just my personal point of view. I like to have more shells. What's the benefit of having the Shiki?
It makes good boom noises.
It goes boom.
Yeah.
The noise.
Well, the
Sound
Kleber goes
effects
brrrr.
are better.
But you don't take ships for sound effects in this. At
I
least
mean,
in
for
finals.
Shikishima, you do.
The slightly better capability of sniping, because it's a little bit more accurate, the Shikishima, than the Yamato, makes it a good call. The punch is incredible because of the caliber, and if you hit a citadel, it really makes boom. I think for sniping capabilities, the Shikishima is as good as the Yamato. It's personal preference, I guess, in the end.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just interesting for me to see, you have a Shiki, you have Yamato. Which one would you pick? I guess it boils down to personal preference. We did see the Stalingrads now being used since both Moskva and Nevsky being banned. So exactly what we kind of predicted. Limited choices for radars, so they're picking this. But otherwise, the big difference with Rain actually fielding a double Des Moines versus Oh Boy going for an additional destroyer but with a gearing and only fielding a Salem.
Okay, and we are loading into the battle.
Ah.
Hopefully this time we'll be able to continue. Let's see if everything looks good.
I hope so.
Look,
So so Mr. Combi, since you didn't give us
Yes, I
your
know.
prediction,
I know you.
What
were
would you
gonna make.
say?
I also think Rain is going to take this. But I expect there to be quite some contention over who actually takes the series.
So what do you want to say? Extreme.
Extreme. Absolutely.
No, Conway, you don't get away with this. So who's going to take this? Oh boy or Rain?
This
Say
game?
something.
I
Yes?
said rain.
Ah, okay. I didn't. I
that's
just
how you
thought,
listen
I
to
thought
me,
it's just like, oh, it's too close.
But anyway, so today I get to make the handover. So without further ado, we're handing over to Statsbucker Maltese Knight. Have a great game. We'll see you on the other side. Bye-bye.
Okay, let's try that again. We did have a restart, so on a restart, the lineups can't change. Obviously, the teams are free to adapt their tactics, but they cannot change the ships that they brought. So let me just recap. Rain bringing double Conqueror, Des Moines, double Stalingrad, double Daring, Kleber, and Maltese.
In similar format, the enemy team is bringing a Conqueror Shikishima, Salem double Stalingrad, and a Gearing, Daring double Kleber. So very similar ship picks. Now, we've seen from the game before we restarted is Rain sends 2 of their Klebers to A, and Oh Boy are going to send a solo Kleber to A. And the only support really each of those Klebers have is 1 Conquer on each side.
So the teams, obviously, when you have a restart like that, they do see each other's lineups. And so if they want to, they do have an opportunity to adapt their tactics based on the lineup that they've just seen on the other side of the map. But it doesn't look like either team is doing that. It looks like the deployments are exactly the same as before. Got the 2 Conquerors going over towards the A cap. You do have that single Kleber versus the double, and the Daring Kleber on the Oh Boy side heading in towards B, with Baz in the single Daring on the other side. Gearing will head over towards Charlie, Enden.
Yep, it seems like there's no Rain Destroyer going there.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Eagle here. There might actually be another restart. Eagle is not moving.
Rain can't call another restart.
But they cannot. Yeah, that's very true. Actually, you can't call 2 restarts.
He's back. He's back.
Okay, that's gonna that's unfortunate because that's gonna give Enden a bit of a head start on C.
Definitely.
Okay, well.
I think what should have been done in that situation is Bazinga goes C, because maybe he needs to get there quicker, and then closer. Eagle comes back and goes to B.
Yeah, I agree. Well, these teams are, they don't get to this level without being highly adaptive, so hopefully Rain will have, as soon as the Daring disconnected, they will have been talking about what to do. Okay, torpedoes out from Enden towards the Conqueror and the Stalingrad. Enden will cap Charlie by the looks of it. Daring is now making the way down to Charlie. Radar out from Lappen in the middle. That is definitely going to be covering Baz right now.
Look at the old boys Stalingrad on C. Look how aggressive they're taking it. They're actually going to stick it in the cap. Very aggressive for a Stalingrad.
Massive smokescreen out from Enden to cover Sniper's approach to that island. The problem that Sniper's going to have in maybe about 2 minutes' time is potentially that he's going to have a Conqueror, a Des Moines, and maybe a Stalingrad coming down the 10 line. But there is a Shikishima and a Salem moving over to counter that. Daring of Young will now reverse into the cap in B. Meanwhile, Rain have capped with Gangbarang in A. And actually Lulu has pushed down past the halfway line.
They go to the 1 line. Trying to scout.
I'm wondering whether the... Do you remember yesterday we saw this tactic of having several Klebers and one of them would be a legendary?
Yeah, that was really nice to see,
yeah,
actually, because it was very unique, let's say.
I'm just wondering whether that would work with 2 Klebers, with one of them being non and one of them being legendary. I don't think
they're doing that.
No.
I don't think they're doing that. Because I think with 4, you have 3 Klebers for firepower. I think with 2...
you're giving up too much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Darings are contesting each other in Bravo here. You can see Young's Hydro Pulse going out there.
Do they know that there's Pepega Sniper inside the cap on C?
Not sure if they know yet. Radar's just gone out from Willis, so Young will be pushed off the cap. Young actually deciding to leave before being shot at. Baz being spotted there for a second. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Artorias is actually radared yet, so I don't know. Maybe they think it's the gearing. But Azure must be spotted. So they will know that it's the gearing over here in 10. So I think by a process of elimination, they would know that it's the Stalingrad.
Bazinga actually might manage to get this cap. I don't think this daring reverses in time, and it doesn't seem like Lappin has a radar yet, so he's actually going to grab the B cap for Rain.
I was honestly kind of surprised to see Young actually leave the cap before being shot at. Because there wasn't really anything that could get a decent volley at that point. But now Rain are sending Gambarang over to support Bravo.
I like what they did here, because last time they did the same thing with Marceau's, and they kept torping that corner, which kept making the other team leave the cap. With not only the daring launches, but also the Kleber from the side. So they're basically getting cross-torped here.
Okay, Young is back into the cap. Now you've, as you just said, you've got this threat of Gangbarang's torpedoes constantly coming towards that corner.
Young actually knows because he has the Hydro. Stalingrad radars, Lappin. So Bazinga Flux
Young
might
actually might take a torp. Yep,
ooh,
does.
Wow. That's actually massive damage to Young.
Unlucky dispersion there on the torpedoes, and Young healing through was down to 7k briefly. Exchanging fire with Baz.
Baz needs to wait here for Willis's radar to come back up for sure. Kleber maybe gets a blind reset on Young, possibly. Close, but no reset.
Yeah, that unlocked on dispersion pretty wide. The smoke is fading though. Not sure if there's anything that can actually spot Young once the smoke goes down. Oh, the reset did actually land there from Gangbarang.
Oh, he actually got the reset. Interesting. I'm not sure why Marcelo isn't helping him inside the cap. Wouldn't be spotted by the
yeah, he
I guess
could reverse a little bit.
Young actually ended up leaving. Interesting. Willis did pop his radar, it seems. He did.
Taking a quick look down the Charlie end. A few shots being exchanged, but nothing major going on over there right now. So we'll focus on B. Young down to 6.4. Make that 6.
Very good trades for Rain here, especially with that torpedo.
Yeah, Baz actually, despite being sort of 2-on-1, Baz actually holding B very well here with the support of the other Rain ships.
See, here I prefer how Rain have positioned their Daring Kleber instead of O-Boys, because the O-Boy ones are in the same basically square, whilst Rain actually have a crossfire with their destroyers.
I guess there's several risks from clumping like that. Like you say,
Yeah.
it's the inability to provide angles, it's the ease with which the enemy can change targets because they've already got their guns pointing in the same direction. If one ship goes unspotted, you just start shooting the other one. And the other thing is the torpedoes. Like, you're both in the same area, and so if the torpedoes are going to go through that area, you're both at risk. Whereas if you look at where Boy are pushing the torpedoes towards Gangbarang, those torps are nowhere near Baz. Whereas Gangbarang's torps are coming towards both Young and Marcelo.
Exactly. Actually, these trades are really good for Rain on these destroyers.
Okay, we've got Salem and Gearing on the 10 line pushing. Gearing smoking balanced up just a little bit. They need to be really careful with that because they are pushing into superior numbers.
So Eagle learned his mistake from last time. He doesn't want to like aggressively sit in the sea cap this time. He wants to be safer. He doesn't want to die. Because it's much better having a ship alive for sure than actually being dead.
I think that will definitely be the kind of thing that the teams are talking about between the matches. Like, okay, what went well, what went badly? And yeah, that point of Eagle maybe hanging around a little bit too long from earlier today may be one of the things they talked about. Baz coming under a lot of fire here.
He's radared right now from Lappin, and he's getting shot at by everything here on B. Is that a Willis radar too? It is a Willis radar. Let's see if maybe Gangbarang has shots out on Daring. He does.
Yeah, there's also torpedoes. He's actually pushing Young into those. No, the torps don't have range, but the shells are still coming. 12.
1200,
that's-
he's still spotted, right? Bazinga, 600 HP.
600. And
Kill.
Young goes down. Massive win there on B from Rain. Because Marcello is on his own now and pretty low on health. No heal on a Kleber. Rain very dominant over on the A side. Pink Camouflage really able to do very much, just trading with Lulu.
See, that's the nice thing. So they sent those two Klebers into A, got it really quickly. Pink Camouflage was like, okay, I can't go in then, there's two. And then they rotated out Gang Barang. And I mean, he can't really push in either way if they have the cap. So you basically get the early cap ticks, and you keep that cap. Which is really nice for them.
So if you're Oh Boy right now, things are not looking too good, but they do need to do
Not
something.
at all. So basically, I think they're kind of hoping for these B9 kills up here. The Dastard, the
Yep.
Artorias, possibly.
This
Dastard
is
might
the-
need the Torp here. He
This
does.
is the typical Rain tactic here of kiting away and trying to get the people chasing you to
chasing
overextend,
you.
waste time, get out of position. And
Sure.
we've seen that work several times, but it didn't work earlier. So Rain in a much better position on this map.
Dastard actually got back up to 34k with the heal. Actually, what? Okay, he only has 4k healable over this one, so he has taken a lot of torp damage, I guess, and AP damage. Stalingrad Artorias, he is really low. That could possibly be a kill conversion. The issue is there's only 1 minute and 30 seconds left, so these need to happen really quick. Gang Barang's actually killing Marcelo here on B. He does, so there's 40 seconds left to get a kill for Oh Boy, and really on the table
Gangbarang-
is possibly a Bazinga with a radar
Yeah.
from Lapin.
Gangbarang is taking a bit of incoming. That second volley there, AP misses. More AP coming over the rocks there from Shiki. Also misses. Yeah, Baz is the obvious one to kill, but getting a spot on that daring is not going to be easy.
Nope.
Gearing
Okay,
and
back-
Salem pretty
Yeah.
close here to Eagle. Salem takes a chunk.
He is close, but I think Eagle's staying this close, so when the Salem actually shoots him, he keeps him spotted.
Yes, inside the bloom range. And also Salem is actually radaring right now, so Eagle is also spotted.
He is 9 seconds left though, so unless something really random happens,
Yep,
I think
they've-
it's going to rain.
Unless they take Eagle down. Nope. So this, don't forget, a reminder, this is not a best of 3. This is the final, so this is a best of 5. So it's going to have to be 3 points to win. So Rain taking the first game and going 1-0 up against Oh Boy. And we'll be moving over to Rain's map pick now, which will be Northern Waters for the second game of this best of 3. And with that, Chrysantos, back to you.
Rain taking the first map off of Oh Boy, despite having a daring that was not in the battle for the first minute. So congratulations to Rain, and let's discuss how they actually managed to turn the map control into a win with Painter and Pingu.
What was the
So,
sound
guys,
daring?
The initial daring was apparently AFK for the first 90 seconds before he actually jumped into the game, leading to Rain not being able to deploy it towards the C cap, handing it over to Oh Boy. So that's just the initial thing that we saw when zooming on the Rain team. But Rain still managed to win this. Let's discuss a bit like what they did and how that actually came to be. So let's maybe go for the early distribution of ships, Painter.
Yeah, so the Rain team sent 1 destroyer to B, 2 destroyers to A, and 1 destroyer to... Well, they didn't send the destroyer to C because apparently it was AFK, which I wasn't aware of. But so this meant that they took A for free, sent 2 very fast destroyers over there, 2 players, and it's like, okay, we're taking this cap, thank you. If you'd like to fight us, it's not going to go very well for you. So they just happily take over this cap. And then over at the B cap, they send Bazinga Flux alone versus 2 destroyers. And to his credit, he held that cap for so much longer than he had any right to in a 2 versus 1. And he held that cap, and not only held that cap, he won that cap because he held that cap for so long that they could convert the re-rotate their Kleber from the A cap to the B cap and just completely zone them out. Pingu?
Yeah, there were some lucky torps going in from this direction into this smoke combination there, and one of those torpedoes hit. So I think in the end it was a little bit luck, of course, but but mostly the better focusing, the better trade that Rain did there against the DDs of Oh Boy. And Oh Boy lost 2 DDs in the Bravo cap, which broke everything apart. And I mean, I think Oh Boy tried with the Stalingrad to have an aggressive push on this side on the C cap and to block the cap. Jetzt habe ich gerade keine Wörter mehr. I have no words. The thing
Don't
is,
worry about it. That's when the German
Sorry,
kicks in. It's like
my-
my brain is blank. Let me revert to my home language.
my English blacked out there for a moment. No matter what happens on this side, they want to keep the cap, but the thing is, they lost 2 DDs on the Bravo cap, and I think they wanted to have the Bravo cap and to block it as well, so they have the cap advantage and the point advantage and point lead. The gearing on the right side did a really great job at zoning everything out there with its torpedoes. Hit several times the Conqueror on this side. They almost got the Conqueror killed, then it healed up. They almost got the Stalingrad killed, but they were not able to get a cap, right? And then with 2 caps and disadvantage, Rain just got the points, and with 2 ships that have been dead, there's no way to get back.
Yeah, I do think that Rain kind of like turned the map control into the win, because at the end of the match, Oh Boy actually had like a 70k HP advantage despite having a DD extra, right? So that means they actually started off with an HP disadvantage. So they dealt good HP damage, but they were losing with over 340k HP. And they should have, at least in my opinion, they should have used that HP to be able to come back into this game. They were kind of too passive in the beginning to be able to contest what's happening on A and B. They got the Stalingrad in C, which is nice. They get to hold it. But then they spent the time trying to win it in terms of ship fights instead of taking the B cap back. I think they just expected to have a better grip on the B cap and being able to just deploy 2 DDs there. We should take it, and not really being like too prepared against what Rain was already doing in the match that we saw against Shaft, with deploying 1 DD here to kind of launch torpedoes onto the southern part of the B cap, and also just being able to punish if the Stalingrad will catch anything with radar, to just shoot it down, and then it's just a matter of time until you might actually convert one of these radars into a kill. So very well played by Rain. I think that was a very strong performance, and this was actually the pick of Oh Boy. Looking at the next map, which is going to be Northern Waters, that is actually Rain's pick. And we saw Rain play yesterday. Mr. Conway can actually put up the next map. We saw Rain play yesterday against Snack with a very, very decisive win on that map by pushing up the Des Moines very, very early on the 1 line, and with combined firepower taking out a destroyer and a Des Moines very early on. We I just have a little fun fact that was shared with us from one of the Rain members. Apparently, Rain and Oh Boy trained a lot together. It's actually the team that Rain trained the most games against. So that's interesting to know. So just for the background, of course, these teams are not just playing clan battles. They also, of course, want to be prepared for specific maps. So they invite other clans, say like, hey, you know what, let's train together and figure out what strategies work best. And that kind of gives, of course, if you have these 2 teams playing against each other very often, a lot of experience, but also a lot of insights into how the enemy team is playing, how they're reacting, and what kind of counter strategies they might have for certain things. So what would you expect here, Benzo?
I don't know what to expect, because these 2 teams have been scrimming against each other so often on this map that they're now about 7 levels of rabbit hole down the line of like, how do we counter this? How do we counter this? How do we counter this? Normally, I would expect to see the A-line push with a fast DD to get there first, followed by one of your radar cruisers. But now I'm scared that they're going to be like, right, you know what? Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to send something on the inside of A just to catch the thing that's going to be catching the thing that's going to be catching the thing that's going to be catching the thing. And just like, we're so many levels deep here that it's really hard to predict what's going to actually happen.
Yeah, the mind games, absolutely mind games. But that's exactly like what you need to do, right? You need to kind of anticipate what is the enemy team going to bring. Or do you just say, like, what will bring a setup that will work against either of these cases? What do you think, Pingu?
I mean, last time we've seen this match on this map, there were no radar cruisers in the middle on the islands on Bravo, which led to a double Des Moines and gearing, I guess it was, smoke train just moving upwards on the sea cap, which could have been countered by the radar of the radar cruiser in the middle, but there was no one. So I don't know. Maybe we will see something aggressive like that again. It depends on the deployment of the ships in the end, and I have no clue what they will do. To be honest.
Which is a great sign. Which is a great sign that we don't really know what these teams are going to be bringing. And just as a reminder, the Petropavlovsk is banned globally for this entire tournament because this is what the teams decided who are participating here. The other two banned ships that both of these teams actually banned is the Alexander Nevsky and the Moskva. So long-range raiders, if they want to have it just as before, they need to bring a Stalingrad. Otherwise, they have to rely on other ships, like, for example, Des Moines, to provide the radar. Or maybe potentially a Minotaur. Rain knows how to play the Minotaur. We have seen them in a lot of tournaments bringing the Minotaur in a very successful fashion. But it's, of course, always a dangerous thing to bring because it goes poof very quickly. Looking at the predictions that we have up here, chat, you seem to be now heavily in favor of Rain against Oh Boy, completely the opposite of what we've seen for the first match. Now we see 400,000 points versus 90,000 points for Oh Boy. So what is your estimation here, Paintsor? Is Oh Boy going to have a good counter strategy for Rain's own map?
I expect so. Like, this is a map that people will have probably several sets of strategies prepared for. And you have to think how many times this map's been played by these teams. They're going to have to change it up a bit because they know exactly what the other team's going to be running. There's going to be so many counter strats. So very interested to see what unique strategies are going to be brought.
What did you, Pingo?
It is hard to tell. Actually, I'm more on the side of Rain right now, because it was such a good strategy in the first map we've seen. But I hope Oh Boy come back, of course. Just
Okay,
because
so now tell me, who's going to take this, Pingo?
It's Oh Boy.
Paintsor?
Rain.
Okay, and my personal pick, I think Oh Boy will actually claw their way back into this tournament. Of course, this is a best of 5, so there will be, they need 3 points to actually win this one. So even if they lose, they still have another chance in the third match. And then we'll hand over to Statsburg and Maltese Knight. I hope you're going to enjoy this match. It's going to be glorious. So I'll see you on the other side and have fun.
All right, let's get this map going.
Okay, King of the Sea 12 EU Finals, Game 2 in this best of 5. Rain versus Oh Boy down at the other end of the map here. In Rain, we have Conqueror, Kremlin, Triple Des Moines, Stalingrad, Double Daring, and Kleber. And I have Maltese Knight down the other end, who has the Oh Boy lineup.
So we've got Bourgogne, Shikishima, Des Moines, Stalingrad, Gearing, Triple Kleber. So we've got a Triple Kleber here. So we're going to see how they're going to split those up. So two of them are actually going C.
Yeah, and Oh Boy kind of taking the Rain tactic here of putting both of the Klebers together. And Rain putting Daring and Kleber together. Eagle and Gangbarang heading over towards Alpha. It looks like initially, at least, neither team is paying attention to B, although I suspect Eagle may eventually end up there. We've got, as usual, Artorias in the Des Moines heading over the top of A. Probably will either head over towards the one line or head in towards the cap. On the Oh Boy side, we've got Stalingrad and Des Moines. That double radar. Yeah, and so once again, we saw this yesterday. You see this gearing smoke across this gap just to make sure these cruisers don't get spotted broadside when they cross this gap.
Especially that Stalingrad with the 14-kilometer detection for sure. Artorias might actually be the Des Moines who's going to make the run to the one-line rock, so it might be interesting.
That is so risky. I've had to do this in clan battles a few times on this map where you have to try and get to this island, and it is super dangerous. So we'll be watching that with interest. On the seaside, we've got Max is already capping there in the Kleber. This sheep just going across the top of the cap.
He is slower to the cap.
Azir taking what I think was a blind shot there against Max. Just trying to guess where that destroyer is.
Gangbrang versus Marcelo here on A flank in a 1v1. Daster trying to assist. Spurgeon says no.
Solo just stopping, turning out, anticipating shells coming, playing with the speed. So if you're a destroyer, there's basically two ways to juke. You can either turn, or you can play with your speed, or you can combine both together.
I think Oboe have better control over the A flank here for sure. Just because
Does
look how many
currently-
ships they have.
Yeah, it does currently look like that. The extra cruiser is definitely going to help them.
Yeah, and the Des Moines is actually in radar range of A.
Kleber of pink camouflage is heading in towards B now. Evasion does have radar coverage, but Rain actually don't really have that many guns close to B. So camouflage should be able to get this cap reasonably easily. Pushing Torps out from B towards where normally the Stalingrad would be, but the Stalingrad isn't there. The Stalingrad is actually over there, as he's just discovered.
Mr. Evasion radars a Kleber. Fortunately, misses.
Yeah, Kremlin may be able to get the turrets around. The turret traverse on the Kremlin is really quite fast, so you may see Dastard take a shot at camouflage here while he's still under radar. Nope. Chooses to keep guns on Marcelo over on the border.
Arterius is actually doing this run right now. I don't know about this one. It's really risky, especially since the Des Moines from Oboe is right there.
Yeah, and the Daring... There's no smoke there, so the Daring has already smoked in the middle of the cap.
Des Moines spotted, so they know. This is really risky.
Ooh. Totally balanced. First volley out is HE. I think you'll see that switch to AP with a second. Yep, there it goes. Don't forget that Des Moines has improved penetration angles compared to most ships. So Artorius is going to have to make sure to give the nose to totally balanced. But that means, and I know this from personal experience, that makes it very hard to get to the island, because you then have to turn back, just like you've seen. But now, he's broadside totally balanced, and the further south he goes, the worse it gets. However, Rain are managing to get a lot of damage out onto the
Marcelo.
Kleber.
I mean, this might still result in a kill, because there's a Shikishima at like 12?
And the torpedoes should just about squeak past his rear end. Oh, actually stopping just short.
No way he makes it, though.
There's Shiki shells in the air, I think, or is that
Is
Stalingrad?
that Stalin?
Okay, a little bit long. Okay. That's almost an entire Des Moines lost to get to that island. Ooh,
It is
running a
Des Moines
fire.
loss.
That's a fire.
He's dead. Triple fire. Dead.
Not worth it, in my opinion.
That was not worth it at all.
They did manage to get Marcelo down to 2-5, which does significantly reduce the effectiveness of this destroyer, but to lose a Des Moines to do that, I'm not sure that was worth it. So, yeah, risky start there from Rain. And the cap's looking quite red right now.
Yeah, triple cap basically. Thai Sheep is trying to control the C cap here. I think he's going to be able to take it shortly. Rain do need to start doing something though. They can't let them have too many points.
So Sheep will take Charlie by the looks of it. And so the thing is, like, if you are Rain right now, Sheep has just capped Charlie. You'd think, okay, well, send this Daring over towards B. But then that just means that Max is just going to retake Charlie.
Lulu is actually pushing up here. I think they're trying to form something on the C side. Daring needs to start moving towards B. He needs to contest that. Make it 10 minutes.
I'm expecting Max to reverse back towards the cap on Charlie. They obviously won't realize yet that Sheep has actually left, and they won't realize that Lulu is coming over just yet. Pink camouflage being sent up. This looks like the beginnings of a rush from pink camouflage on the Kremlin.
He's being really aggressive for sure.
Okay, so he was just spotted briefly by Eagle. So they will know that he's there, which means that Dastard can actually take action. Push forward. Make sure that pink camouflage would have to go round a long way to get to those torps on. Of course, the Gangbarang is also there to support. Torps onto Eagle from pink camouflage. Let's see. Nope, there is a lovely little gap there for Eagle.
Pipe Sheep is approaching the B cap. He's going to be able to take this relatively free. He is. There's nothing here. Makes it a 7-minute game.
So Max, as I suspected, tried to reverse into Charlie and then discovered that Lulu has changed position. Which means Lulu is going to come under a little bit of fire from Lappen and the Bourgogne over the back there. But should be just fine. Which means shortly Rain will hold 2 caps. And although Oh Boy do have a significant points lead, that is not insurmountable. Those points can definitely change quite quickly with 2 caps. So Oh Boy still in the lead here.
Rain basically needs a kill.
They do.
Maybe even 2.
I think it's 2 just about. The other tactic they could use, which I don't think is open to them right now, is to block A. But I don't think they can do that.
There. Torp shot from gearing on Dastard, so Dastard cannot reverse anymore.
Okay, so Rain have set up the map for that points income, but they do need this kill. So let's have a look. What do we think the move is? Martello has very sensibly moved off on low health there. We've got everything else is pretty healthy. You've got the gearing pretty much full health, the Des Moines full health, the
Shikishima Bowin.
Yeah,
Conquer
Shiki,
Malimu maybe? Could farm him out.
Shiki's got torps coming in. I think Rain will be starting to move ships into position to get shots
Shiki
onto Eternal Rain. Yep. That HE from Conqueror is going to start adding up pretty quickly. AP return fire from the Shikishima onto the more or less broadside Malamu. See how this does. Oh, little pen there.
Oh my god, this Conquer damage with HE. Damage gone here. Okay. Which means any fire set from now on are permas. Malimu is back, healing back up. Very cool Conquer heal.
With Oh Boy having the points lead, I'm honestly kind of surprised that the Shikishima keeps firing.
Yeah, let's see. Is the Kleber close enough to spot him? No. Oh, no, but the Daring spotting him from mid.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Perma fire. Eternal is the kill opportunity here. If they can actually secure him, it might be enough. Let's see. So 60 and 40.
Yep. Just waiting for Malamu's return fire. Here it comes. Radar out from the Stalingrad from Oh Boy. Let's see what this HE does from the Conqueror.
Oh,
no, actually, Titan just manages to move forward there and miss that.
Honestly, Eagle here, the Des Moines is pushed so far off, totally balanced. He quite possibly could contest, maybe? Or is it too risky? I mean, he's 12 kilometers away, but he might be trying to do that soon. Oh, Die Sheep is getting focused here by the Klebers.
Marcelo actually was spotted by the radar there, but actually not taking any damage, managing to hold on to those 2,500 hit points.
Another fire in Eternal Titan. He's down to 10k, but I don't think they're going to keep vision on him for too long, so he's actually going to be able to get behind the rock. He does the CP.
Max in the Kleber for Oh Boy actually also took a little incoming there and is down to 5,000. The HE from the Conqueror still...
Another fire,
yeah, another fire. This Shiki really needs to use this island to make a turn and actually just get out of dodge.
If he turns around here, he's going to get spotted.
That's the problem.
Needs to be really careful. Dastard's also really low, actually. He's down to
Enden's
18k.
got to dodge torps over on the one line. Manages to dodge the first set and the second set. Beautiful.
Okay. Does the Des Moines? He does, I think. He's legendary.
So Endon has come far enough up to actually get torpedoes past the end of the island where Dastard is sitting.
And the Des Moines also shooting Dastard.
Dastard having to squeeze forward. This position, no matter which ship you're in, is kind of nasty because you go backwards and you get shot at, and you go forwards and you get shot at. So Dastard will be... Oh, actually, Dastard's full speed.
I think he's going to try to do something. I mean, they need to do something. They have 2 minutes.
Yep, they do.
It's always bad to leave it for the last 30 seconds. Here's the radar on pink camouflage.
Yeah, you
No
can see the
hits.
other two Klebers who are lower health are making sure that they are further away.
Sure. Shiki's trying to
Shiki-
cross map Azure.
Yep,
Eternal
there is-
Titan's actually spotted, and the focus is on him. Kleber daring.
8.
Everyone's shooting him.
4,
4K. Oh wow, look how much damage.
2-5. And that's
Wow.
Titan down.
And that changes the game for a Rain victory. All Rain have to do is live, but Dastard quite possibly could die here.
So
So
all
they do need
focus
to
fire.
get
Now it's
another
going to be interesting. So they've got these Klebers who are all fairly low health. Will they get all three of them to fire? I suspect Marcello will not be firing, at least yet.
Max is firing though, and he's down to 4K, but hitting
Eagle.
a Kleber is quite hard.
Eagle in the daring on the rain side also took a little chunk there. Max running away. Marcello reversing just to try and keep the spotting. I think Marcello is just basically doing spotting GT right now.
So Leazur and Lulu need to 2v1 this Bourgogne right now as quickly as possible, honestly, because they have 2 minutes, but Dastard quite possibly could die, or these guys could contest C, so they do need to kill this Bourgogne.
Yep. Keep an eye on the points because it's just switched because Sniper has pushed into the cap. They're both really close here. So 910 for Oh Boy, 824 for Rain. So things with every kill, things will switch really quickly.
I think Leazur needs to come around here to start doing damage on this guy.
Yeah, Bourgogne has
risky.
Bourgogne is grounded. But Sniper's rear turret is facing the other way. As you're beginning to move forward.
The scariest thing is this Lapin AP shot. Oh no, Azur. Okay.
So
Avoided
now-
the Citadel.
Lapin's still reversing. Okay, Rain do need to do something. Oh boy, with 133 on the points clock. The
They
trouble
are
is,
killing Pepega Sniper, I think. The daring's
Azure?
opening up.
yeah, maybe Azure doesn't need to go.
Yeah, I don't think he should go, honestly. It's kind of risky with that Stalingrad right there. I think they killed the Bourgogne, and Rain are back in the advantage. Dastard healed back up to like 33k, so there's no risk of him dying. Bourgogne actually dies here. He's down to 1k. Which changes it to a Rain victory again.
So that's now 9-12 on Rain's side, 8-9-6. The Oh boy side, Azure pushing forward nose to nose with the Stalingrad. Now that he doesn't have to worry about the Bourgogne, that is a little bit less risky.
I'm just gonna
Okay,
1v1 the Stalin here.
Let's have a look at the
action.
middle here. Eagle coming under fire, 7k, 5.
Who's he spotted?
Oh, Marcello actually could potentially... Any more shots coming at Marcello? No, he's managed to get behind the island, I think.
Des Moines is trying to make a play on
Yeah, I
Dastard
can
up
see.
here. Here it is. Now the thing is, Dastard needs to one-shot the guy or he dies. Oh no, his
Oh,
front tire did the
unlucky
island.
Dastard.
That might... Oh, the Des Moines still dies. Okay.
Great focus fire from the Conqueror there of
Nice shot
Malibu
from
in the
Malibu.
middle.
Eagle
Eagle
does
goes
go
down as
down.
well. That was on 996 for a second there in favor of Rain.
But the Stalingrad on the 9 line is actually getting focus fired by the two Des Moines, Lulu and Le Azur, and they might actually kill the Stalingrad really quickly here
Yep.
before anything happens.
This will put it up to 986.
And have a 2-cap tick, so they are going to win in 6 seconds as long as Dastard doesn't die. He's the lowest HP target. He's on 8k, and there's the game.
Well, that was very, very changeable at the end there. When both teams get up to the high 800s, things can change backwards and forwards very quickly with each kill. But Rain managing to just cling on there to that win. And they go up 2-0 against Oh Boy. So Oh Boy have to win this next game of this best of 5 in order to stay in. Otherwise, they will be taking the second place. But both of these teams will be going through to the internationals. So to talk a bit more about this match, I'm going to pass back now to Chrysantos.
What a fantastic match here by both teams. Wow. It was a really, really intense final part of the match. Initially a little bit slow, but then it all got heated up. So let's talk about it with Painter and Private Penguin. Whew, that was super close at the end. What do you think made the difference here, Pingu?
I think the Bourgogne in the end should have pushed a little bit earlier together with the Stalingrad. I mean, it was interesting to see that like nobody wanted to get the B cap in the beginning. every team split up to the A cap, to the C cap. Later on, there was one DD capturing B, then back. We had a cap advantage in the beginning, really, really fast for Oh Boy, and they did a really great job at this. They also did a really great job at A, at spotting with the Kleber, the Des Moines, the incoming Des Moines, then having like every other available ship on the right spot to shoot the Des Moines. He was dead at the time he were at the island on the left side. Let me just ping it for you guys on this side. Yeah. Like it was a trap of Oh Boy for Rain. Like they knew they would do this. One thing I want to mention out in the end, what maybe made Rain win and Oh Boy lose, is the Bourgogne, the full life Bourgogne, just standing on this position there with the Stalingrad there and having only a cruiser here and there. So I don't know why. I don't know why they didn't push a little bit earlier, and I don't know why the Bourgogne just tried to hide behind the island in X-ray spotting range to that Des Moines and getting found by Lulu Snail to death. I mean, he could even ram him and he would have made the points for the team to win this battle because the Stalingrad was inside of the cap, blocking the cap. So
that was actually something that Conway and we were paying very close attention to that cap, and Conway was yelling, "It's like Stalingrad, move forward," because he was actually not blocking the points towards the end. And like every single point, as you see, like at the end, it's so chaotic. Every single point that you can block or ticking for the enemy that you can block is going to be so crucial. And I was also a bit unsure that at some point when the Bourgogne actually decided to push, to actually rather stand in the cap instead of moving the Stalingrad into the cap and taking the Bourgogne to either go for a drive-by with the Des Moines, or at least kind of make the enemy team split their fire. Because with the Stalingrad being rather further back, not really being able to contribute, also in terms of tanking and just kind of like giving the Rain like a little bit the options, like, here, have a Bourgogne, and then have a Stalingrad, but not at the same time. We'll give it to you piece by piece. Of course, it's not that simple, but I think this might have been the deciding mistake towards the end of the match. But initially, with the initial deployment, I think Oh Boy had a really, really great start. I think at like minute 12, Oh Boy was able to build up a 400-point advantage and still having the same HP pool. So they did a really good job of like going for early caps, being able to hold them, being able to defend them, and even taking out here the Des Moines that Rain was actually trying to push up here. And this is kind of exactly what we've seen Rain do to Snack when they wanted to do this yesterday. And it didn't work out. So they lost the Des Moines there, but then, I don't know, Oh Boy wasn't really able to convert that around the A cap into additional kills in the mid to late game. Painter, why do you think that is?
They couldn't convert kills because basically the Kremlin was the only thing that they had a good chance of killing for quite a while. They had the Kremlin of Dastard had got himself parked into this position after the Des Moines had abandoned this team by exploding. So we have the Kremlin in this position, and we have the gearing spotting for it. The gearing up here, along with the Des Moines on this corner island. Des Moines gets farmed up, starts beginning the farming. The Kremlin pushes forward, and then you have the three Klebers have rotated back here, and back here, and they're all just like one by one trying to like. Oops, that's not what I want to do. They're trying to farm down this Kremlin. They just can't manage it because he just keeps shuffling, spotting backwards and forwards, and he's a very, very tanky ship. It's Kremlin, probably one of the hardest battleships to burn down because he has that really fast damage control consumable. So they're focusing all their efforts on trying to kill the tankiest ship they can possibly kill, instead of focusing efforts on something slightly more squishy, like, I don't know, perhaps pushing this Des Moines up to kill this, pushing this Stalingrad and Bourgogne up to kill the Des Moines. We have so many questions about this play. Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think like I would always love to hear, from the teams like, okay, this is what we wanted to do. I can also completely understand that pushing into a double Des Moines, backed up by a Stalingrad further back, and I think it was Malimu in the Conqueror, just of course supporting every single side with the long range of the Conqueror, just setting Shikishima ablaze. I'm sure they would have done the same thing to the Bourgogne, but you kind of have to make a play towards the end because you can see that, oh no, Rain is coming into a position where the point advantage that they had towards the mid game, they completely lost towards the end game. And one thing I would have loved to see is actually moving this Stalingrad here, which was actually redeployed here towards mid game, to sit here and have kind of like a radar on B, not really being able to do much, despite sitting on like 50k HP for a very, very long time. I would have even loved to see like maybe pushing it up a bit more, that if they really want to take down the Kremlin, to kind of shift the focus. These Klebers had to always fear that they were like on maybe a third of the health, even lower, trying
it was
to
so
farm
hard
down.
to watch.
Yeah, it's like they tried really hard, and it's like maybe shift the tanking a bit around. You give the Stalingrad as a target maybe for the Kremlin to just kind of overwhelm Rain just with DPM and try to take it down. But well, I think Rain just had the better plan towards the end of the match, despite losing the Des Moines early on. It just shows like how well these teams are prepared to deal with setbacks during the match and just figuring out a plan of how to do things. So well played by Rain, also well played by Oh Boy. I think it's very clear that both of these teams play on a very, very high level. But now we'll have to see who's going to move into the next match and win it. Oh, Mr. Conway is showing the replay here. We can very nicely see like the very early deployment. And that's the thing that I loved about this play from Oh Boy. They managed to get the C cap quite early on and still deploying a lot of forces into A. And then even when they realized like, oh, Rain doesn't really have anything on B apparently that can contest us, just push the Kleber there. So despite that early point gain that they're now just building up and building up and building up, Rain managed to actually push the DD into B, and then it was really hard for Oh Boy to come back. So yeah, well played. Really well played. So, next map that we're going to see for the match is going to be North, which is Oh Boy's pick. Just as before, Oh Boy got to pick the map, Rain got to pick the spawn. Now, the big question is, how is Oh Boy going to be able to come back from this? By now, they're now in a position they have to win all 3 matches to move ahead and be the King of the Sea. How do you deal with this psychologically, Pingu?
Oh, the pressure, I can feel it.
The pressure is real, that's for sure.
I don't want to be the war lead right now. Maybe not even one of the participating soldiers. It's really hard because, I mean, you can win real money right now, right? Not today, but next weekend.
And the thing is that Oh Boy, like when we asked teams like, so what's the goal that you have for this tournament? Oh Boy said, we want to be part of like the top 3 teams of King of the Sea. They absolutely managed this, right? In the finals, they're definitely in the top 3. But now they're so close to potentially being the actual King of the Sea. So the pressure is really high. It's not like they can say like, oh, we got where we wanted to go. Let's just have some fun. So no, this is competitive. You want to win, and you know the enemy. You know the enemy really well because they scrimmaged so often against them. So, okay, Painter, do you think Oh Boy is going to change anything about their lineups, or are they just going to say, you know what, we got a little bit unlucky with the last 2 ones. We'll just trust in our ability and we'll just get this?
I think you're down 2-0. This is your time. You either play something you're comfortable with, or you play something completely oddball and hope to catch Rain off guard and take an upset from them. I wish them the best of luck in this series.
Especially on North. North is, I think, like a map that Rain is super comfortable with. We do have to keep in mind, though, that they're not going to be able to deploy the Nevsky smoke train that we saw before. And Moskvas are, of course, still banned, just as the Petropavlovsk as the global ban. So maybe we'll see a little bit of a stronger DD focus, but who knows? We will find out as soon as the game is going to start. Let me quickly check who will win. So it's 3 more minutes as Conway signaled me. Of course, the teams also want to sometimes like take a little bit of a breather. They just played 2 very intense games, and now it's the deciding match. And now, in 3 minutes, I think that's absolutely fine. So what I wanted to say is prediction campaign with channel points. We see that Rain is currently oh boy, leading with 730k points against 127 for oh boy. It's of course an uphill battle, but we're talking here about North, and I think oh boy, they showed us it's one or two like mistakes less in the gameplay, and they could have taken Northern Waters in a pretty dominating fashion, I think. So maybe they will get it right now with North. Mr. Conway, if you maybe want to join us and give us your tip for the next one. Is Oboy going to come back, or is it going to be Rain?
Look, it's a difficult question. From what I've seen from the first two games, Rain has got this match. But there's nothing better than having a best of 5, go to 5 games. So I absolutely want Oh Boy to win.
They kind of just have to pull an 07, right? Just basically let the enemy team build up their 2 points, let them feel comfortable. Maybe this is all part of the strategy. Oh boy, saying, oh, you know what, in the last match we had a 400-point lead. Let's just give it to Rain. They're gonna feel so comfortable. We'll just smack them in the next 3 matches. Clearly,
Be generous.
For the real oh boy moment.
for the real oh boy moment, it's like, oh boy, they tricked us. No, I think of course no team would play like this, but you gotta stay positive. So? You gotta stay positive and just say, like, you know what? Fuck it. We'll go and win it. You have to just treat every single game as the last game, and then do your very best to win.
Look, what makes me slightly hopeful is that we're going into North, which is Oh Boy's peak. So hopefully they've got a really solid strategy worked out for it.
I mean, they had the match almost. They had it.
That's the thing.
They gave it away.
It was so close.
This is what makes me so mad. It's like if you have a match like the first one, it's like, okay, strategy didn't work out, kind of decisive loss. Okay, you just move on because yep, didn't work out. Scrap it. Let's go to the next one. But then you have a match like this, and you're like, nah, if we would have had, because of course they have the same discussions as we have. You're right. Maybe you should have done this. Maybe you should have done that. We had it, right? They had it in the middle of the game, and then they kind of handed it back to Rain. And that's like the most annoying thing that can happen to you, right? It's just if you play a random battle and it looks like you're winning, then your team goes in like boom, 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 and it's a loss. So that's not really good for attitude and mentality. But I'm sure that Oboy is able to say, like, you know what, this is not our first tournament. We never got this far, and now we'll just get the very best out of it and try to win it again. So yeah, I'm confident Oboy is going to have a really good match here. And actually, I'm going to say Oboy is going to take this one off of Rain. What about you, Conway?
Yes, I agree. Oh boy, no, sorry, I'm trying to watch. I'm going to leave you guys again. There's a reason why I'm not here, right? I'll see you after this match.
We'll just get Mr. Conway's hair in. He was already in chat. So
countdown has started.
Countdown has started. Perfect. Okay, so Painzor, what's your pick?
I want to see it go to best of 5. I want to see all 5 games. So I'm hoping for like 2 games for a boy, but then I want Rain to win at the end.
so that's okay. So that's the polite way of saying I want Rain to win, but not that quickly.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, Pinky, what's your pick?
I say Oh Boy just shouted us. They can do this, so I go for Oh Boy this time again.
Okay, perfect. So, chat, let us know, who do you think is going to win? Is Oh Boy able to come back from this? We will see now. We're going to be handing over to Maltese Knight and Stats Blog. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast so far. You can also let us know in chat how much you liked it. But then we're going to hand over now. Enjoy the match, potentially the last one. See you on the other side.
Well, welcome back to the third game of this best of 5 series, the finals of EU for KOTS XII. We've got Oh Boy in green. This is actually Oh Boy's map pick, North, which means Rain chose the South spawn. Oh Boy are fighting to stay in. They need 3 straight wins to stay in. Rain, of course, just need to win this one to go through and become the winners. It looks like we might have a restart here. There is some team damage going on, which means that someone has disconnected probably, and so they will be calling a restart. We can't tell right now which team called the restart.
It had to be Oh Boy, I think, because Rain already did the restart game 1.
I think so. Yep, okay. So we'll be passing back to the studio, where hopefully we can get this turned around and started again pretty quickly.
Still in the game scene. There we go.
Oh boy. There was apparently internal clan drama with Ye-Boy and Oh-Boy. Ye-Boy sinking in Oh-Boy ship. What happened? Let's find out. No, of course, there was a training room restart happening, so the teams are just getting ready again. If you see something like this happening, as Statsbloke said, apparently some disconnect or something else going on, so the teams are just going for a restart, just as we had before. So give us like 2 or 3 minutes to bring the teams back in, all of the spectators, and then we'll have the third match. So, did anyone? So the thing is that quickly, I didn't get to get a peek on the ship lineups. Did you guys
did.
see? Oh, perfect, Painter. So tell us.
There was a Plymouth in there. I
No.
haven't seen a Plymouth all
No.
tournament, but there's going to be a Plymouth. I really am interested to see where you position this because I have not seen one all tournament. I really want to see what they're doing with it.
Why would you bring a Plymouth?
I'm also excited about the Plymouth, to be perfectly honest. Can I just say, I because obviously you don't know how this looks in the back end, right? But we still have the Statsbloke feed there, right? And Statsbloke holding up his tiny little sign, literally like this big, like with both hands, that says "restart" on it. That's a signal. Just amazing.
Bring them in.
Yeah, but I'm really curious about that Plymouth pick. What?
Ow.
Yes, why?
I mean, it does give you a lot of utility, right? It comes with a surveillance radar, it comes with smoke, comes with hydro. It does heal. But usually I would rather expect a Minotaur with the DPM to actually enter there. So what do you read into this?
It's such a unique pick that I've never seen anyone position it. Like, I'm assuming you're going to put this over on the air cap as some sort of like, usually you run the destroyer and the cruiser together with the smoke and the radar combo. But if you just bring one ship to do it for you, then, you can probably make some sort of concerted effort on the other side that you're not putting on. Like have one ship doing 2 jobs. Problem is, if you have one ship doing 2 jobs, it might get overwhelmed. So I'm very curious to see what they do with it.
Yes, I mean, it has the same issue as the Minotaur, right? It's super squishy. So if you manage to catch it just by radar and you have good focus fire, it's going to be in big trouble. Pingu, what do you think about this pick?
I personally don't like the Plymouth that much. I didn't play her super often, so I think it's a good all-rounder ship maybe, but that's it. You're not good at anything. You're really good at anything, like really good maneuverability, really good concealment, and the possibility to radar enemy DDs, like a Minotaur, for example. I'm excited how they will make use of the ship.
Yeah,
it won't be alone, I guess.
I also like, because you do get I think the Plymouth has a 1 kilometer shorter radar, right? And it does get it doesn't get the crazy minnow heal. It still has a good heal, but not the crazy minnow heal. So interesting pick. So we'll have to see how they're going to deploy this and make the best use of it. What else did you spot?
I can't remember anything else. That's the only thing I was thinking.
I can see like your face was like, oh no, there's a Plymouth, and everything else shut down.
Blacked out.
Yes.
Also,
No, but this is
my microphone is fine.
But this is something I love to see when teams go like, you know what, we have a crazy idea, maybe it's going to work. Of course, a lot of these other ships are very well versed and tested here in all of these different scrimmages that teams had against each other, in clan battles and so on. But this is going to be an interesting move here with the Plymouth. So while we wait for the teams, just a friendly reminder, because I see still some questions about Twitch drops in chat. So just my friendly reminder. If you want to get the Twitch drops, first of all, you have to have your Twitch account linked, right? So you do that through your account management on the Wargaming portal, and then you have to just make sure to watch whatever stream has Twitch drops enabled. Regular channel, like the regular Twitch drops campaigns that we're running, are enabled on all channels that are streaming World of Warships. For King of the Sea, we actually have a list of streamers. All of the streamers that contacted us that they want to stream King of the Sea are on that list, and then you just have to watch the needed time. There's a progress bar. If you don't see it in your stream, you can just go to the drops inventory, which is if you go to your profile, you go to drops and you will see the inventory. And then you can see the progress. Sometimes you have to refresh to see the actual progress. And then you can just click the little claim button to get your Twitch drops. Once you did that, make sure if you're already logged in to re-log in, because the Twitch drop how to phrase it, how you get it into your account. Basically, the crediting that we do from our side is triggered by the login. That's when our client checks whether you got a Twitch drop. So just make sure to do that, and then it will be waiting in your combat mission interface, where you find all of the combat missions that we give you through Twitch drops. So I hope that is working for you. In case you have any issues, you can always contact our customer support, but please, first of all, try to relink your account, because that fixes most of the issues that we've encountered so far with this system. Cool. Okay, I think the teams are slowly but steadily readying up, and they're actually pushing into the next match. So, chat, I'm sure that I think it just ended our prediction campaign. So let's do another prediction campaign and ask for how long is the Plymouth going to survive. I think that's going to be a perfect question for chat to see how long that ship will survive and how well it will do. Usually, when we focus on this ship, it kind of doesn't do so well when we ask for it, right? We had it with the Minotaur, we had it with the Z-52, so we don't want to jinx the fate of this glorious Plymouth. Now, I hope you're going to enjoy this match. We'll be handing over to our casters. Make sure to follow their channels if you like what they're doing. They're streaming a very, very long time throughout the week, so you can just find them on their channels, which will be displayed. And now, wish you a great battle, and see you on the other side.
Well, we're going to try this again after that restart. Restart was called by rain, so we didn't actually get to go through the ship lineup, so I'll go through that. Oh boy, in green here have Conqueror, Shikishima, double Des Moines, double Stalingrad, double Gearing, and Grozhevoy. And I know Maltese is very excited to talk about the rain lineup. Go on.
All right, so I see a Montana Kremlin, triple Des Moines, and there's a Gearing double Kleber. I've missed one ship, of course. That's the Plymouth. That's a really interesting pick, because we've never seen this before in KOTS, at least on EU.
So
now,
I'm wondering, Rain sitting here on 2-0. Would they have brought the Plymouth if they were sitting here on 2-2?
I don't know, man.
I don't
see the Plymouth as a strong comp ship at all. Like, it has a smoke and a radar, okay, but like it doesn't have the super heal, right? Compared to like Minotaur. And it doesn't have as many torpedoes. It has 4 aside. It's really slow too. It's like the slowest tier 10 cruiser in the game.
Well,
and it doesn't really have good DPM.
Yeah, we'll see what they do with it. In combination with Sheep's smoke, that means that Artorias can actually keep the Des Moines of Willis and the Plymouth itself under smoke for, almost continuously, I'm guessing. I haven't done the maths, but I'm guessing there's not going to be much of a gap in those smokes. So we'll see. Azure has moved up to the standard position underneath B to cover that with radar. We've got Gang Barang about to reverse around the corner into B potentially. Pink Camouflage from Oboe laying that long smoke train down for the Stalingrad to get to its position by the island. And looks like Stalingrad is going to nose towards A. Over on the C cap, Eagle already capping Charlie, going for the island.
He does
Shots
know there's
already
no like
in.
destroyer to be as fast as him, so he's just gonna go in there. That's kind of what happens when you notice there's no Kleber on the enemy team, or Marceau. Kleber on B is actually gonna try reverse here. Gang Barang. Actually, he's accelerating again.
Eagle now safely lodged behind the island, so that cap will fall to rain. Gang Barang does have a little way to reverse, but Kleber quite fast even in reverse. Gearing coming down, Pink Camouflage to counteract. I think things are going to get quite interesting over on A. We've got 4 ships versus 3 ships. We've got Dastard, Artorias, Willis, and Sheep on one side, and Max, Balanced, and Marcello on the other side. Torps going through the smoke screen. Willis might actually take one. Nope, manages to swing around.
Oh, also something to keep in mind about Plymouth, it only has a 9-kilometer radar range.
Yes,
over 10.
Exactly. So it does get the benefit of being able to mount smoke and radar, unlike a Minotaur, but to compensate for that, the radar is shorter range. That is true. Okay, Willis being blind fired, but Willis very cleverly actually sitting behind the smoke screen, not in it. So the blind shots are actually just falling short.
So the Rain did actually get the early cap tick, which means they're already up to 340 points. So, oh boy, need to start looking for a cap somewhere to get some points rolling.
Yeah, and they're going to find that kind of tricky. So the gearing Marcello is probably going to try and reverse into A. I'm guessing that both these gearings are legendary, so they will spot each other at the same time. We don't have to worry about the Plymouth radar from the Oh Boy point of view, but they definitely have to worry about Willis's radar, which is 10 kilometers. And Willis is a little bit closer to the cap. Gangbarang is on the way to B. I think probably we missed a radar there, so I think the Stalingrad probably radared and Gangbarang had to just duck out for a second. Now back on the way to B.
On B, I think Gangbarang can take this for free. The gearing literally just left.
Yeah,
There's nothing to hold this guy from
as you say,
capping.
Oh Boy do need to find a cap, and I think it looks like they're going to send Pink Camouflage over to help with A. With both gearings, they can flip that A cap really quickly, and then the double Des Moines can keep it in their hands, and then they can bring...
Willis's point of focus, Shikishima shot. He's fine. Okay. Now, see, this is something we've seen before, in where Rain will basically dominate C-side, and they'll leave A, so they'll just fortify BC. But the thing is, this time, Oh Boy, unlike Shaft, actually kept chips on the C side just in case, you know, Rain start moving in.
And also, this was, I believe, this was the map where Rain tried to kite away south, and it actually didn't really work. So we'll see what they do. This is definitely a tactic that they do. You can see here that the Plymouth and the Des Moines sitting in this Plymouth smoke screen are facing away from the cap, ready to start that kiting maneuver. Grozhevoy actually did go all the way over to the 10 line, but then found Lulu. It looks like at some point Lulu has maybe taken a Grozhevoy torpedo, or perhaps a Conqueror volley. Sitting there on just under 30k.
Gangbarang's actually going to get the B cap here, even though Shikishima has shot him. Shikishima Dispersion, of course, said no, so Gangbarang does take the cap.
So that means Rain's points are ticking quite quickly now with those two caps.
Yep, 7 minutes in the game. So, Oh Boy have basically 7 minutes to start doing things. Well, way less than 7 minutes, because you can't leave it for the last 2 minutes.
And of course, everything, literally everything, is riding on them actually managing to find those points, because if they go 3-0, then they are out. It is over. Rain able to be fairly relaxed here, although actually we were talking off stream yesterday about how teams that go, say, 2-0 up in a series like this can actually maybe get a bit too relaxed.
They might get overconfident, yes. But so far it's going well.
But a team like Rain that's been around for a very long time, they're very, very experienced. I doubt that would happen. Okay. I think Camouflage grabbing A there. Actually, I think it was Marcello that grabbed A. Pink Camouflage moving in to defend. Looks like they are going to send Marcello back over towards Bravo. And you've got Des Moines also of Totally Balanced moving over towards Bravo. So Oh Boy definitely looking to try to contest B. And they're gonna, if they want to do that, they're gonna need to get rid of Gangbarang, or at least force Gangbarang off, get some health off that ship to make it less effective. They also, as you said earlier, they have actually left some ships over on the seaside, so they could actually do something. Lulu was briefly down to half health and is has run a heal and is already back down to 31. So Sniper in the Conqueror here may be able, if Lulu gets spotted, to be able to chip Lulu down even further.
The thing is, Lulu, as long as Lulu hides and they force Oh Boy to push, this Kleber can kind of YOLO something if it pushes into the cap, right? So for now, I think Rain are okay. Like, if the Stalingrad pushes into the cap, the Kleber is just going to YOLO him or something. Or the Conqueror, you know? Plus, there's Malimu in his Kremlin to help as well.
So we're starting to see Oh Boy Massing around Bravo. You've got the Shikishima just pushing forward just a little bit there. Totally balanced, coming above the cap.
Marcelo in the gearing.
Yep, coming around the corner. Young in the Stalingrad starting to take a bit of focus fire from underneath A, running what looks like 2 fires.
The Plymouth actually has come, like, split from the A group. He's come back to B, which is quite interesting, honestly. I think he's going to set up on this island here, and I think he has full radar coverage of the cap with the Plymouth, so even if it's 9 kilometers.
Yeah, definitely. This island is very close. Like, if I put my camera just above where he's going to be sitting, yeah, it's like 8.5 to Marcelo's current position, which means the cap is easily within radar range.
So that's kind of the goal. So Rain is trying to fortify this B cap here. Honestly, and I think they can do it.
The problem is, though, that even if Oh Boy get to B and they can either block it or cap it, Rain is going to have that massive points advantage. And it gets to a point, like we were saying yesterday, it gets to a point where the team can win even if they only have 1 cap.
Definitely. Also, look how quickly Young is getting farmed, by the way. He's down to 6k. He was at like 30k a few seconds ago. Dastard and Willis have chunked him down really hard. It's down to 3k burning. Can Azure arc these shots?
That is going to remove one of the radars from above the cap if they manage to take Young down. But, of course, they've now moved Totally Balanced over for an extra radar.
And a 100-point difference for sure.
Yep. Dastard is potentially going to take a torpedo here.
Dastard just does kill the Stalingrad there. Good shot. So they're at 8:16. There's 2 minutes left. Grozovoy is going to try make a play for C. Gearing's going to try touch B. But if you're going to try touch B, there's 2 radars here. Plymouth and Des Moines and the Kleber. So basically, oh, wait. Did they radar at the same time? Oh, they did?
Yeah, they
Lazur and Artorius. Oh, no.
Yeah, that was definitely... Sometimes the caller says, radar B! And, you know, both ships just scramble to hit the button.
Each of them wanted to be the one who gets to radar the B cap. Unless, does Lazur catch the one in C? No, he doesn't.
Sometimes that can work out in your favor, but usually that's just a straightforward misplay. Totally Balanced will be visible here, I think. Just about. Actually, maybe not. I think Totally Balanced is just skirting Azure's radar range, pushing down this channel here. Let's try the 2-view. Yeah, so Balanced is now spotted. So Gangbarang will know that Totally Balanced is just there.
Rain do win on 1 cap right now, so Oh Boy does still need a few kills, honestly. Probably 1, maybe 2.
We've got Eagle in the Kleber from Rain pushing over towards the island in Charlie. Endon is still in the cap. There are torpedoes. I don't think he's in danger.
That'll be fine. He's going to make the crossing. The issue is the Stalingrad shot, but I think it's only 1 shot. He'll tank it. And the Conqueror from behind him, Pepega Sniper, is going to have good angles on him, definitely. So he needs to be careful for that one. Yep, he's took a lot of damage there. And does he leak and show himself to the Grozovoy? Maybe. But the thing is, Pepega Sniper is going to get farmed by Lulu here. We've seen this Des Moines farming enemy battleships pretty effectively, honestly. Lulu and La Azur, so we'll see. The Conqueror is actually healing here.
So we've gone over 900 points now for Rain. 2 minutes 24 with that single B cap ticking.
Eagle is in danger here, though, of dying. Lulu is making good work on Pepega Sniper.
Oh, yeah. If Eagle goes down, that will leave Charlie in Oh Boy's hands.
It will, but Malamu is actually going to step inside it here really quick. The issue is Malamu is going to be alone now. If Malamu has a shot on the broadside Conqueror, he should probably take it, honestly. I mean, it's broadside, right? 15?
Yep, turrets are coming around. Kremlin obviously is a battleship, but...
Oh, no.
Oh, Max goes down.
Sheep? Yep, Tai Sheep killed the Des Moines on the other side of the map, which makes even worse. But the Gearing's actually contesting B.
Yep.
Rain's Gearing's actually contesting A, so it doesn't really matter. They can give B away for free, and the C cap will be Rain's too. So, actually, will it? There's a Conqueror shot for a reset. He might get reset
Eagle
here.
may go... Ooh, Eagle reversing there to dodge...
Wow,
that took some courage. Eagle reversing to dodge the Conqueror's shells.
Okay, Malamu is on the Conqueror.
Let's have a look. Sniper not really got enough momentum to actually do any dodging there. Okay, that did virtually nothing. Another volley in on Eagle.
A cap got taken. There's 15 seconds left. Okay, there's actually 1 minute left. I mean, literally, Rain do nothing here, honestly. What's closest to that? Oh boy, literally need to kill something. But
Yeah,
I mean,
Endon,
nothing's really close to that.
I'm expecting Endon to just wheel around here. Totally Balanced may even push forward as well. Yep, Totally Balanced is going to push forward around behind Malamu. The gearing, the thing is, the pink camouflage would have to turn around and head towards A, but with the gearing and the Des Moines of Willis here, that is pretty much impossible. And so they will always have the A points ticking, so it doesn't really matter what happens over on B and C.
51 seconds. They need to kill an 80k HP Kremlin or Gangbarang. Oh, Shikishima.
Eternal Titan in the middle goes down, and that seals the fate for Oh Boy. Rain will be the EU champions for KOTS 12 on EU, and they, congratulations to Rain, are the champions. They take first place, Oh Boy takes second place, and both of these teams will be going through to the international finals, which we will see next weekend. Amazing match today. Rain totally consistent, and I think we're going to pass back now to Prague for a final analysis, and I'm sure we'll be joining them at some point as well. So thank you very much for watching. We'll pass you back.
Congratulations to Rain with the very decisive win. Now, officially, King of the Sea of EU again. Congratulations, well deserved with a very decisive win here against Oh Boy. They tried very hard, but against the Plymouth, it is simply impossible. For now, the Plymouth is basically completely unbeaten in this tournament and might actually be the new global band for King of the Sea 13 potentially with this completely unbeaten record. So let's get in Painzor and Private Penguin to talk a bit about this match. What actually went wrong here for Oh Boy? Painzor, maybe talk a little bit about the initial deployment.
They just got bled out. Their point, like, Rain just snip in, take all the caps, and is like, right, these are our caps. Come and stop us. And there was just no pressure from Oh Boy to come take the caps back. They just sat there. The points were ticking, and they just didn't seem to have a plan to take back anything but A. They managed to take A, which is great, but the Grozovoy over on the C cap needed to have gone into that cap earlier and taken that, or they need to make some sort of play at B against the Des Moines and Clever. But when you're down on points and down on caps and they're taking away, you need to start getting into a position to make some plays. And unfortunately, Oh Boy just didn't do that. Hang on.
Exactly. I think Oh Boy just put so much pressure on themselves by not trying to compete on the caps. Just as said, they got the A cap, but they lost on the Bravo and Charlie cap. And I think, as Painzor just said, the crossover was too long on this flank to help his Conqueror. He could have gone into the C cap way earlier, and he should have done this. Not later on after Rain has like 700 or 800 points. Then he tried. So I think they were too passive. Way too passive there. That's the simple answer there. On the left side, where the Plymouth was, I was excited what they would try on this side. I thought Painzor and I discussed. I thought it's a double smoke, you know, so you can use a double smoke to sneak into the cap without even breaking the smoke train, but they didn't need that actually. They just delayed as long as they can because they had two caps, and in the end the time ticked, the pressure was high, and Rain just won the battle.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it took them Oh Boy 7 minutes to actually get the A cap, and I think that was the entire purpose of having the two radar ships there with the support of DDD, of course, on A to make it very hard for the enemy team to get the A cap, while being able to get the C cap with the Kleber, and then even being able to go back to B and cap at B. That just put Oh Boy in a bad position. And as I said before, like, Rain is really good at this point of like being able to cap very early on, make it very hard for you to cap, and then being positioned in a way that you have to pay for it with a lot of HP to get back into these caps. And Well, that means Rain is now going to be the King of the Sea for Europe. Congratulations there. And you will see both of these teams, including Shaft, the number 3 team of the EU King of the Sea, number 12, competing next weekend in the international part of King of the Sea, where they will be facing off against the top 3 teams of the NA, SEA, and CIS cluster, defending the honor of Europe and potentially trying to get that back to us. Let's see whether they're going to be able to do this. We see here the replay. Big shout out to the guy who actually made this. He's not your father.
No.
Great way to
Glad
put
you got
it.
it right today.
Not your father, with a really, really cool tool. If you want to use this, there are several Discords that are already using this, and he has been doing a lot of great work in the last 2 days, actually improving this, so we can also use it for King of the Sea. So big shout out to him for creating this. It's a lovely tool. You can use this also for your personal replays if you want to just have a little bit fun with that, in terms of like you had a great match or something that really, really made you laugh in terms of how your team's deployed. You can use this and just play around with it. It's super easy. Basically, just drop the replay in the chat and it will be converted into this video that they can use, for example, to shitpost on Reddit. That's always a good way of doing that. But then again, let's bring in maybe Mr. Conway and talk a little bit about the tournament itself, what you can expect from next weekend, and also doing some shout outs for all of the people that were helping with running this tournament and making it as smooth as possible with the slight hiccups we had today with the training rooms, which we're very sorry for.
Yes. So first of all, let's talk about the tournament, right? So the top 3 teams that we saw today, which are of course Extreme,
And Extreme.
So we have Rain, we have Oh Boy, and we have Shaft, who are all going to go to the international finals next weekend. They're going to be facing off against the top 3 teams from NA, from Asia, and from Russia. On day 1, it's going to start off with second and third place teams playing each other, and then in the second round, the first place teams are going to come in until we have just 4 finalists, and we'll have a similar day today. So we'll do 2 semifinals, a match for third place, and a grand final. And they'll be playing for a share of $30,000 of prize pool, with $15,000 going to the top place team. So it'll be nice. I think the teams are going to be quite happy about this. We're going to do this next weekend. We're going to be live at 1 o'clock UTC, 1300 UTC, 3 o'clock Central European Summertime. Just like today, it's going to be, we all have to really like give the teams next weekend our power, because American teams are going to be playing at like 8 o'clock in the morning, and Asian teams might finish at 2 a.m. So it's going to be a bit rough, but hopefully they're gonna enjoy it, and that we're gonna have a really cool show. In terms of shout outs, right? So King of the Sea, even though it is now an official tournament, is not a tournament that we could run without the help of the community, and we also wouldn't want to, because in my opinion, the community is a big part of King of the Sea, which is why it's also amazing that we have so many streamers from the community joining in, like showcasing all the teams that didn't make it to the last 2 days. And in general, I'm hoping that everybody had a really good time. So I don't know if I should do an exhaustive list of shout outs.
If you want to, sure. I can, in the meantime, just say also big shout out to all of the participating players. It is very draining, to play on top of everything else that you do in World of Warships, preparing for King of the Sea and then also playing. So if you see these guys, be nice to them. It's also true for example, the guys from Oh Boy, they had a really, really good set of matches. Unfortunately, Rain was a little bit better and took the games off of them, but still a very great showing, and congratulations for making it that far for all of the teams. If you want to participate in the future in King of the Sea, you can, of course, just sign up for it. It's very easy. Usually, King of the Sea is announced well in advance, and you will then be able to sign up through a registration form. So if you think that, hey, I can do better than these guys, just build a team, train, and beat them. That's the easiest way of doing it. We've seen it happen, but of course it takes a lot of time to prepare. But honestly, like if you think this is something cool, don't be shy. Just find a team, play, have some fun in World of Warships, see who is the best.
Okay, so let me start with the shout-outs with the people who are on the ground, helping all of the teams in their first few game days and get to groups and running all the games. Our referees in Europe are Floppy, Bencho, Madragic, Inure, Banans, Yeller, OK Fleet, Helicopter Rescue, and Long Dong Silver. Still not sure if we should permit him to keep that nickname, but
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's probably okay. Our great adjudicators that don't just help run the game days, manage everything, but they also help us in planning. So a big shout out to Admiral Quirt, Yuzura, Fazy, Ozwiffer, Yezod, the Big M145, who really pulled his weight this time, helping us set up all the rules and tournament. Somi, Kaho, and M. Jester, and of course our 3 European coordinators, Captain Stewie, Sarah, and Rita Mel. Special shout out to Captain Stewie for the amazing pick ban website, and also special shout out to 00 Duke from the NA server for building a cool streaming overlay tool for everybody to use and enjoy. There are probably people I forgot.
We still love you.
I still love you, but I'm rubbish. Please forgive me.
Indeed. Do we want to get Maltese and stats blog in?
I think we should just bring them right in. There we go. Welcome, gentlemen.
Hello.
Hello.
Phew, a long day, but a lot of good games. Any special highlights you want to highlight from your side?
Maltese, do you want to go first?
The Plymouth. The Plymouth pick. My favorite pick of the day, for sure. It has to be.
It's really funny because that was the restart game, right? So we saw the lineups, and we're like, ooh, and then there was a restart, and so we're like, oh my god, why are they bringing a Plymouth? And there's a few theories. I think maybe it was a little bit of flexing from Rain there, just like, yeah, we can even win if we bring a Plymouth. But super interesting pick there, and didn't actually end up being that effective in the match, but the rest of the team, super consistent, managed to take it anyway. And it was great seeing Rain being really, really strong today. And it's great when the matches go, like 1-1 and it's super, super close. But it's also really nice to see teams who could just play really consistently all day and win, just like Rain have done today. And I just like to mirror the comments about the help, fantastic adjudication and organization today, and the audience. Thank you for watching. We hope we've made it interesting for you and accessible for you if maybe you're a bit newer to the game. It's Maltese. Thank you. It's been great casting with you. It's lovely to bounce things off you and ask you questions as we've been going. So thank you very much for joining me.
It's been a lot of fun, for sure. It's my first tournament that I've ever really casted, so hopefully it went well.
Yes, Maltese Knight, by the way, is a bit of a madman because he is once again going to cast NA finals straight now, well, basically starting now. So you can also watch them there.
Perfect. Great, guys. Then I think that's roughly going to be it from us today. You can find all of these beautiful gentlemen, by the way, on their channels, which is for all of them.
Except for Maltese Knight, he has an underscore.
Exactly. Like it's basically the name that you see here. You can just type in twitch.tv/ and then either Painsaw, Maltese Knight _ or Private Penguin or Stats Blog, and find them throughout the week, streaming a lot of World of Warships and giving you a lot of good advice in terms of how to become a better player or just have some fun with somebody who's playing World of Warships. Any final words? We'll just go make the round. Painsaw.
I'm gonna be so glad to get rid of this camera. It's gonna be gone, and I'm gonna be happy.
By the way, Painsaw, I think the emote on the KOTS Discord is already in production.
Delete it.
Unfortunately,
delete the VOD.
I'm afraid I can't do that, Painsaw.
It's for the people. It's for the people. Mm-hmm. Okay, Pingu. Any final words from you?
It was exciting. It was really exciting, and I just have to say thanks for having me.
Oh, by the way, there was some demand from chat to see the cat. So if you have it close by, this is the chance for Ella to become KOTS mascot.
Sadly, she just ran away, so no chance.
Camera shy. Understandable.
Work with children
On my stream then.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Stats, any last words from you?
Again, super, super exciting EU competition. I can't wait to see what the other 3 regions have got to offer to compete with EU. Of course, not biased in any way, but go EU. And so looking forward to casting that next weekend.
I think Maltese will actually mirror that sentiment. Go EU, right? Converted to the EU cluster for his home cluster.
He is technically in Europe. He is Europe. Are you still European? Is Malta?
I am. I mean, I live in
more
Europe.
European than me, but
I mean, I'm quite happy that Rain won. I wasn't biased or anything, but I do like the guys. They're very nice people, so and they did deserve a win for sure. So
Okay, perfect, guys. Then thank you very much for joining us today.
Do we have final words? Or
We
say
I
goodbye
thought
to the
we'll
guys?
phase
Okay,
we'll
that's
phase them
fine.
out and do the usual. Oh wait. We have we need to have full focus on Pingu right now. Conway, can you do this?
She,
Oh!
you don't
Escape!
Just-
Escape!
she wants to escape.
That looks like
sorry,
it
I
deleted
can't
his
do that.
radar. It's like I gotta get out of here right now.
Oh no, so many people watching.
It's amazing, but I can't do that ad hoc. It
Okay,
needs
okay.
preparation
I
to have sorry.
No, don't worry. So, you even got the cat on stream. I think this is the perfect way of saying goodbye to our co-casters. Thank you very much for doing such a great job and being with us for the entire weekend and having some fun with King of the Sea. You will be able to see them next week. So, just make sure to tune in next week and we will have some fun together again. So, thanks, guys, and have a great Sunday evening.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
bye.
So now it's your two favorite people.
Just
And of
the
course, I need to do
two
a
of
shout
us.
out in chat. Mr. Conway's here joined and wanted to have a shout out, so I'll give that to you.
By the way,
Separately.
shout out to Snipchat as well, who's been running predictions and polls in chat, keeping you guys entertained all day. Good job.
Yes. I hope you enjoyed this broadcast. And there will be more next weekend. It's going to be long weeks. And we also have a special stream actually coming up, not next week, but the week after. The very,
Have we
very
announced
long.
it yet?
Should I not?
I don't know if we've announced it.
I'm not sure that we announced it.
I don't-
I should probably not announce it. It's good that you caught me because I thought, this is only like a few days away.
Please let me check if yes, it is only a few days away, and I'm completely panicking about it. But I don't think we've announced it yet. And I think
what we can say
we're
there
gonna get
on,
in
on the
trouble.
date, right? We can say the date.
Yes, just because because it wasn't enough to have these 2 weekends back to back of like beautiful long streams with all you people. We have a stream planned for the Tuesday just after internationals. Should be the 18th. And the current runtime of the stream is between 15 and 17 hours. So you can look forward to seeing us get progressively tired with some really cool
like this.
content in between. Yes. But from my side, there's not much else to say. I would like to encourage you to stick around right now. We're going to try and do a mostly seamless handover to Sea Raptor and Lord Zath, who are going to be casting the NA regional finals right here on this channel. So if you're watching us on the World of Warships channel, stay here. If you want to go and watch one of our existing casters, please feel free to head over to twitch.tv/MalteseKnight_ for his perspective on the North American finals. And with that, I think I'm done.
Okay, from my side, I don't really I've talked so much and I had to cover so much in between time with the training room issues that I also run out of things to say, which is usually a very rare thing. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you had a great broadcast. I hope everything worked out for you and that you enjoyed it. I'll be very happy to see you back next week, either on a regular stream, which is going to be happening on Thursday, 6 to 8 CEST, if you want to see us having some random fun. And otherwise, we'll be back, of course, next weekend with the international finals, where you get to see all of the global teams, the best 3 of each cluster, duke it out and see who gets the bragging rights to be the best team globally.
And cash.
And a little bit of cash on side. It's a $30,000 prize. So that should be good. So we'll be handing over to our NE colleagues. I hope you're going to enjoy that as well. It's very interesting. So if you want to be a bit prepared in terms of what the NE teams might be bringing, great way to find that out on the broadcast. And yeah, see you next week. Have a great Sunday or what's left of it. And I'll see you then soon, TM.
Bye.
Bye-bye.